What if you could build your own AI social media scheduler from scratch? Today, you will build an AI social media scheduling platform that supports multiple social channels with custom preview components for each channel, a calendar and list view to organize posts, an AI assistant that helps to generate, shorten, rephrase, or expand posts, cron job to automate scheduled posts, and a Kanban board to manage content ideas. We will be using Next.js for front-end and back-end, Shanty UI for UI components, Inngest for cron jobs, Clerk for authentication, Insforge for database, AM model, storage, and deployment. Insforge made this video possible, so make sure to check them out using the first link in the description. Now let's dive into the demo and don't forget to subscribe. Once you land on the app, you will see this beautiful landing page, and I've already signed in, so I'm going to click here and this will take me to the app. So you can see the calendar view. So this is currently a monthly view, and you can see some of the posts I've created. And if I click here, we can see the posts. So at the top corner here, you can see all the connected channels, so you can filter by connected channels. Currently, I've connected to Twitter and LinkedIn. And if I click on more channels, you can see it here. So you can click here to also disconnect channel. So I'll go to the ideas page. So on this ideas page, you can see we have this column board. So you can drag idea from one column to the next column. To create an idea, you can click on the plus button and you can give this a title and description and click on save. Or we can use an AI to generate ideas. So I can paste in business type, which is this. I'll just say software developers, which are the target audience, and build in public. And once I click on generate ideas, this is going to generate the ideas. We can see 3 ideas that generated. So I'm going to click on the AI powered post and I'm going to select this idea, and we can see that it has added it here. You can also upload images, and I'm going to select the image. So I'm just going to select an image, and this is going to upload. So we are using Insforge, which is going to store this image. And once you click on save idea, this is going to save the image. So we can click on it and see the image. Then we can go to the schedule post, and here we can create a new post. So I'm going to, and here we can see that I have 2 channels connected, while these other channels are disabled because they are not connected. So I can click on Twitter and LinkedIn, and if I click here, we can see the preview component. So every channel here has their own custom preview component. So you can ask AI assistant to generate posts for LinkedIn, Twitter, or LinkedIn, or you can select from the list from the ideas and you can filter them here. So if you don't want to, we can also uncheck this and write content here, which is going to be in the global. You can ask AI agent to AI assistant to generate posts. And once you write any post here, you can just click on Twitter and it will populate inside the Twitter channel and then also the LinkedIn channel, and you can edit them here. So I'm going to ask the AI agent to generate a post for me for Twitter and also for LinkedIn. So I'm going to paste the prompt. I'll paste it here and I'm going to click on generate, and we can see that this has already generated a post, and we can click here to select, and we can see that I've already uploaded an image. Now I can click on LinkedIn and I'm going to clear this and I'm going to paste a prompt. So I've pasted in the prompt and I'm going to click on generate, and now we can see that this has already generated the prompt, and I can click here to select an image, and we can see that this is uploading. We are using Insforge to store these images. So this is going to upload the images, and now we can see this. So for the post, you can also use this quick action. Let's say I want to shorten this, so I can click on shorten, and this is going to shorten the post. Now you can see that it has shortened the post. This is good. So you can expand and you can also rephrase. So I'm going to select let's select a date. So I'll pick 16 and I'm going to pick, let me pick 9 p.m. So you can select, you can save as draft, or you can schedule the post. So I'm going to click on schedule post, and now we can see that this are saved. You can see 4 more. If I click on the list, we should see 2 posts. Sorry, inside the queue, you can see 2 posts now, which was just created, post we just created, and we are going to wait for the cron job to run, and this is going to post them by this exact same time, by this time. And there I can click on channels and filter this. I can click on Twitter, and this is going to return this. And if I click on LinkedIn, then you can see that's going to give me all the posts. I'm going to uncheck them, and we're going to wait for this to for the cron job to pick them up and post them to the channel, to the social media account. And you can see that the cron job has run, and we can see the post which was first. We can see all the posts. So I think this post, and this was already published. We can see the link to the Twitter handle, and you can see that the post now has moved to publish. So we can click here to view the post, and then click on the link, and we should see the post here, which is that's been posted on my X account. And we can also see the post which was posted to on, and we also have the link page. We can see the free plan, pro plan, and premium plan. So currently I am on the pro plan, and the pro plan user have access to the AI features. So a free plan user does not have access to the AI feature that generates ideas, and also the AI assistant for the post. So we also have the settings page. We can click here to change this to dark mode. The first thing we are going to do is to install Next.js. So head over to Next.js.org, and we're going to be installing Next.js package. So we're going to copy this command, and we're going to go to the code editor. So I already have one open, and you can see I've already created the folder. So I'm going to open the terminal, and I'm going to paste this. So this is going to install the Create Next app. So we're going to wait for it. So I'm going to say dot. So this is going to install in this project directory. So I'm going to click on, then I'm going to select the recommended default. Then we're going to wait for this to install. So we can see that it has created the folders here. So let's wait for it to install. So Next.js has already installed. Let's install Shadcn UI. So we can head over to Shadcn UI. So head over to Shadcn UI, click on the documentation, and let's go down to where we have Next.js, and we can install this. So I'm going to copy the command. So let's copy this. Let me pick on npm. I'll just copy npm translates in it. So I'll copy this command, and I will go back to the code, and let's install it. So I'm going to paste. Let me clear the terminal, and let me paste this command and click on enter. So this is going to initialize Shadcn UI. So I'll say yes. So let's pick Redux, and I'm going to pick the first one. Then this is going to install all of this. So this is complete. So now you can install the components. So let me clear the terminal, and let's say Shadcn UI add, and click on enter. And then we are going to install some of the components we are going to use in the project. So let's wait for it. So now let's pick the first one. So I'm going to use the space bar to select, and I'm going to select avatar, badge, button, group, calendar, card, and we're going to also select carousel, checkbox, and we're going to say combo box. We're going to select command, and let's select empty states. We're going to also select input. I'm supposed to select dialog, so I'll select dialog, and let me scroll down. So I'm going to select popover, and let's select scroll area, separate, sidebar, skeleton, and we're going to select sonar, spinner. We are going to select tab. Let's select tab, and text area, and tooltip. So that's all we need. So click on enter, and let's wait for this to install. So this has already installed. So we're going to, let me just copy this and add it inside the layout. So I'll go into the app folder inside the layout.txt, and I'm going to scroll down here, and I'm going to paste this here. And let's import this tooltip. So I'm going to import this. We import it from component UI tooltip. So let me so we're going to also add in the dark mode and the light mode toggle. So I'm going to create a component here. So I'm going to call this dark mode toggle.txx, And let's go over to the documentation. So I'll go over to the browser and Shadcn UI, and we can scroll down to where we can see dark mode. So yeah, so click on dark mode and click on Next.js, and let's install this. Let me copy the next theme. So I'll copy this and let's head back to the code. And I'm going to open my terminal and let me clear my terminal and paste this and let this install. So I'm going to wait for this to install, and then let's head back to the documentation, and we're going to copy this. Let's copy this. I'll copy this, and we're going to create this component team provider.tx. I will go back to the code, and let's create a component here. So say team provider.txx, and let's paste this here. And after this, let's head back to the browser again, and then let's scroll down. So we're going to copy this. Let me copy this and let's head back to the code, and let's go into layout and paste this, and let's import this component. Save this. So make sure you import this from the component team provider. And so let's go back to the documentation again, and let's scroll down so we can copy this code. So I'll copy all of this code, and let's head back to the code editor, and inside the dark mode toggle. So I'll just paste this here, and we didn't install the drop down menu, so I'm going to install that. So I think that's it. So let me quickly install it. So let me go Shadcn UI add. Let me copy the name of this component, drop down menu, paste it here, and I'm going to install it. So while this is installing, let's go ahead and create the folder structure. So let's create a group route here. So inside the app folder, let's create the group route, and then inside here we're going to create let's create another group route. So I'm going to call this dashboard, and inside the dashboard we're going to create layout.txx, and inside your route we're going to create another group route. So this is going to be the landing page, so I'll just call this landing, and we're going to move this page.tx inside the landing page. So let me just set yes, and so inside the dashboard layout we're going to say RALCE. Let me just copy from, okay, yeah, this is the autocomplete is working. So we're going to just have this, and here we're going to use this component. So let's import the sidebar provider from the UI Shadcn UI component. So I'm going to pass in the children here. So at the top here we're going to import the sidebar so we're going to import this component. Let's move this to the top, and then here we're going to give this a class name. So I'm going to come over here, and let's give this a class name. I'm going to say bg sidebar. So I'm going to give it the background color of the sidebar. So I'm going to also set border to none, like this. So this is okay. So I'm going to then come below here. I'm going to create a div, and I'm going to move this inside here. So I'm going to give this a class name, and we're going to say margin 1, then we're going to say px4, they're rounded, let's give it rounded large, and border, and dark border, and I'm going to give this a custom class name. So let me just say, so we're going to give this color, and then I'm going to say dark mode. I'm going to say sorry, not dark mode, shadow. So shadow, and this is going to be Excel, and we're going to give this a page background, and heightful. This. Then the last thing we're going to do, let me wrap this with a div, paste this here, and let's give this a class name of py2px3. So after this, let's go into, so this is, we're done with this. We're going to create the component later on, which is going to be app sidebar. So I'm going to create the component inside here. So we're going to just do underscore common for now. I'm just going to say underscore, and then I'm going to call this app sidebar .txx, and sorry, let me do RASCE app sidebar. So let me just quickly copy this and paste it here like this, and then inside the layout, and let me import this component, and the error should stop. So I'm going to also create in, so let's go into the global.cl. We're going to change in the styles. So I'm going to copy, remove all of this. So I'm going to bring in the one I'm going to use, so you can get it from the GitHub. The GitHub link is going to be in the description. So I'm going to paste it here, and I also added this button and data slot, but so we change it to have the cursor pointer, and also the sidebar container border none, something like this. So we just have this. So now let's go into the layout, and inside the layout, I think everything is okay. So let's quickly just add in the sidebars here. So I'm going to do that here. So we're going to look through an array of the nav. So I'm going to just paste it here. Let me just paste it here. So let me import all of this icon from Lucy React. And sorry, let me remove this. And let's import the calendar icon. So I'll copy this and I'm going to paste it here. So now this is correct. So now we are going to use this inside here. So let me just quickly so let's import a sidebar from UI sidebar. And I'm going to just say collapsible. We can say this to icon one. Then, so let me run this comment. Then we're going to import the sidebar header. And then I'm going to give this a class name. And also I'm going to import CN. We're going to import CN from YouTube's. And let me give this padding 4. And I'm going to import some, let's import this here. So we're going to import the use path name, and we're going to also import the use sidebar too. So I'm going to say if it's collapse, we are going to set this to padding 2, and then we're going to have a div here, and let's give this a class name, flex item center, and justify between. And then we're going to create a component. So I'm going to call this logo. So let me quickly create that. I'm going to create logo. So logo.cxx, and we're going to say RAFCE logo. So I'm going to just quickly paste it here. So it's just a simple code. So we're just having the div flex item center gap 2, and this is going to be the icon. It's not the icon like the actual logo. We're going to import the leaf icon, and then because we are going to be using it in the sidebar, we're going to make sure if we're going to be using it in the different places, we're going to make sure to check if we're going to hide the name or not. So that's why I added this hide name props here. So I'm going to go back into the app sidebar and let's import this component. So I'm going to say so logo, and then we're going to say house name. So I'm going to use the is collapse here. So let's import the sidebar trigger. and I'm going to just give this a class name. So let's import this. Let's give this a class name, and I'm going to set this to hidden for a smaller screen, and we're going to set let's do medium, flex, then minus x 8 and mb0 like this. So let's make sure this we import it from the right place. You can see the sidebar trigger here, and now below here we're going to have a button. So I'm going to say button. So let's import button from UI button, and this is just going to have new posts like this, and we're going to have an icon here. I'm going to say a plus icon. Let's give the plus icon a class name. So let me import this. Let's give this a class name. I'll say width, sorry, size 4. And there we're going to also add in, so if not collapse, then we're going to show this. I'm just going to wrap this in a span tag, so span element. So let's give this class name. I'll give it margin top 4 and width full. And for the size, I'll say size. So if it's collapsed, then we're going to say icon, else large. So below this, we're going to have the sidebar contents, and let me import it too. And let's give this a class name. Let's use the CN, and I'm going to say, no, we're not going to do like this. I'm going to remove this. So I'm saying if not collapse, I'm going to just say px2 like this is okay. And then let's import the sidebar group, and let's also import the sidebar group content, and then the sidebar menu, and let's loop through the navigation. I'm going to do it like this, and let's import this component, and also import the sidebar menu button. Save this. Then we're going to let me come down here, and let's pass in this active and tooltip. Then I'm going to change this from this to use a link from the next link. So let me move this to the top, and let's also change this to link 2. And for the icon, I'm just going to give this a class name. Size 4 is okay, and then we're going to also give this a class name. I'm going to say text, and let's give this 14.5 px. Then save this, and I think we are done. So I'll just go into the layout, and let me quickly change this. So I'm just going to replace this with this. So Lemon AI scheduling, social media scheduling application, something like that. And I think all this is okay with this. And we can go ahead and run the server. So I'll clear my terminal. I'll say npm run dev. So before we go ahead and check this out, so let me go into the page, landing page, and let me remove everything here. For now, I'm just going to import the button components, button from Shadcn UI, and let's save this. So, and before I forget, we're going to also create some of the folders here so we can see the sidebar. So I'm going to create the ideas folder, and inside here I'm going to have the page.txx, and let's just do RAFCE. I'll just say idea page, and we're going to also have another folder. I will call this the schedule folder, and then we're going to have page.txx, and let's give this RAFCE, and let's change this to schedule page. And we're going to also have the settings, and let's say page.txx, and let's do RAFCE settings page. And lastly, we are going to have the billing page, so say billings, and let's say page.txx, and let's say RAFCE billing page. So I think that is this, so we can be able to see the sidebar once we run the server and once we go to the, so let's copy localhost 3000. So if we go to the path to localhost 3000, you should see the error here. So let's go ahead and fix this. So I'll go back to the code, and let's go to the app sidebar, and let's add in the use client, and let's go back to the browser, and the error should stop. Now we can see the get started button for the landing page, and if you go to the ideas page, you should be able to see this the layout. We can see the sidebar and the sidebar, the main content side. Here we can switch. Okay, yeah, we can switch from different. We can see shadow page. We can switch to billing, and we can also switch to certain space. So this is good. So now we are going to go ahead and work on the setting up our database together with authentication. So we are going to be using Insforge and Clerk together. So let's go ahead and do that. So in this chapter, we are going to be working on the database and plus the authentication. So we are going to be using Insforge for handling the database, storage, and also deployment. So click the first link in the description to head over to Insforge. So make sure you have and sign up. So I already signed up into I've already signed up, and you can see the button is showing dashboard. So we're going to be using it together with Clerk. So first of all, let's set up the info. So I'll go to click here to go to the dashboard. So I've opened it here already, and you should see this once you sign up or you log in. So click on the personal organization, and once I click on this is going to take me to that project. So I'm going to click on new project, and let's wait for this. So I'm going to call this lemon. So let's call it lemon, and let's click on create project. So this is going to create the project, and it's going to load the project. So let's wait for this to run. So let's copy this. We're going to copy this, and let's go back to the code, and let's open the terminal, and let's run the command. So I'm going to, let me cancel the server, clear the terminal, and I'm going to paste this command there, and then click on enter. So this is going to install Insforge CLI, and then it's going to link us to the project. So let's click on yes, and let's wait for this to run. So this has opened the link into the browser. So let me go to the browser, and I'm going to authorize Insforge client CLI. And then once it is done, let's go back to the code, and we can see that it has, so it authenticated. Now it's going to install the Insforge agent skills. So let's wait for it to be done. So now it is done. It has installed the skills. So now let's go back to the browser, and let's close this. So I'll close this, and let's go back to Insforge. Sorry, and we should be able to see that this has connect. So now we are going to go ahead and connect Insforge together with Clerk. So I'm going to be pasting this link here. So I'm going to open this link. So I'm going to add Insforge integration Clerk. I'm going to be adding it in the description so we can follow along with me. So we're going to use the integration, we're going to use the documentation to set up Insforge together with Clerk. So I'm going to scroll up. So the first thing we are going to do, so we've already linked our project. Now we need to generate the secret key. We need to generate a JWT secret. So I'll copy this command and let's head back to, let me go to my terminal and let me just clear, let me clear this terminal and let me paste this here. Sorry, let me remove this and click on enter. So this is going to generate a JW. It's going to give us a JW2 secret. So let's wait for now. We can see, so we can copy this. We are going to be using it in the Clerk. So let's go back to, let me head back to the browser. And now we are going to need to copy. We are going to copy the project. So we're going to find the project URL, the key, and you're going to get that from the Insforge dashboard. So let's see this. So I'll go to the dashboard. Sorry, let me close this. And let me cancel this. And in the info dashboard, we're going to click on this install button, then scroll down, find where we have the API keys, and we can get the project URL and this key we're going to use this. So this is API key. For this, we can use this key instead. So let's scroll down and we can see that after you copy this, we're going to paste this inside the env. So we're going to also pass in JWT key. We are going to copy the JWT key and head over to Clerk dashboard. So let's quickly sign up. Let me quickly sign into. So I'll sign into Clerk. So I'll go to dashboard. So let's click on create an application, and I'm just going to change this to Lemon AI, and let's pick email and Google sign in. So I'll click on create application, and this is going to redirect us to this. So now we can just select Next.js, and we can scroll down and we can install this Clerk Next.js, and we can also copy the key, and we can also set up create a proxy for it. So this is exactly what we are going to do. So let me just copy this command and let's start installing the Next.js, the Clerk. So I'm going to paste this here and click on enter. So don't forget to copy your JWT secret. So let's go ahead and use this. So I'm going to go back to the browser and let's go back to the documentation again. So we're going to go to Clerk dashboard, config session, and JWT template, and then we're going to create a new template. So let's go, yeah. So let's go down here, and then we are going to go into, so click on config here, and then let's go to sessions, then click on JWT template, and then we're going to create a template. So let's click on template, and let's look at the documentation again. So we're going to click on new template and select a blank one. Then we're going to name it Insforge. So let's also copy this name Insforge, and we're going to toggle on custom sign-in key. So let's go back again. So now we have this here, and we are going to name it Insforge. So paste in the, and then let's scroll down. Let's enable this custom sign-in key, and then we're going to select HX256. So we've selected this. Now we are going to come over here. So if we go back to the documentation, you will see it says after picking this, we're going to paste in the JWT secret into the sign-in key field. So we can see, let's scroll down here. Okay, sorry, let's go back. Sorry, yeah, let me scroll up. Yeah, we're going to paste it here. And once we paste this, now we can go back to the documentation again. So once you scroll up, you can see scroll down to customize session token, and let's copy this, and let's go back and let's replace this with it, and then let's go again to the documentation. And once we are done, we're going to save this and set up your application. So let's go back and click on save, and let's go back again. So the next thing we are going to do is to find your publishing key and secret key in the dashboard, and then copy this and add it inside. So we're going to add this inside our env. So let's go ahead and do it. So let's copy this. And once we are done, we are going to set up the Insforge client with Clerk authentication in our Next.js app router. So let's go around to code and let's create .env. And let me paste this here. So we're going to get in the Insforge base URL this we're going to create the key, and also we're going to also create the publisher key and the Clerk secret key. So let's go ahead and get them one after the other. So let's first of all go to Insforge and let's copy the project URL and also this key. So I'll go back to my code and let's paste in the base URL. So I've pasted it. I'm going to also paste in, this is not going to be public. I want to pass in the API key. So I'm going to go back to the browser and I'm going to also copy the API key too, because we're going to use this too. So let's go back and I'm going to paste this here too. So now let's go ahead and get the Clerk and publisher key and secret key. So I'll go back to, now we're going to go over to Clerk documentation and let's go back and we can see the API keys here. So I'm going to copy this. Let's just copy this too and let's head back to the code and let's replace it with what we copy like this. So now let's go back to Clerk. Now we are done with connecting Insforge and Clerk. Now we need to set up Clerk inside our project. Now I'm going to go to overview and let's scroll down. Now we can see after this we can add Clerk provider. So let me just go straight to the Next.js guide and let's wait for this to load. So it is open. Now the next thing we are going to do is to build our sign in and sign up page. So we are going to create this so I'm going to copy this sign in. We are going to copy this and we are going to also make we're going to do the middleware later on. So let's wait for this. So what is important here is to copy this env and we're going to paste it inside the env file. So let's make sure you copy this, and I've already copied this. We're going to create in the sign in page. So I'm going to go back to the code. So I've already pasted it. So I've also added the templates. So let me move this here. I've also added the Clerk Insforge template, which is Insforge. Now you can see sign in, also the sign up URL. Then we have the fallback redirect URL and also the next public URL. So we have this now. So I'm going to go into app and I'm going to click on this app. So let's create this. I'm going to paste this here. So this is going to be sign in and this. So click on enter. Now it has created this. So I'm going to do the same thing for sign up. So I'll create this. I'm going to paste this, but this time I'm going to change this. Instead of sign in, so I'm going to say sign up, and let me also say sign up here and click on enter. So let's say RAFCE. So I'll call this sign in. This is sign up page. And so let's also do for the sign RASCA sign in page. And there inside here we're going to import. So let me give this a class name first. And I'm going to say minimum height screen and flex item center. Item center, then justify center. And then we're going to import this sign in component from Clerk. So let's make sure this is installed. So let me change this to sign in page so it does not clash. And then I'm just going to set the path name to sign in, so you just only sign in, and I'm going to say sign up URL slash sign up, and I'm just going to say force redirect URL is just going to be slash, and this is okay. So we're going to do the same thing for sign up too. So I'm just going to do it here. So copy this and paste it here. So let's also change this to page, and I'll copy this and paste it here. Now we have this. So we're going to go into, let me clear everything. Let me collapse everything here. So we're going to go into layout, and let's import Clerk provider, and let's move everything inside it. So make sure you import the Clerk provider from the Clerk Next.js. So let me just save this or format this properly. And you can see that I also added a style, so make sure you add it too if you want to. So now we have this. Now let's go back to the documentation for Insforge, sorry, for Clerk first, and let's go ahead and create the proxy.tx. So I'm going to copy this, and let's go back to the code editor, and let's create in the proxy. So let me create a file, proxy.tx, and I'm going to paste this here. So instead of sign in, I'll just sign in, and I'm going to just sign up like this. So those tools are public route. And let's go back to the documentation, and let's scroll down. I think we've added this, and now everything is done. So we've added this sign in and sign up with also the middleware in our project. So let's go back to the documentation. Let's continue with Insforge. So we need to set up the Insforge clients. As you see, after getting the API keys and setting up the env, we need to set up the Insforge integration. So let's copy this command. Let's copy this prompt, and let's go into our code. So let's go to, and now we're going to be I'm going to open my AI agent. So before I paste anything, I'm going to create let me create Insforge server.tx. So I wanted to create it inside this Insforge server. So instead of Insforge, I'm going to be using Insforge server for this. So I'm going to paste this here. I'm going to paste in the prompt to copy, and I'm going to tell it to, so I'm setting up Insforge client. So I'm going to say let's say Insforge server, not Insforge client. With Clerk authentication, I'm using Next.js, and do it in this let's do Insforge. So I'm going to point to the file, and let's click on enter to see this work for us. So I'm going to click on enter, and let's see. So it's going to point to this file, and then it's going to, so you can see that it has access to two. It's going to use the skills. So it's going to find for the skills and use it. So it's going to check the file, and then it's going to create. So let's see, it's going to install the Insforge SDK. So let me click on one, and now it's going to create this. Now we can see that it has created it. So the problem is that it's using the client, so I'm going to cancel it. So it's creating it with using the, you can see it's using the use effects, and also the settings. Okay, so let me just accept this, but I really want to so let me install this package first. So let me say npm install Insforge SDK. So this is for client. So I mentioned you should use the server, because I can't use this inside the API. So instead, what I'm going to do, I'm going to remove this, and I'm going to give this a prompt that will actually do this for me for the server side. So I've asked it to do it, so you can see that it has done it the way I want it to be. So this is exactly the prompt I feed it. So say import this auth from Clerk, and then create the client type Insforge client from Insforge SDK, and we're going to be using the environment variable next public Insforge base URL, and also the Insforge key and the templates too. So it's going to define the server token template using the templates from the env Insforge, and it's going to export get info server client. So we're not going to be using use Insforge client hook. So instead, we're going to create a function. Then it's going to validate the base URL and make sure the user we have the present is. So if it's not just going to throw an error, then you can see. So I'm going to pass in this prompts. I'm going to add it in the description, so you can use it to generate this entire file. So you can see the helper function with the AI is generated. So the refresh auth token, and then it's going to get the session from the auth, which is coming from the Clerk Next.js server, and we can get the token. Then we're going to set auth token, and we can see the get info server client. So we're going to check, make sure this is provided. Then we get the user ID from the auth, and then we are going to just do some caching here. And then if user ID is provided, we can then you refresh auth token, and then start server and refresh interval, and then we're going to return the Insforge user ID. And this is, remember I said I'm going to pass in the API key, and you can see we got it here. This is Insforge. So no, this should be okay. We can name it to Insforge project API key. This is okay. So let me go into env and change this to Insforge project API key. This is fine. And let me just remove this. So this is, we can just remove all of this. And then we remove this. So save this, so make sure it's similar to what we have here. Okay, this is use public. So let me just remove the public and just use Clerk Insforge templates. Let's make sure, let's click on replace this with it and save. Now we can see that everything is done properly. So I'll scroll down. Now we can see AI has done everything for me. Now we can use this inside our API. So now let's go into the landing page. So inside the landing page, and we're going to use the button here, the sign in button, so we can sign in into the app or sign up into the app. So let's give this a class name here. So I'm going to say minimal height screen, mbg background, then let's just give it test for ground 2, and there I'm just going to remove this. I'm just going to, let's just do only the header for now for the landing page. So I'm just going to give this class name sticky to the top top 0, set index 20, and border, let's give this border, sorry, border, and let's just set this to 0.6. And what else? So let's give this background color of 95, or let's just change it to 0. This is okay. And then we're going to import that logo component. And there we're going to have the nav one. I'm just going to skip this here, and let's just have the here, and let's give this a class name flex item center gap tree. And this is where we're going to check. So let's import, and let me change this to use client first. And let's import constant is sign in. Sorry, we're going to import the sign in from use auth from Clerk. And let's say if not sign in, then we are going to, let me just change this from this. Okay, let's use outline instead. And let's give this a class name. I'm going to surround it for I'm padding x5. And then we're going to, so I'm going to replace this by this one. Let's import link from next link. And for the get started, we're going to let's just give it, so let's change this to a link. So it's going to be sign up, and we're just going to give it rounded full, and let's say text primary foreground, and let's say hover bg back, so bg primary. I'll just give this 90 like this, and let's make sure to add a stride to both of them. So I'll copy this and just pass it here too. And for this, we're just going to call this dashboard, and let's pass in, let's also say class name too, rounded full px, and just make sure this is going to be bg primary. So the variant is going to be default here. And okay, this is okay. And then we're going to also import user button from Clerk. So let's make sure we add fragments here. So I'll move this to inside it, and there we're going to just add an appearance element, avatar box, height 9, width 9, and let me just say open dashboard. So this is it. So let's go ahead and test this. So I'm going to say npm run dev. So before we go ahead and test this out, we need to make sure, so I didn't wrap this inside, I need to wrap this inside a div. So let me move this inside. Yeah. So this is it. So make sure the server is running, and then let's go ahead. So also forget inside the pros, we need to add in the landing page. So set a slash. So now this is okay. So I'll go to the browser now. We can see the login. So I'll click on login, and this should take us to sign in page. Now I'm going to click on Google to sign. So I'm going to continue, and this should take me to the home, so to the landing page. So I made a mistake. I should have signed up. Let me click on sign up instead. And let's click on Google. So now you can see that I've signed up and it's working fine. So we can see open dashboard, and this should take me to, so this should not be dashboard, should take me to the schedule page. So for now we can see that the sign in is working, and we can see that if I load this page again, we should see open dashboard, and then we can also see manage accounts and also sign out. So that is it. So now we are done with the authentication. Now let's go ahead and work on the database. So we're going to create all the tables that we need for this project. So before we go ahead and start creating the table, let's look at the diagram first. So as we know, we are using Clerk to handle authentication. Then we're going to create these tables. So you can see here we have the channel type. So the channel type is social media platform that we are going to seed into this table. So we are going to have the ID, the type of the social media platform, Twitter, LinkedIn, and so on. the name of the platform, the color, and the character types, the character limit, sorry. Then we're going to have the user channel. So this is where once user connect an account, we're going to store them. Yes, we're going to provide the user ID, which is coming from Clerk. Then we are going to have the channel type ID. This is coming from this table, and we're going to have handle, profile, image, access token. So I also forgot to add in. We're going to have in the refresh token here. So we're going to also have in the refresh token below here. So I'm just going to skip it for now. Then we're going to have is connected, active, and others. Then we're going to have the idea group. So users on the platform can create idea. They can set it to unassigned, to do, in progress, and done. So we're going to see this into or insert it into this table. Then below here, this is where we're going to have the schedule post. This is where any post created or scheduled by a user is going to be stored in this table. We're going to have the content. The user channel ID is a foreign key to the user channel table. Then we're going to have the content images, schedule ads, status, publish app, publish URL. Then we're going to also have the ideas table. So when user creates a table, when user creates an idea, it will be stored in this table, and we have this group ID which is connected to the idea group. It's a foreign key to the idea group ID, and you can see that here. Then we're going to also have the subscription too. So that's basically it. So I have created a file which I'm going to also add in the description, or connect, or you can get it from the GitHub. This is exactly what we're going to do. We are going to this everything the SQL for creating the tables, and this is just to insert this into the table: Twitter, LinkedIn, and Thread, Facebook, Blue Sky, and others. Then we have the channel types. So this first one you can see here is just to retrieve the user ID, because we're going to use it here. So below this user channel, we are going to we're going to alter this table to enable whole level and security, and this is going to be for the policy. So only user can access only their user channels, so only their channels. So we're going to create a policy, and we need to get the user ID since we are using Clerk. So we have the idea group table, we have the insert. So this is where we're going to insert the unassigned to do into this table. So to see this clearly, let me change this to SQL instead, so it's clear. And then we can see out of this table, we also enable low level security, and also we created the policy for this table and the schedule post. So basically this is everything we are going to do. So make sure you grab this from the description. So I'm going to pass it, I'm going to say going to tell the agent to create the tables. So create all the tables in Insforge. So sorry, Insforge, and insert the let me point to this one. After it's created a table, then it's going to insert all of these these two tables. So click on send, and let's wait for this. So let me just change the model, and let me click on send. So let's wait for it. So now it's asking me to run this. So I'll click on one. Then I'm going to click on this one too. So let's wait and see. So it has completed, it has added all the it's created all the table and inserted all that's added the channel types and also the idea groups. So let's go ahead and see it. So going to my database and Insforge, you can see the channel types has been inserted. We can see the idea groups to also be inserted. We can see the ideas table has been created, and the schedule post requires the user channel. So the table has been created, And then you can go into Database Studio, you can go to policies, and here you can see all the policy that was created. Then for the storage, we're going to quickly create a bucket. So I'm just going to call this lemon and click on create bucket, so that we are done with this and think everything is fine. So the next thing we are going to go ahead and work on, we are going to start to work on fetching all the channel types. Yeah, we're going to create an endpoint to fetch all the channel types, and then we are going to also implement connecting to social media accounts. So let's go ahead and do that. In this chapter, we're going to be working on the social media connection, but we're going to first of all fetch all the channel types. So we're going to be creating an API route. So let's go into the app folder. So we're inside the app, and let's create a folder called API. And then inside this API folder, we are going to, so let me quickly move this to inside the route folder. So I'm going to copy this inside this route folder. So let me just cancel this server, and let me just select two of them. So I've moved them inside this group route. Now inside this API, we are going to create the channel. So inside here, we're going to create a route.tx. Then we're going to also create, let's just create a folder to say connect, and another one for callback. And then we're going to also create another one for disconnect. So inside the route, we're going to say export, async function, and this is going to be a get route, and let's pass in request here as a next request. Let's import that. So I'm going to remove this. So I'm going to use try catch here, and then we're going to import the info. So say await get Insforge server client. So this is going to give us the Insforge and also the user ID from Clerk. So let's make sure this and the user ID is not undefined. So let's just change this to next response. So I'm just going to move this like this, and there we are going to then fetch. So I'm going to make this endpoint to fetch both connected and unconnected channels. So I'm going to combine all the channel types. So I'm going to combine let me go to the diagram. I'm going to combine them together. So we're going to know which one the user has connected and the ones that are not connected. So that's what I'm going to do. So I'll go into the route now. So I'm going to get filter from the URL, the search params. So I'm going to say request dot next URL dot search param get filter. So with this filter, we can pass in unconnected, I think unconnected and connected, something like that. Yeah. So what we are going to do, we are going to fetch these two tables. We're going to fetch this and this. So I'm going to say constant type response. Sorry, I'm going to make this an array is equals to await promise dot all. So I'm going to say Insforge dot database dot from channel type underscore types, and we're going to select all. So let me just move this down, and we're going to say dot order created by, so created as ascending through, and then we're going to pass, say, comma Insforge from user channel types, and let's just fetch all of them. And then I'm going to say equals to user ID is user ID. Now we have this, so I'm just going to pass in type. I'll say types response, or we can change it to channel type so it's more easy. Types response and user channels response. So let me just say response here for results and user channel results. Then let's just say if like this is okay. If types error or this, or we're going to just throw this error and for both of them. Now we have the types and the channel. So we're going to, what we're going to do, we are going to combine them into one. So I'm going to first of all create a user channel map. I'll say user channel map is going to be equals to new map, and I'm going to say channel data like this. This is good. Then channel user channel data dot map channel is going to return. We're going to return the channel dot type and also the channel. So let me just bring this down here so it's easy for you to see. So like this. So now we have this. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to say let channels equals to, we are going to map types dot data. So let me just wrap this inside. I'll say types response dot data like this. This is fine. Then we're going to, let me just remove all of this first, and I'm going to open this. So I want to map this myself. So say user channel dot map get type, will pass in the type ID there. So now I'm going to just say ID is going to be type dot ID. Then we're going to say type is going to be type dot type dot, sorry, yeah, type, and I'll remove this type dot name, and then we're going to also have the color of the platform. So say type dot color. So let's just change this to channel type. So this is going to be for channel type dot color. Then we have in, let me remove this as a character limit underscore limit is going to be channel dot limit. Then we're going to also have the user channel underscore ID is going to be user channel dot ID. I'll just say it's to know if it's not, does not exist. And let's also say handle is going to be user channel dot handle no. And profile image underscore image is going to be user channel dot profile image. We are going to also do the same thing for let's do profile. So we're not profile, let's do profile URL. Do we save that? Profile URL and this should be user channel profile URL. Then connected, then we can just say if channel dot is connected, if channel is connected, we're going to say this to false. Now we have all of the, we have the channels. Now I'm going to say the total channel, and we're going to have connected channel. So let me change this. Constant total channels is going to be equals to type result or response dot data dot length, and we can also say constant connected count. We're just going to count the length of the connected channels. And now we are going to use the filter, or just say if a filter is connected, then we just filter if let's use unconnected, not disconnected, and then we're going to say not channel dot connected. Then let's return the response. So return next response channel, and this, then we are going to return internal server if there's any error. So we are done with this endpoint. So to use this, we're going to be using this inside the sidebar, and we're going to also create and use it inside the settings. So what I'm going to do, we are going to use it inside the app sidebar here. So I'm going to install Tanstack React Query, and we're going to create the query provider. So let me install it here. So I'm going to be installing this package here. So let me drag this up. So we're going to be installing the React Query 5.99.2 huge icon. So the reason why I'm installing this icon is so that we can get the icon for the social media. Lucy React does not have it. So I'm going to just click on enter. So this is going to install all this package for us. And while this is installing, we are going to go ahead and create this component. I'm going to say query provider .cxx, and let's set this to use client. So I'm going to quickly paste it here. So I've pasted it here, and let me just change this import. So this has already installed. So now we have the query provider. Now we can use this inside the app sidebar. No, sorry, before we do that, let's go and wrap this inside the layout. So let me do this here. So let's say query provider, and let me just move this. So now we have this. Now let's go into the app. So inside the common app sidebar. So below here we're going to use, let's use query from Tanstack React Query. So I'll just say is equals to use query. So let's import this, and we are going to pass in the query key. So query key, and this is going to be channels. So let's say channels, and we are going to pass in the query function. So let me add async here, and I'm just going to point to API channel route. Now we have this, so we can just get in data. So I'm going to say data is channel data. That's the channels data, and we're going to say is pending. And now we can just list them here. I'll say constant channels is going to be equals to channels data dot channels, channels and say else empty array. And then we're going to also have the type. So I'm going to create the type here for now. Let's just complete this. So I'm going to get the connected. So not connected and connected count. This is going to be equals to channel data, the connected count. Then we're going to say constant total channel. And I'm just going to say constant limits limited channel is equals to unconnected. Let's just get the unconnected here. I'll say constant unconnected. I'm going to filter this. I'm going to say not connected. So you can pass in the filter here. So the reason why I'm not passing is because I want to get the connected and unconnected. So I want to fetch all of the get all of the response here. So I'm just going to do the mapping here, and I'm just going to get only slice this out. So I'm going to get the limited unconnected channel, something like that. So now we have this. Now we can scroll down to, so let's collapse this, not the content, the sidebar group. So below here we're going to list the connected the connected channels. Yeah. And we're going to also list the unconnected channels here too. So let's first of all start with the unconnected channel. So I'm just going to copy this inside by here, and I'm just going to add in, but this time I'm going to add in the sidebar group label. I'll say connect and channel. So let's just import this, and let me just give this a class name of text small. And then we're going to have in the sidebar group content. Then we are going to also have in the menu, and we're going to map the limited channels. So before we do that, let's do is pending. And if it's pending, we are going to let's have a default. Let's give this a class name, flex column and gap 2, and we're going to use skeleton components. So let's import this. I'm just going to give it a class name of height 8 and width full, and let's say bg secondary. I'll just duplicate this, maybe 3 or 4 is okay. And then so I'm just going to fix this. So this is already fixed. So what we are going to do, I'm just going to copy this out first, cut this, and let's just return this. So now I'm going to say constant. We don't have the icon, so what we're going to do, let's create a constant. So let's do that inside, maybe inside the lib is okay. So I can say constant, or inside the components, whichever one you want. Or let's just create a folder for the constant instead. So let me just collapse everything, and I'm just going to say constant. And then inside the constant, you can just say channels, and then say tx x like this, and I'm going to paste it. So basically, we are just importing the icons, and we're going to create a channel type enum, and there we're going to just map them, just point to where Twitter. So Twitter channel type Twitter is going to the new Twitter icon, and we're going to Instagram icon, LinkedIn, Thread, Facebook, Blue Sky, and then we're going to have this function to get the icon. So we can use this to get icon. So we can copy this now, and then let's go here and just say icon is equals to get icon, and let's import it. And then we can just say channel dot type here. So we can also create the type. So let me just create a folder again, and I'm going to call this types. And then inside here, I can just say, inside here, we can just call this type, channel dot type dot tx, and I can just paste in the types here. So I'm going to paste it here, and I'm going to just import. Let's just import this. So the reason I'm not making it optional is because I'm going to be using this for most of the places, even in the edit, the edit post and stuff. So it's not everything that is going to be passed. So you can remove the optional if you want, like the undefined, but I'm going to leave it like this. So I'm going to cancel this, and we can just come over to the app sidebar and just say as channel type like this, and just set this to array, and this error should stop. Now we can be able to point this. So we have this now. So let's go into here, into this sidebar button, which is, let me just give this tooltip, or just say tooltip, and we can just say connect and point to the channel name dot name like this. So this is fine. So I'm just going to remove this. We don't need it. So we're going to say button, and I'm going to give this a class name, and let's say widthful flex item center, and then gap 2. And I'm going to say let's give this a style. Let's give this not a style. Let's give this no, let's just leave this as below here. Inside there, we're going to, let's give this span tag, and let's say div. Yeah, let's just say class name relative. So we're going to show the icon here. So I'll say relative, and we're going to say if icon, then I'm going to import the huge icon, and we're going to pass in icon. I'm going to give this, let me not change this to remove this size. I'm just going to say color. So let me import this properly. So let me see why it's trying an error. So this is trying an error. So we're importing this when you, this is not where we're supposed to import it. Let me bring it at the top here. It should be from React, yeah, and the error should stop. So let's come down here, and we have the background color, the color for each of the channels. So we can just say style background color channel dot color, and I'm going to give this a class name. I'm going to text my size 6 and p1 rounded small. Then below here, we're going to have a div again. So I'm going to give this a class name, and this time I'm just going to say absolute. I'm going to point this to right 0, so right 1, bottom 0, padding 0.5, and I'm going to say BG white, and dark mode we're going to just use BG background, rounded, extra small, and I think this is okay. And let's import the plus icon like this. So I'm just going to, let me remove this. I'm not going to use this color, and I'm going to change this to size 2. It's okay. And let's just import the icon. So I'm going to say plus sign icon from huge icon. So this is it. So below here, you're going to have a span tag, and let's give it a class name, truncate, and I'm going to say channel name. Let's just say channel name. So this is it. Then below here, after the loop, we are going to have another sidebar item, and this is just going to link to the settings page. So we're going to have a setting page where we're going to list all of the channels. So I'm going to change this. Instead of this button, I'm just use the button from Shadcn UI, and there, instead of add more, we're going to just say more channels, and I'm going to just text small. So instead of plus sign, we can just use no serials here. This is fine. We'll say plus and circle icon, and I can give this class name size 4. So let's wrap this in a link. So I'll just say link, and pass it here. So let's buy href settings. So don't forget to add a stride here. And I think this is fine. So width full, justify, send, starts. And let's also give this margin top 1. And we're not going to forget to pass a variant here. I'll set this to ghosts. And let's give this a class name, flex item center, and cap 2 and width full. So that's what we're going to do. So I think I made a mistake. This should be outside here. So let me just add a fragment and move this. So I've moved them properly. So let's have the sidebar footer here. Bar footer, and I'm going to just let me import it. I'm going to just pass them here. So let me just div like this, and I'm going to import the user button. So basically we're just going to show this connected channel, so connected count and total channel, and then we're going to also have this user button. So let me just remove this, and this is okay. So the last thing we are going to do is to implement the connected channels here. So for now, we've not connected any channel, or we can leave this. Once we connect a channel, then we can display this here. We can display the connected channel or let's just implement it. So once we connect a channel, we are going to see it appear here. So I'm going to just copy everything I have here, and I'm going to move them here too. So I'm just going to only remove this, and this is pending is okay. Then I'm going to come down here. I'm going to say if connected count connected channel dot length. So let's get this connected channels. So let me do that here. Connected channels. So that means I'm going to then go back here, and then let me just say like this is okay. Now we have this, I'll just say channels instead of connect channels. And we have the pending, and there we're just going to loop through the connected channels. Yeah. So we're going to have the icon, and then we're going to also the same similar thing what we did here. So the tooltip, I'm just going to remove it. We don't need it. So I'm going to remove this. Let's remove all of this. And I'm going to change this from button. We're going to use the A tag here. And let's replace this. We're going to use ref here. And I'm going to pass in targets rule, and I'm going to pass in this class name here we have here. And I'm going to create a component which I'm going to call channel avatar. So let's remove the it's loading first. So I don't think we need it. We don't need it here since it's already in the unconnected channels. And yeah, let's just say channel avatar. This is going to show the user, can show the user profile, the user profile image, or placeholder. So I'm going to set size, so it has size. So I'm going to set the size to small, and I'm going to also give this, it's going to have a class name, and we are going to also pass in the type. So I'm going to say channel dot type, and we're going to pass in the color. So I'll say channel dot color, and we're going to also pass in profile image. We're going to say channel dot profile image. Then we can also pass in name. This can be channel dot name or channel dot handle. So I'm going to also say if it's collapsed, yeah, there's no point if it's not think okay, if it's not collapsed, then we're going to show this else empty string. And I think this is okay. Okay, we can have let's just leave it here. So let's just quickly create the components inside the components folder. So I'm just going to say channel avatar .txx, and let's say RAFCE channel avatar like this. So I'm going to just I'm going to paste it here. You can copy it from the GitHub. So it's just pretty simple. So let me remove this. So okay, I can just import the channel from channels. So we're just having the props here. The props, and we are going to get the type, color, profile, name, size, and class name, which you can see here. So I'm just going to import this from channel. Then this is just a div. passing the class name. We have the avatar. We are setting size to small. If size equals to small, we are going to say size 8, then or size 10. Then we're going to add in the border. We have the average image, the avatar with the avatar image. So let me add in the fallback. So say avatar fallback. We can add it. Let's just give it LM as lemon. So we are going to have the avatar image. This is going to pass in the profile image, and we're going to have in a placeholder, which I'm going to add in the public folder. It's under the image folder. Then if icon, we are going to show the icon, and if name, we're going to display the name here. So this is it. So I'm just going to go back, and then I'm going to import this and save this there. So there's no need for this, so let's remove this. So for the URL, we can add in the URL in the constant folder. So sorry, the constant file. We can add in the list of URL of all this platform here, and then we can use it together with the handle or the name. So I'm just going to do that here. So I'm just going to paste it here. So it's just the URL, and we can just get channel URL, and I can do it here as a constant URL is equals to, let's paste this and let's import it, and then pass in the channel.type, and there I can say URL slash, and say channel dot handle. So this is fine. You can modify it if you want. Let's say for the Instagram can be different. So maybe you can, not Instagram, LinkedIn. Then it can be different. You can just add in the prefix here if you want. So this is fine for me. And I think this is all for now. So we're going to work on the settings now. So let's just go into the settings folder. So inside the dashboard, let's go into settings. In the settings page, let's give this a class name. So I'm going to call self widthful, and let's remove this text, and we're going to have a div, and this div I'm just going to give it maximum width 5XL, and then MX auto, and let's just give it width full and height full. So here we're going to have, let's just give it a div here, and H1. So I'm going to give it a class name, and I'm going to say text extra large, and then font semi bold. And let's give it a class name, and I'll just say padding Y4. And then let's call it settings. So below this div, let's have a div here, and I'm going to say class name. So here we're going to import the tabs from Shadcn UI. I don't know if we install it, so let me confirm this from the UI folder. So yeah, we installed it, so I'm just going to import it, tabs from component UI tabs, and we're going to set the default value. I'm going to say channels. So this is where we're going to the channels is going to be the tab. We're going to list all the channels for the users, or the channel the users connect and the channel the user is not connected. So I'm going to have a div here, and let's give it a class name, and I'm going to give this margin bottom 6, width full, and then border B, then padding white 2. And I'm going to just import tab list. And we're going to give us a variant. I'll select line. And let's give us a class name with fits and specs x4. So I'm going to import trigger. So let's import trigger. Then for this trigger, we're going to have here first. Let me duplicate this. So I'm going to change this to profile. And I'm going to change this to profile. And for this, we're going to also have, let's change this to appearance. So we're going to have the dark mode and light mode. Yeah. So I'm going to also add in icons here. So I'm going to say user icon from Lucy React, and let's give this class name size 4. And for this, I'm going to give this a layer icon. So layer icon from Lucy React. So layers. And let's give this a class name size 4. And lastly, we're going to give this its own icon. So I'll pick this icon and give it class name of size 4. So I'm going to just remove this. And then below here, below this div, we are going to import tab content. So let's import it. And I'm going to give this a value. I'll pick profile here first. And let's give this a class name space y4. And I'm just going to give it, sorry, let me remove this. Let's import card from UI card and card header, then card title, so let's say your profile, and there we're going to have card description. I'll say manage your account information. So below here, we're going to have the card content. So let me import it. And then we're going to have a div. I'll give this a class name flex item center gap 4. And then we're going to import, let's change this to use client. And we can get the user constant is equals to use user. I'll get the user, and then I'm going to say user dot image URL, and I'm going to import the next import image from next image, and then I'm just going to paste this here. So like this, and then we're going to just say else, and then I'm just going to have a div, and we're going to, sorry, a div, let's close the div, and I'll get the user icon from this React. So the user icon, yeah, we've imported it. So I'm just going to give this size 8, and let's give it text muted foreground. So we can just give it a class name here. So I'll pass in the class name. So this is just going to have flex, height 16 with 16 items, center just right rounded, and then background muted. So after below this, we're going to have a div. I'm going to give it a p tag, and this is going to have, let's give it a class name first. I'm going to say font medium, and this is going to have the user full name. So I'll say user dot full name, or no name sets. So I'll duplicate this, and I'm going to change this to user primary email address dot email address. Then I'm going to change this class name text small and text muted foreground. And below here, we're going to import the user profile. So let's import it from Clerk. So this is okay. So now the next tab we're going to do is so I'm going to say tab content, and let's say value channels. And we're going to create a component. I'll call it channels tab. And let's go ahead and create this component. So I can create it inside this component. So inside this component folder. So let's create a folder. I'm going to create settings. And then inside here, I'm just going to say channel tab.tx6. So I'm going to say RAFCE. So I'm going to say channel tab content. So let me change this to use function. So I'm going to, and then I'm going to, below here, I'm going to create the actual component. So the reason why I'm doing it like this is because I'm going to be using the use search param. So I'm going to have to wrap this with suspense. So that's the reason why I'm creating the component is separate. So I'm going to actually create constant the channel tab, and then we can export default channel tab like this. So this is what I'm going to say return, and this is going to return the channel content here. So I'm going to wrap this with suspense, and I'm going to give this a fallback, and then I'm going to move this channel tab contents inside it. So let me format this. So now we have this. I'm going to go into this component, and there we're going to import the search param. So let's just import the search param. So we might not use it now because we've not created the endpoint. We've not created the endpoint to, or we've not implemented the feature to connect to a social media account. So this settings page is where we are going to give the callback URL. It's going to act as a callback URL when we connect to an account. So that's the reason we are going to use the search params here to get the value, sorry, the search value, the search query value from the URL. So that's the reason why I have to do it like this. But I'm just going to keep the use search param for now. Then we're going to do that. We're going to use it later. So let's just go into the app sidebar and copy this. So let's copy this, and let's bring it here, and let's paste it. So let's import the use query. So let me add use clients here. And let me move this to the top and remove this. So now we have this. Also below here, I'm just going to say constant channels is going to be equals to channel data dot channels. So I'll just say as channel type like this. So let's go ahead and import the card component from UI card, and let's import the card header. So I'm going to give this a class name flex. Let's leave it. Let's not add it. So instead, we are just going to let's just have a div here because the card might. Then we're going to import. Sorry guys, I'm making mistakes. So say card title, and I'm going to call it channels, and dev description, card description. I'm going to say connect a social media account to start scheduling. So below here, we're going to have the card contents. So we're going to list all the channels here. So I'm going to give this a class name, and I'm going to say space y3, and here we are going to say it's pending, and I'm just going to have a div here, and let's give this a class name. So let me pass in key first. So let's give this a class name. I'm going to say flex item center justify between, and I'm going to give this rounded, let's say extra large, and let's add border and padding 4. So yeah, I'm going to have a div. So let me close this, and let's give it a class name flex item center gap 3. So let's import the skeleton component. Let's duplicate it. I'm going to give it a class name size 8 rounded small and bg secondary. So I'm just going to give this a class name height 5 width 24, and let's give it bg secondary 2. And then below this div, we're going to have another skeleton, and this is going to have a class name height 8 and width 20 bg secondary. So I want to make this up to 6. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to use array the form, and let's give it length of 6. So I'm going to say map underscore index, and let's return this, and I'll paste this back, and then I'm going to just pass in key, and this is going to have pass in the index. And the error should stop. So now we have this. Now we can look through the channels, or say channels, the map channel, and let's return So yeah, we can just return a div, and let's give this a class name, or let's give this a key first. So channel dot id. So let's grab the icon. So constant icon is going to be equals to get channel icon, and let's pass in channel type, and there we're going to have a class name flex item center justify between rounded XL border, and then padding 4. So let's come down below here and let's have a div. Let's close this, and I'm going to give it a class name, and I'll say flex item center gap 3. So we're going to have the icon here, so I'll say span tag. Let's give it a class name of relative, and let's say icon. So this is similar to what we have in the outside bar, so I'll scroll down. So the first one we did is just what, not this one, okay, this here. So just copy this, and let's go back to the charts, sorry, to the channel tab, and I'm just going to paste this here. So let me import this. So now we have the icon, and this is going to have the current color, class name, text white, it's the same thing. So this is fine. And then below here we're going to have let's have a div, and this div is going to, we're going to say class name, so it's going to be the same thing with the plus here. So I'm going to copy this. So let's copy this, and let's head back to the channel tab, and I'm just going to paste it here. So let me import this icon. Let me quickly format this. And now what we are going to do, we are going to use CN here. So let's import CN. So I've imported it. Now let me move this. Now we're going to have, let's add comma here. So we're going to have a class name. We're going to say background transparent, padding 0, rounded full, bottom -1, and right -y 0.5. And we are going to also change this. We're going to say let's come down here. We'll say if channel dot connected, then we're going to have a div. Let me close this div. So this is going to be a self close tag, and I'm going to open this and move this icon like this. So here we're going to give this a class name as a size 2.5 bg primary, rounded full. I think this is okay. Then below here we're going to have the channel name. So let me collapse this, and let's expand, and let's give it a class name, font medium, and let's channel dot name. Then we're going to have a button. So we're going to have a button, and this button, let's let me import this button from UI button. And the variants we are going to use, let's say this is going to be equals to channel dot connected default, else we're going to say destructive, or we can say, sorry, if it's connected we are going to say destructive here, and else we're going to say default. So we're going to give it size and small is okay, and then we are going to have on click. Let's just create this is on click, and I'm going to say if channel is connected, sorry, if channel is connected, we are going to create a function that is going to connect. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to say handle disconnect, something like that. Let's use disconnect. So I'm going to create the function, and this is going, we're going to pass in the channel dot user channel ID, and let's just change this to, okay, we need to pass in the else. I'm just going to say handle, sorry, handle connect, and we are going to so pass in channel dot user channel ID like this. So here we're going to just say channel dot connected is going to be disconnect, and then else say connect. So this is it. So now we can go ahead and just create the function and keep it there. So I'm going to say constant handle connect. So this is going to take in the user channel ID of type string. I'll duplicate this and just say handle disconnect. So I think this has let me see, undefined and null. So what we're going to do, so let me just do it like this, and they'll just say if not user channel ID, return. So I'm just going to copy this again, paste it here. So this is fine. So we're going to come back here and implement this function. So for now everything is fine. You can go ahead and check this out. So I'm going to import this tab, and the last tab is the appearance. So I'm just going to paste that. So let's just say tab content value appearance. So I'm just going to paste this here. So I paste it here, and let's import, let me import the theme constant use theme, and the error should stop. So I'll just import this component. So I didn't install it, so I'm going to install it. Let me also import this. So I didn't install these two components, so let me quickly add them. So I've installed this component. So let me import this label and also import the switch component. and the error should stop. So we can go ahead and run the server. So open the terminal and let's say npm run dev. So let's look at it. So I'm going to go straight to localhost 3000/ideas, and we can see how it look, and we can see connect channels. We can see all the channels, and if we click on more channels, and this will take us to the settings page, and we can see how it look. You can see the appearance. You can switch to dark mode if you want to view it in dark mode. You can see the profile. So the profile we're having issue. So we can see hostname image is not configured, other image, and next config. So let me also fix this. So I'm going to add this under the hosting inside the next config. So for now everything is working fine. So let me go back. So I'm going to go ahead and fix this. So this is not showing, this is showing it by the left, by the right side, and the icon by the right. So I'm going to fix it. And let's go ahead and work on connecting the social media account to the platform. So let's go ahead and do that. So let's go ahead and work on connecting the social media account to a platform. So you're going to do this in this chapter. So what we're going to do first, we're going to go into the app API and then inside the connect route, inside the connect folder. So we're going to create route.tx, and then inside here we're going to create a post request. So I'm going to say export async function post. So like this, let me remove this. And there we're just going to say request, which is going to be type next request. So inside here we're going to say try catch. And there we are going to Insforge. So let's get Insforge first. Let's say await get Insforge server client, and here we're going to say the user ID, so sorry, the Insforge and the user ID, and below here we're going to say if not user ID, just return user not found. Then we're going to say constant. We're going to get the channel type ID, which is going to be passed down from inside from the request body. So I just think I will call this channel type ID. So we are going to so check if this is passed, or say if not, then it's going to return us a channel type ID is required. Then we're going to look up for the record. I'm going to say constant is equals to await Insforge dot database dot from channel type. So channel type, we are going to get, I'm just going to get the ID and type, and we're going to say if ID match is equals to the channel type ID that is passed, and there we're just going to say data, so data channel type, and I also get error. Then we're going to say if like this is okay, if error and not channel type, we're just going to return this response. So let me change this to next response. And I will change all of it to next response. So below here, let's get constant redirect true. This is going to be equals to, I'm going to say process, sorry, Let me just do it at the top here. Constant dot base URL or app URL. I'll just paste this. Let me change this to app URL. So the app URL is we're going to pass this here. And this is going to redirect to settings page. So we're going to pass it to settings here. So so this is correct now. So now the next thing we are going to do now is to get the provider. So we're going to write a method to get the provider based on the type, the channel type. So I'm going to say constant provider is equals to get, I'll call this get auth OAuth provider, and we're going to pass in the channel type dot type. I'll just set this to as channel type enum. We are going to also pass the state. So we're going to create a state that contains the information like the user ID and the channel type ID. So this is going to be passed to the auth URL and then return back to the callback URL. So we are going to also sign an hash or hash the state into a string. So this is to prevent any CRF attack and also to verify that this request was made true. So we are going to say constant state is equals to, I'm going to create a method. I'll call this create OAuth state, and this is we're going to pass in the user ID, channel type ID. I'll just set this to channel type dot ID, and then we're going to also pass in the channel type. So I'm going to say channel type. So something is wrong with this. Okay, so I've seen the mistake here, so I'll just click on comma and the error should stop. So we're going to pass in the channel type, and then we're going to also pass in the redirect to here too. So let's go ahead and create the get auth provider alongside with the create auth state. So I'm going to copy this and I'm going to go into the lib folder. So I'm going to create a folder here. So I'll call this social auth, and then I'm going to have index.tx, and then I'm going to create the method here. I'll say export say function get OAuth, and then I'm going to pass type which is going to be channel type So here we are going to create another function here. So I'm going to call this function create provider, and this is also going to take in the type too. So we are going to use this inside an object. So I'm going to call this, we're going to register this function inside the object. So I'm going to call this providers like this. So providers, let's just give this record num, and I'm just going to do it like this. I think this is fine. So let's see. Okay, it's never read. Then we can then do it there. We can say return providers and then pass in the type. So let's see why this is showing error. So I'm going to add others here. So now the error has stopped. So we're going to go ahead and implement this method. So this is going to handle the going to handle the implementation of the get. We're going to have several functions here. We're going to have the get authorization URL. Then we're going to also have another method that's going to be returned from this function is exchange code for token, and then refresh token, and also get profile. So we're going to implement all of this. So what we're going to do next is I'm going to have to add in this the different social media platform, the auth URL, the API, sorry, the API URL for getting the token, and also for getting the profile. So I'm going to profiles. So I'm going to add them here. So I'm going to add them below here. So for this video, I'm just going to only concentrate on the Twitter and LinkedIn, but you can go ahead and add for other social media platforms like this. I'm just going to add them here. So this is how we are going to do it. We're going to have the Twitter client ID, Twitter client secret. We're going to get that from the Twitter developer console. We're going to you can see the Twitter auth URL. So this is the auth URL we are going to use to send all those information that we're going to do, and also return a URL for the user, for us to redirect the user to authenticate. So we're going to also have the token URL. So we also have the profile URL. So this is the API URL to get the user profile image, URL, username, and stuff. Then we're going to also have Twitter, the scopes. So the scope is very important. It's enable the user to read text, write text. So I don't think we need the read text because we're not going to read tweets, but we're going to allow the users to write offline access and then media right. So to get access to the scope, we can see it from the Twitter and documentation. So I'll head over to the browser. And then I'll go over to this. We can see if we scroll down, this is fundamental authentication OAuth 2.0, and you can see scope here. And we can see Twitter read, allow the tweets you can view, including tweets from protected accounts, Twitter rights, and they have a lot here. And then for LinkedIn, we can see LinkedIn scope here. So this is under LinkedIn developer. So once we create an app, you're going to see it. So we just get the open ID profile, member socials, and email. So this is what we are going to pass to the auth URL. So let's go back to the code. And now we're going to get all of these. We're going to get the client ID, and you can see everything is the Twitter matches the channel type, the channel type, and then we have the client ID at the end and client secret and others. So I'm just going to save this and I'm going to go into the index here. So at the top here, I'll create a function to get this, to get the env. So I'm going to say get config. I'll call it get config here. And this, so let me change this to function. And this is we're going to pass in the type to, I'm going to say channel type enum. And at the top here, I'm going to also create another function. This is going to be called get env. So this is going to get the env. If any error, is going to throw the error if the value is if we're missing the value or the value is not passed. Then here I'm just going to remove this. So I'm going to return, I'm going to say auth URL. So this is going to be equals to get env or auth. So I'm just going to remove this. Let me remove all of this. So this is not the way I want to do it. So I'm going to say this is going to be type. So type auth URL like this. So we're going to also have the token URL. We're going to say get env type token URL. We're going to also have the profile URL, and this is going to be get type profile URL. Also the client ID, client secret, and then not with directory, we're not passing the directory in the env. Then the scope. So for the scope, I'm just going to do dot split, and then I'm going to say and dot map and the airstream. Then I'm going to then filter to make sure boolean like this. So now we have the get config. We can use it inside this create provider method. So inside the create provider, we're going to return this method we're going to right now. But so I'm going to first of all create the types. So let's go into this social auth, and I'm going to just say types.tx. And then inside here, I'm just going to say export type. So I'll call this OAuth provider. Provider. Then we're going to have the type. So we're going to return the type, which is going to be channel type, so channel type, and then we're going to also return get authorization URL. And this is not going to be string, but instead it's going to return it's going to return a string, but we are going to pass in, so it's going to be return a string, which is the URL. So we are going to pass in the params or arguments. So I'm just going to pass this here, not like this. So we're going to pass in the state. So state is going to be string. Then we're going to also pass in redirect URL, which is going to be of type string. And then we're going to also pass in some other stuff later on. So this is not going to be called get token. So let's call it exchange. Exchange token. Exchange code for token. And this is going to return a response here. So I'm going to create that here. So I'm going to say export type OAuth token response. Yeah, so this is going to be access token. Let's use access token, refresh token, and expired in, or let's say expired at. And this is going to be a string or no. Likewise, this is going to also be no. So we're going to pass this here, say OAuth token response. And this is going to have params here. So params, I'm just going to say code redirect URL. And we are going to also return some other stuff here, like the code verifier. So I'm just going to say code verifier, which is going to be of type string. So it's optional. We are going to also have code challenge. So this is required for Twitter. So we're going to also look at it. So I'm going to say code challenge method too. So we're going to see this is required for Twitter to be passed. So that's why we're having it here. Then we're going to have the get profile. Let's also have refresh token here. So refresh token is going to return the same OAuth response. So instead of passing the refresh, I'll say params, and we're going to, so let's pass a refresh token and redirect URL. So let me just copy this. So this is going to be optional. So I think this is it. So for this, so let me just change this to object params, and this is going to be, let's call this access token, which is of type string, and this is going to give us another type. So I'm going to do it here. So export type OAuth connection, let's say connection profile or profile, anyone. And this is going to give us the I'm going to call this handle. So it's going to return handle, which is going to be of type string, and then profile image, which is going to be of type string. So it can be optional. Let's just say or no. And okay, the name, we don't need name. You're going to just use the name and pass it in the handle here. So let's also pass in provider, let's say provider account ID. So this is going to be string or no. So I'm just going to copy this and we're going to return this. So we are done with this. So now let's go into the index.js. Now we have the type. So this is going to return OAuth provider. So let's import it. Now, like I mentioned earlier on in the types that we're going to have to pass in code challenge method, code verifier. So let's head back to this Twitter documentation. So if I scroll up now, you can see authorization code. So if we scroll down here, we can see that the OAuth 2.0 authorization code flow with proof key for code exchange. So this is the required standard now for Twitter. And if you look at here, if we scroll down to the Auth 2.0 flow, we can see that PKCE and proof key for code exchange is an extension for authorization code flow to prevent several attacks and to be able to perform the OAuth exchange for public clients securely. And if we scroll down now to the parameters, we can see that this is required. The code challenge is required, code challenge method. So we are going to have to implement this and pass it to the Twitter OAuth, the OAuth authorization URL. So we are going to do that. So that's what we're going to do. This is why we are passing in the code verifier and the code challenge alongside the code and challenge method. So let's go ahead to the code. And if we scroll back, go back to index. So because this is only required for Twitter, we are going to also add it as a params here. We are going to pass in options here, and I'm going to just make this an object. So I'm going to pass in PKCE. So this is going to be a boolean, and it's going to have a default value of empty object. So what we're going to do in Twitter, we're going to just pass in like this PKCE true. So I think that is it. So now we have this. So we can go ahead and start to return this. I'm going to say return type. So we're going to return the type. And we can see the get auth URL, the exchange code for token, and refresh token and get profile. So for the get auth URL, we are going to, like in the type, we say we're going to pass in these params, the state redirect URL, code challenge, and then code challenge method. So let's go back there and let's pass some going to say object state, and we're going to say redirect URL, code challenge, and code challenge method. So now we have this. So we are going to get the config, which is just this, the envs. So I'm just going to say constant config. This is going to be equals to get config type. Now we are going to prepare the URL. So let me just, so this is how it's going to be. We're going to have the client ID, which is going to come from the config, the redirect URL, which is passed, the response type, which is code. This is what we saw in the documentation. So we have the scope, we're going to pass in the scope, and then the state. Then if option.pkce is true and the code challenge and code challenge method is passed, we're going to then append it to the params and then return the URL. So this is it. Now we're going to go ahead and implement the exchange code for token. So I'm just going to pass async here. So sorry, not at the front. We can do that. Let's do it here. So I'm going to pass in this. So code redirects URL, then code verifier. So this is going to return promise and OAuth provider response. So did I export this? Let me auth provider response. Sorry, token response, not provider response. So I'll copy this and I'm just going to pass it here. And then we can just import it like this. So now we are going to also create the params. So I'm going to say constant params. It's going to be equals to new URL search params. So we are going to first of all, let's pass in the grant here authorization code. Authorization code. Then we're going to pass the code, the redirect URI. So I think this is going to be, let's change this to redirect URI. And let me go back to code exchange and change this to redirect. And also this, we're going to change this to. And this, so I made a mistake here. So let me go ahead and change it to, so redirect URI, redirect URI, yeah. So let me change this to redirect URI and like this. So we have the grants, the code, the redirect URI, the code verifier. So for the code verifier, and so we're going to also pass in. So remove the code verifier. This is not required. So I'm just going to pass in the client underscore ID. And then let me remove the secret. And now I'm going to then say not if not options dot pk, then we can then pass in the client secret. So let me remove this. Let's say param append client secret get config type dot client secret. And then we are going to also pass in the code verifier too here. So but this I'm going to first of all check. I'll say code verifier, then pass in the code verifier. So let me remove this. So now we are going to have to make a request. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a request here. So because I'm going to be using this for both the code exchange code for token, and also for the refresh token. So I'm going to do that here. So I'll say async function. So I'm going to call this request and token, and we're going to pass in the type, which is going to be channel type enum, and we're going to pass in the body, which is going to be the URL search params. And I'm going to also pass in config. So I'm going to say this is going to be equals to get config, and we're going to pass in the type. Sorry. Or let me just get the config like this. Or we can do it inside it. There's no point adding it here. So I'm just going to return this. So I'll say constant config is equals to get config type. So now we're going to have the header. So I'm going to set the headers here. And then we're going to say if type is equals to channel channel type enum dot Twitter and config dot client secret, then we are going to convert the client ID and the client secret into base 64. So we're going to say constant auth, I'll say auth underscore header is equals to buffer dot from, and let's pass in the like this client ID, client secrets to string. Then we're going to set it to base and 64, and then we're going to say header authorization basic auth header. So now if we have this, now we can say constant response. This is going to be equals to config token URL. We're going to pass in body header, headers and body, and we are going to so let's say constant data is equals to await response to tracing. So let me also check if not, okay, throw an error, and then we're just going to return the data here. So we have this now. We can use the request token. So copy this and let's go straight here. Then we're going to just get the data, passing the type and param. Then we're going to return the access token, which is access token, refresh token, and I'll just say no. Then for the expired ads, we are going to handle that here. So I'll create a method to normalize the expired ad, or we can just leave it and let's do it inside this code exchange code method there. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to say constant seconds. So this is going to be equals to so number. So make sure number data dot expired in, and then I'm going to say constant expired at. So let me copy it. This is going to be equals to a seconds is greater than 0. Then we're going to say new date dot now plus seconds, and I'm going to say times 1000 dot to iso string, else we just say no. So the error should stop. So now we have this now. So the last thing we're going to do here, we're going to also do the same thing for the refresh token. So let me remove this. So let me just get the config here too. Config is equals to get config, and then I'm going to pass in the type. Then we say constant params is going to be equals to usage params. We're going to say grant refresh token. For refresh token, I'm going to pass in the refresh token and the redirect URI. So we have this. Then I'm just going to say a service. I'm just say config dot client secret. Then we're going to pass in the client secret. Then we're going to say if. So we're going to append the redirect URL, right? Then we are going to also let's also use the endpoint. So let me remove this. So I'll say constant data. I'll just I think this is the same thing we're going to do. We're going to return the access token, refresh token, and the expired at. So we are done with the refresh token. So now we're going to implement the profile. So we're just going to pass in async here, and I'm going to pass in the access token. So let me remove this. So we're going to get the config as a config. This is going to be equals to get config, and then we're going to pass in a type. So we are going to then make a request to the account. So we're going to make a request to this URL in the env we passed here. You can see this profile URL, and to get the user information. So, and then we're going to pass in the access token. So as a response, it is equals to await fetch config dot profile URL, and we're going to pass in the headers. We're going to say authorization barrier token. So I'll say barrier, and we're going to pass in the access token, and then let me just pass in accept here application JSON. Then we're going to say data dot await respond dot JSON. So we can also say if not response true error, and then we are just going to return this. So I'm not going to do it like this. Instead, I'm going to normalize it. So I'm going to create a method so to handle for different social media accounts, since we are using one particular function to retrieve the user information. So what I'm going to do is, let me do it here instead. So I'm going to just say constant, and this is the data. So let me just say profile, and let's call it profile data. This is going to be equals to, I can say data, or we say data dot user or data dot data. So this is just to meet with different platform response here. So just to meet with it. So I'm going to still get the image. So let me just get the picture. I'll say picture or the image. So I'm going to say constant provider account ID, and I'm going to say this is going to be let's say profile ID. So profile data dot ID, or we can say profile data dot sub, or we're just going to say user ID. So profile data dot user underscore ID, else just return null. Yeah. So I'm just going to remove this. Then we're going to also do the same thing for the handle. So let me close this. Constant handle. This is going to be equals to, I'm going to say profile data dot username, username, or we can use screen name. It can be screen name. So screen underscore name. Yeah, we can say profile data handle dot handle. Then I'm going to also say profile data name, just in case there's no handle. Say name, else no, like this. So let's just remove the handle. Then we're going to have for profile image. So say constant profile underscore, sorry, profile image. This is going to be let's say profile data dot profile image URL, and we're going to say profile data dot picture, and you can also say profile data dot we can do profile underscore image. And lastly, we can just pass profile data picture data dot URL and profile picture dot URL. So we're going to then return the provider account ID, handle, and then profile image. So we are done with this. So we can go to the route.tx and let's import this. So now let's go ahead and work on the state. So I'm going to go straight into this social OAuth. I'm going to create a file. I'm going to call it state.tx. So inside there, since we're going to create the signed token, we are going to go ahead into the env and let's add in, we're going to generate our own secrets we're going to use. So I'm going to paste it here. So we're going to use this for the OAuth state secret, and this is going to be for encryption where we want to encrypt the access token and refresh token and store it in the database. So to generate this, we can open our terminal and let me cancel my server and let me clear this terminal. And let's run OpenSSL, and we're going to use hex and 32. So this is going to generate this. So I'm going to copy this, and inside the env, I'm going to paste it here. Let's quickly also do another one. It's going to generate a different one. So I'm going to copy this and put it for this encryption token. So now we have the channel OAuth state secret. We can copy this and go back to the state. So now let's just get this. I'm going to say OAuth state. So let me just remove this. OAuth state is equals to process dot channel OAuth secret. Then we can just do if not, it's just going to throw an error. Now we're going to create the OAuth state. So I'm going to pass in, let's say, the payload. So we're going to go ahead and write the type. So let's go into type. Oh, let's do it inside the state. It is okay. So let's pass in this payload. I'm going to pass it here, and let me import it. So we're going to pass in the user ID, the channel type ID. This is exactly what we did here, and the redirect to. So we need to we're going to pass in the expired, but we're going to do it inside there. So we are going to omit it because we're not passing it inside the route. So I'm going to say omit, and then we can see expired at. Then I'm just going to use and expired expires in milliseconds, and this is going to be optional number. So I'm going to say constant state, so state payload. This is going to be equals to, I'm just going to set this to OAuth state payload, and like this. So we're going to pass in the payload, and we're going to say date now. So let me change this. So I'm going to say date now plus payload dot expire since milliseconds. If this is passed, then we're just going to say, let's say yeah, this is okay. Or let's just replace this with this. So this is going to be, it's going to expire in 10 minutes if this is not passed. So I'm going to, okay, we can see this has already been done. Buffer addressing string, status payload to string, and then base 64. I'm going to say URL. And I'm just going to remove the return. I'm going to say constant encoded state. Let's remove this. We need to implement the signature. So I'll say constant signature. So signature, I'm going to remove this. So I'm going to say create. Yes, we're going to use it. So let's import this from crypto. And we're going to pass in this OAuth state, secret update encoded state, and digest. We're going to use base 64 URL. So we are going to then return, yeah, this is correct. We're going to return the encoded state with the signature. So we need to fix this error. So let me do it like this, and the error should stop. Now we need to also implement the verify. So say export function verify OAuth state. Then we're going to say if not encoded state not and not signature, we're just going to throw an error. Now we can just say expected signature. We're going to create this two with the encoded states we got from the split. Then we are going to say let's do is valid here. I will remove this. So I'm going to say constant is valid is equals to, we are going to import this timing save equal, and we're going to say buffer signature, then buffer from expected signature, and if not valid show an error. Now we're going to say JSON pairs buffer from encoded state base 64 URL, then store string UTF-8. Then we are going to then say so okay, if status dot expired is less than, so we need to also know if if not state payload dot expire or state payload dot expire less than. Now then we're going to throw an error state OAuth state. Let me use OAuth state expired, and then we're going to return the state payload. So we are done with this. Now we can go to the route and let's import this. So below here, we're going to build the callback URL. So we're going to create an endpoint, which is going to be callback, channel callback. So I'm going to build this. We're going to call this here. So we're going to use app URL API channel, then callback. Now we need to say constant pkce, which is, we're going to use this to, we're going to create the pkpso. We're going to first of all check if the type that is being passed is Twitter. So we're going to say channel type is equals to channel enum.twitter. Then we are going to then say not false, we're going to say no, yeah. And then we're going to create a function. So I'll call it create pk is a proof key for code exchange. I'm going to call this pk pair like this. So let's go ahead and create this function. So we're going to create it inside this. I'm going to call this not inside connect, inside there. So say pkce.cx. So let's import this from crypto. Then we're going to say create pk pair, and we're going to say code verifier random byte 32 to string base 64 URL. Then code challenge, we are going to use the create hash with days to update, then update code verify base URL. So we are going to return the code verify code exchange, and for the code method we are going to say code challenge method, and this is what we're going to use. So we can just call this. Then since we are going to be adding this into the cookie, we are going to also we're going to also write a function to get cookie name. So we're going to be storing the pk verify in a cookie. So we're going to have a unique a cookie state. So I'm going to say export, cookie name. So I'm going to say export function. I'll say get pk pk cookie name. I'm going to pass the state. Then I'm going to say constant digest is equals to create hash update state. Then we're going to say digest hex. Then we can just say pk, or let's just do auth underscore pk digest. We can modify it if you want. Now we have this. Now we can then go back to the route. Let's import this. So now we are going to then call the get authorized URL so that we can get the URL. So let's say constant URL is equals to provider dot get auth URL, and we're going to pass in the states. So I'm going to say redirect URL callback URL, then not pk, we're going to say code challenge pk.code challenge, then code challenge method pk.code challenge method. So if we go to this get auth provider, we can look at what we passed here. So state with redirect URL code challenge and code challenge method. So this is going to return the URL. Now we are going to then say constant response is equals to next response.json, and let's say URL here. Now we're going to first of all say if pk, then we're going to just pass this inside. Also, I'm going to remove this, and let's use the method we created, get pk and cookie name. Let's pass in the states. Let me import this. And we're going to pass in pk code verifier, and we're going to say HTTP only true. Then for this, we're going to say secure if this is in production. So currently we are not. Let's just set it to true. Then same site lex and path. Let's do path here slash and then 10 minutes here. So we're just going to return the response here. So if there's any error, we're just going to console log this and throw error. So we are done with the connect API and the implementation for the get for the social media providers. So now we are going to work on the callback. So let's create a route here. .tx. So this is going to be a get request. So let's import next request. Then I'm going to also copy this app URL. So I'm going to paste it here too. And inside here, we're going to say constant search param. We are going to get the code. Let's also we're going to get the state. So search param dot state, and then we are going to also get error. So I'm going to say constant provider error is going to be equal to search params dot get error. Then we can just say constant redirect true. So let's just leave this first. We'll do this after we've checked if this. So we say if let's do if states. If not state, so next response, let's import it. They're missing code or state or missing all other state. Let's say state missing state. Or let's also do for code too. So if not code. So let's leave it out. Then I'm going to just remove all of this. So now let's use try catch here. So inside here, we're going to say constant state is equals to verify OAuth state, and we're going to pass in the states from the params. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to change this to state params, and also change this to state params here. Then we're going to also get the redirect to here. So redirect to is going to be equals to state the redirect to then app, or we're going to use app URL as settings. Then we are going to have get the cookie. I'll say pk cookie name. So get cookie name, we're going to pass in the search params to get the cookie name. Then we're going to also get the code verifier. So we're going to say for the code verifier, I'm just going to remove this first. I'm going to say state dot channel type is equals to channel enum dot Twitter. Then I'm going to say request.get, and I'm just going to remove else. It's just going to be undefined like this. So below here we're going to say if not provider, if provider error, we are going to build the redirect URL and we're going to attach the search param of the error message. So let's do that here. So I'm going to come over here and I'm going to just say function build redirect URL. So I'm going to just remove all of this. So what I'm going to say app URL, and we're going to pass in the params. So I'll just say this is going to be record string like this. So this is how it's going to look like. So we're going to get the redirect URL and the app URL. Then we're going to convert this and add them. We're going to loop through this and add them into the URL, and then we're going to return. So instead of returning the URL like this, I'm just going to say next response dot redirect URL like this. This is okay. Then we can come over here and just say constant response is equals to build redirect URL, and then we can pass in the app let's pass in the app URL, the redirect to, and let me format this. So for the error, I'm just going to say connected was, and I'm going to say error. I'm going to say provider error. So this is string error. So I'm just going to say like this, and the error should stop. And before we return this, let's say response dot cookie. We're going to remove the cookie dot delete cookie name, cdpk cookie name here. So I'll just say dot delete and pass the cookie name, and then we're going to return the response here. So now we're going to say constant, and we're going to get, say, await get Insforge server client. Now we can get Insforge user ID. So before we do this, we didn't handle for the code. So I'm going to come over here and I'm going to do the same thing I did here. So I'll copy the same thing. I'm going to say if not code, then I'm going to build this, and I'm going to say error missing code, and we can delete the pk, and also we say return. Let me make this underscore missing code, and then we're going to return the response. Now we are done with this, so we can get the user info and the user ID. Now we can say if not user ID or user ID is not equals to state of user ID. Let's just throw an error. Okay, we can redirect and say user ID does not match. This is fine. Or instead, let's just throw an error. We're going to handle this. We're going to catch this error in this error state here, in this catch block. So I'm going to say unauthorized callback user. Then we're going to get the provider. We say constant provider is equals to get OAuth provider, and let's pass in states dot channel type, and we're going to rebuild the URL redirect URI, exactly what we did here. So this is it. So I'll just copy this and let's paste it here. So we are going to say constant token. Now I want to retrieve the token. So token is equals to await provider dot exchange code for token, and we're going to pass in the code redirect. Sorry, I should change this to redirect. Or let's just do it. So redirect URI, and then I'll just say callback. Or we can just change it so it matches what we want. So I'll say redirect URI, and then we're going to pass in the code verifier. So once we got the token, we can also retrieve the profile. So I'll say profile is equals to await provider.get user profile, and we're going to pass in, sorry, we say access token token.access token like this. So let's confirm this from inside the index.tx. So for the SN URI for the get access token. And now we have this. Now we can build the payload. So say payload is equals to user underscore ID is equals, sorry, user underscore ID, user ID. Then channel type state, or we can just say state dot user ID. Okay, this is going to throw an error if it's not there. Let's leave it like this. So I'll say channel type underscore ID is going to be channel type ID. Then we're going to pass in provider underscore account ID. And I say profile dot provider. So I can just get it inside the index.tx. So let me scroll down. Provider ID, and I'm going to pass it here or no. And we're going to also pass in the handle and profile image. And then I'm going to remove this, and I'm going to pass in token expired and it's connected through and it's active through. So this is it. So we need to also remember we need to encrypt the access token and the refresh token. So let me set this to null too. So we're going to go ahead and create we're going to create a file inside the lib folder. So let's call it encryption.tx like this. So yeah, we're going to get the encryption. We can go into the env, and we have the channel token encryption key. So inside the encryption.tx, I'll just get a constant encryption key. So I'll remove this token here, and I'm going to say it's equals to process.env dot channel encryption key. We can just say I'll just say if not encryption key, you should throw an error. So now we have this. Now we can create the function. We'll say export function encrypt, and we're going to pass in the text, and this is going to be of type string, and let's return this. So it can be string or no. So just in case to avoid this refresh token error, so I'm going to say even undefined, but we're going to say if not, this is going to return no. So we're going to implement this here. So we are going to import all of this from the crypto package. So we're going to import the create cipher IV and the create hash and random byte. So we're going to use this here. I'm going to say constant iv is equals to random byte is 12. Then we're going to say constant cipher is equals to create cipher iv, and we're going to use this the algorithm. I'm going to pick the 2556 and GMC, and we're going to pass in the key. So let's pass in the key here. So we're not going to pass in the expression key like this. We need to derive this from the 256 bit. So we're going to say constant. I will say let's say encryption key. So we're going to say create hash up there. I'm going to pass in the encryption key here, and then we pass in the encryption key and the IV here. So once we have this now, we can then say constant encrypted. So this is going to encrypt the text and collect the cipher bytes. So I'm going to say buffer dot concat cipher dot update text, and let me add UTF-8 and then the cipher final. Now we have this. Now we can say constant. So we're going to get the authentication tag. This is going to be equals to cipher.get tag, and then we can get the result. So for the results, I'm going to say remove this. So we're going to combine all of them. I'll say iv.toString. I'll say base 64 URL, and then reset tag dot toString base 64 URL, then encrypt base 4. Then we're going to say dot join with dot like this. Then we're going to just return the result like this. So we're going to also implement export function decrypt. So this is exactly how we're going to use, but this I'm going to also add null and undefined, and then I'm going to say if not, and then we're going to return null like this. So we're going to get this the iv tag and encrypted from the encrypted string, and we're going to get the encryption key. So I'm just going to say here, I'll say if not iv tag not encrypted, return null. Now this is the encryption key. So we're going to then to decipher, create the cipher iv. I'll pass in the same algorithm. We're going to then pass in the encryption key, and then we're going to say buffer from iv base 64. We're going to set the auth tag, and then we're going to say decrypted buffer.concat decipher updates, and then we're going to get the final. So we're going to just return it. So we are done with this now. We can use this inside the route. So I'll go into the route in callback, and then we can just say encrypt. So say encrypt, and let's pass it here. And also we're going to say encrypt and pass it here. So you can see there's no error train because we pass null there. So now we have this. We are going to then save, and it's either save or update. So in case the user disconnects, we can update the existing record. So we're going to say constant error is equals to await Insforge the database dot from. So we're going to save this to user underscore channels, and then we're going to say upsat payload, and then we're going to say on conflict user underscore ID, and then the channel underscore type. Then if there's an error, we're just going to throw the error. Now we need to build the redirect. Again, we say constant response is going to be equals to build redirect error, and we're going to say connected through, and we can say channel type. This is going to be equals to state dot channel type, and we're going to remove the cookie and then return the response. So we've implemented this. Now I'm going to remove. So let's return 500 error. So I'm just going to set like this. So this throw where we throw the error, what we're going to do, let's just remove this and let's just build. I would say constant response is equals to build with directory error, and we can pass in the app URL redirect. Let me just copy all of this. So I'm going to say fail connected error, missing user ID, something like this. We can also do the same thing for, yeah, so I'm just going to do the same thing here. Build this, and let's say database failed. We can say error let's just say failed to offset user channel. So this is okay, and let's format this. Now we have this complete. So the last thing we're going to do is the disconnect a route. So I'll say route.tx. So this is going to be a post request. Let's import this, and let's say try catch. So let's get the user ID. We say constant user ID Insforge user ID is equals to await get Insforge server client, and we can say if not user ID, then we can just return this. So I'm going to import this. Then we can get the user channel ID. So I'll say user channel ID, and if not passed, we're just going to show an error. Then we can say constant is equals to, we're going to load the account that is let me say constant await Inforge the database the from user channels. So let's not delete this. We're going to say the select. So we can just say select ID, maybe this is fine. And then if this is equals to channel, let's also get comma user underscore ID. So this is fine. So from the user underscore channel, we are going to set the ID user ID match. If the ID is equals to this, user ID is equals to this, then we can say data, which is going to be user channel and error. Then I'm going to say if error or not user channel, then we're going to redirect this. Let me say user channel data, and let's update this to data. So now we have this. We're going to then update this. We're going to say this is equals to await Inforge dot database dot from user channel. Let's say dot update access token access on token now. expired at, not expired as a token, token underscore expired at now, then is connected, pause, then is active, pause. So we're going to pass in the ID and the user ID. So we're going to say error. This is going to be updates error, and there we're going to say if error, throw the error, and there we're just going to say return failed to disconnect channel. Save this. So we are done with the implementation. So let's go ahead and implement these APIs inside the settings and the app sidebar. So inside the app sidebar, this is really going to connect. So we're going to use already the connect API. So I'm going to say constant. I can do it at the top here. Or let me just do it here. So constant connect. So we connect mutation is equals to use mutation. So I'm going to say constant. Sorry, I'm going to pass a mutation function like this. So we're going to say API channel connect posts, and then we're going to pass in the channel type ID. Then we get the data, and we can just say if throw an error. Then we can just say on success. On success, I'll just remove this. And we're going to get the URL. And we can say window URL. Then we can say toast. So import toast from Sonar dot error. We can say fail to connect. So to use this toast, let's make sure inside the layout. So the root layout we imported this. So let me do it inside there. Toaster. So let's import it from UI Sonar. So now we have this. Now we can use this connect mutation inside. We can scroll down to where we have those this button, and let's just move this to the top and create the method. So just cut this out. Let me move it to the top here, and I'm just going to say below here, I'm going to say constant handle connect, and like this. So now we can just say handle connect. We can scroll down to where we have this button, and we can just say on click handle connect, pass in the channel.id and disabled. So disabled, I'm just going to say connection mutation dot is pending. So likewise here, I'm just going to also say this if it's pending, just return connection dot mutation, connect mutation dot is pending, then return no. So I think that is it. So the last place we're going to implement again is inside the settings page. So let's go into page settings, channel tab. So let's scroll up, and we're going to do the same thing here. So I'm going to, let me copy from the sidebar, up sidebar, and then let me import this, and let's import toast from Sonar. Then we're going to also do for the server. So I'm just going to copy the same thing. I'll paste it here, and I'm going to change this from connect to disconnect mutation, and change the channel dot disconnect. So instead of channel type ID, we're going to pass in the user channel ID, and this was we're going to pass. So we're not going to use window URL here. So we're just going to toast, and then we're going to say query. So let's import constant query client from use query client, and then we're going to say query client dot invalidate queries channels. So we have this now, and we can just pass it here. We can just say, if not this, I'll just say redirect. And then I'm going to say connection mutation dot mutate dot we're going to pass in. So no, this is not supposed to be user. This is supposed to be channel type ID. So I'll cut this out. Copy this, sorry, I'll copy this and I'm going to pass it here. And if this is, and if this is pending, if this is pending, let me remove this. Return. So we're going to do the same thing for disconnect. If, then we're going to do like this. So now let's go down to where we have this the button. So this button. So yeah, so let's change it. So instead of, so handle disconnect is going to take in channel.user channel underscore ID. Why this is just going to take in channel.id. Now we are going to also pass in disable connection mutation is pending and disconnect mutation is pending. So let me format this. I think this is, so we are done with everything. So okay, the search param, we've not used it. So we're supposed to use it here inside the use effects. So I'll say use effects hook. So inside there, we're going to get this from the search bar. We're going to get connected and error with the channel type. So this is exactly what we added in the callback, the build URL in the callback. So I'm going to say if not connected and not error, just return this. Then we're going to use query param, query client, the invalidate query, and then we're going to say if connection connected is true, we are going to say toast successfully connected to this channel. And then if error just shows you fail to connect to this channel, let's just pass in query clients and search params. So that is it. So now we are going to go ahead and get the client ID and secrets client secrets for both Twitter and LinkedIn. So before we go ahead and get this, we need to install Ngrok. So this is going to help us to serve our local host in HTTPS. So we can use it to connect to Twitter or LinkedIn. We can add it as a callback, as a host for hostname for the attached to the callback URL. So this is required. So make sure you log in or you sign up if you have an account. So I have an account. Once you sign up, you will see how to connect this. So I'm using Windows, so I'm going to click here to quickly install it. And once you install, you're going to run this command, and then you can then use it to serve your local server. So I'm just going to do this. I'm going to quickly install it. So I've already installed it. And what I'm going to copy this. I'm going to change this to 3000. And let's head over to the code. And I'm already running my server here. So I'm going to just paste this and change this to 3000 and click on enter. Now this is going to give me this URL. So I'm going to copy this. So in order for this to work with Clerk, let me save this. So I'm going to add this inside my Next.js config. So make sure if you have the image problem, make sure you add this to it. So I'm going to say allowed, and let me pass this here. So I'm just going to remove the HTTPS and this. So now we can use this now as the callback, so we can pass in slash. So what we can do, we can add it in the env. So you can come over here. Let me duplicate this. Then I can say I can comment this out, then cut this out and replace it here. Now the callback URL will be this URL API slash callback slash channel slash callback. So that's what we're going to do. So for now, we can just run this now on the client side. Let's see it. So I'm going to go to the browser and let me just run this here. So let's wait and see. So now let's say visit site. So now let me quickly log into my account. So I'm going to sign in with Google. So now you can see I'm signing, so I can go to the dashboard. So I forgot, I'll just put ideas here. And you can see this is working fine. So let's go to Twitter first, and let's so head over to just search for X developer and you click on this link and then go to console, and this is going to load. Then you should be able to see the app. Then we can create the app. So let's click on create app. So before we create the app, you should know that to use Twitter to send Twitter API to send posts, like to allow user to post, you need to add credit. So if I go to the dashboard, you can see I have credit here, and that's the reason I can use it to make a request or post to Twitter. So if you don't want to add it, then we're going to skip Twitter and we're going to implement LinkedIn. So LinkedIn is free. So let's just go ahead and get the create the app and get a client ID and secret key. So let's click on create. So yeah, I'm just going to say lemon AI like this, so development, and click on create new client app. So it's a maximum. So I've reached the maximum limit. So let me delete this and let me create it again. So now it has deleted. So I'm going to click on this again, paste this on Lemon AI, click on create new client app, and let's wait for this. So I'm going to close this. And let's wait for this to load. So let's click it. And there we can see, let's go to setup. Let's click on setup. And then instead of this, I'm going to pick read and write. So select this. And we're going to select web app. And this is where we're going to pass in the callback URL or redirect URL, then the website URL. So let me come over here and copy this. And let me go back to X, pass the website here, and then we're going to say API slash callback, slash channel slash callback, like this. So once we are done with this, we can click on save. And now we can see the client ID and secret key. So I'm going to delete this after this video. So let me go ahead and paste this in my env. So paste in the client ID and the client secret. So let's go back to, so we have this for the Twitter. Now we can go ahead and work on the LinkedIn. So for LinkedIn, let me go back to the home. So let me go to developers. So let's create a new app. So let's give this a name. So I'm just going to say Lemon. Let's give it Lemon AI. And then we need to create a LinkedIn page. So you can click here, or sorry, click here to create a LinkedIn page. So I already have a LinkedIn page already. And if I open this, you can see where you can create LinkedIn page here. So if I go to my profile, you can see my own LinkedIn page I've already created. So now once you've created it, you can just type in here, you can paste it here. So let me copy the URL. So I'll copy this and I'm going to go back here and paste it. Now you can see that my page has opened. Then for this, I'm just going to scale it. So you need to make sure you upload a logo. If I click on agree, if I try to create the app, it's going to an error. So I need to pass in upload the logo. So I'm going to quickly upload a logo here. So I've uploaded a new logo and I'm going to click on create app. And now we need to available product. So let's request access to this. So I'm going to click on accept, click on request access. Then we need to also scroll down to where we have the sign in with LinkedIn. We need to click on, then click on request access. And this is, so we have these two. I think that's the only thing we need. So once we are done with this, we can go to settings. We can add in, okay, it's not yet, alt. So we can see the client ID. So I'm going to copy the client ID and go to the code and I'm going to paste it here, and also the secret ID, the secret key. I'll copy this and I'm going to go back to my code and I'm going to paste it here. So now we need to pass in the callback URL. So I will go ahead and copy this URL again and go to LinkedIn, cancel this and then click on edit, add redirect URL, paste this, say API slash channel slash callback, then update. So make sure this is correct. So now this is done. So what I'm going to do now, let me just go ahead and let me restart the server. So I'll say cancel npm run dev. And let me cancel this and run this. So now everything is good now. We've added it in the next config. So now let's try and connect. So let's go to the browser and let's come over here. So I'm going to connect with Twitter first. So let me wait for this to load. So let's try it out. I'm going to click on the button. So let's click on it. And let's wait for this. So something failed. Let's go ahead and look at the error. So I'll open my terminal. And let's see. ENV. So there's an ENV error. Twitter scope missing. So let's go into the ENV. Okay, I use scope. This is scopes. So let's go ahead and fix it. So this should be inside. I think inside the social OAuth. Scopes. So that is it. So I'm going to also go into the layout again. And let me add rich color. So now let's go ahead and test it out again. So let me reload and let me click on connect. So we can see that it is redirecting us to Twitter. So now you can see, so I'm going to click on authorize app and let's see this work. So it is loading. So it said callback or else callback failed. So something is wrong. So let's go back. So let's look at the URL and you can see this OAuth failed. So let me go ahead and check this. So the error is coming from the callback. So let me go into let me clear everything here. So inside the callback routes.tx. So I think I found the issue. So the problem is this. So let's go into index in the social auth. So we are saying get profile, not get user profile. So let me change the name of this get profile. And in order for this to, if there's any error, to redirect us to the blank black background or back page. So all I've done here is, so I'm going to say return app URL. So if there's no state param, then it's going to just return this like this redirect URL. Then for the catch error, what I'm going to do, I'm going to remove this and I'm going to just paste this. I'm going to also build the redirect URL passing the app URL settings. So they will redirect to the settings, connected false and error OAuth callback failed. Then we are going to delete the PK CE from the cookie. So we're going to get cookie name, pass in the state param, and delete if it's available, else just going to just return the response like this. So basically this is the issue. So let's test it again. Get profile, let me confirm this. Exchange code for token. Let me see. Token, let me put as OAuth provider and let's see if we can be able to get this. Yeah, we can get profile exchange code for token. So everything is working fine. So now let's go ahead and test it again. So open my terminal. Let's go back to the browser. So let me go back to, let me clear all of this. So let's try it again. So I'm going to click on connect and let's see. And let's wait for it. So I'm going to click on authorize app and hopefully this is going to work. So now you can see channel type Twitter connected true. So this is working. So we are having issue with this channel list. I'm going to go ahead and fix this. So this is working fine. And something is wrong here. We didn't get the picture, the profile image. So let me go to user channel. And we didn't get this. We didn't get the profile image, but we had others. So I'm going to fix this too. So let's go back to the code. And what I'm going to do, I'll go back to get profile. So index OAuth. So yeah. So I'm going to replace this. So I've updated this. So you can see the profile image now. the handle. So just go ahead and copy what I already have here. Let's test it out. So let me go back to the app sidebar, and where we listed all the connected channels. I'll scroll down here and I'm going to replace this class name to this. And I'll go back to the app, we should see that this is positioned well. And we can go ahead and disconnect this. So let me click on disconnect. So now this is gone. So I'm going to click on connect now again. And let's see. So let's click on authorize. So now you can see that it's working. We can see the profile image, but something is still wrong. We are not able to get the handle. So let me reload this. Okay, yeah, we can get the handle now. We can see the handle is showing, the profile image is showing. So let me go back to this. So then we should go ahead and fix this. So let me go to my code now. And here we had, okay, I was saying channel name first. So channel handle or channel dot name. Save this and then let's go back to the browser. You should see that this has changed to the handle. So it's working fine. So let's try out LinkedIn. So I'll click on LinkedIn Connect. And this is going to redirect me to LinkedIn. So I'm going to log into my. So let me click on allow. Now once I click on allow, this is going to redirect us to the app. So let's wait for this. Now hopefully this should work. Now we can see that it's working. We can see the profile image that says different from this. So this is working fine. The Twitter and LinkedIn are connected. So now we are done with this integrating the social media overflow. Now we're going to go ahead and work on the ideas page. So in this chapter, we're going to be working on the ideas API and the UI. So let's go into the app folder API and let's create a folder. So I'm going to call this ideas idea. And inside it, we're going to create route.cx. So we're going to create the post route to create an idea. So I'm going to say async function post. And we're going to also create the get. So let's just put the get at the top here and change this to get all ideas. So let's start with the post route. So for the post route, we're going to get a request. So let's say request next request. And then let's say try catch. And let's get Insforge. We say constant is equals to await get Insforge server client. And let's get the Insforge and user ID. So we're going to say if not user ID, let's return. So I'll change this to next response. So now we're going to get data from the body. I'll say this is going to be equals to await request JSON. So what we're going to get from the client side, we're going to get ID title, group ID, and description. So sorry, I don't think we need ID. Let's remove ID. Let's pass description, images URLs, and sort order. So we're going to make sure that the title and group ID is being passed because those ones are compulsory. If not, title. So let's just remove this. So title and group ID is compulsory. Now we're going to let's structure the payload. we say user ID underscore ID user ID. Then we're going to pass in title. So I'll say title dot, so title like this is okay. Let me add comma here. So we need to pass in the group ID underscore ID group ID. So let me remove this. So we have the description, the images. So this is images and this image URL. Then sort order. So I'm going to say if type of sort order is equal to number, other than else null, else zero, like this. Then now we have the payload. So we need to also get the ID because I'm going to be using this endpoint for both inserting and updating. So I'm going to say if ID is passed, then we're going to insert say constant response, constant result is equals to await Insforge dot database, sorry, dot update. So once we have the ID, we know we want to update the ideas. So I'm going to pass in the payload here and update payload. We're going to set this, sorry, let me, dot equals, so I've made a mistake here, dot from ideas and update this. Then we're going to say dot equal idea and dot equal user ID and also dot select dot single. So now I'm going to select data and error. So here I'm going to say data is equals to result dot data and error is equals to error dot data. So let me remove this. So now we can say else. So insert idea, pass in the payload, select single, and then we're going to say data result is equals to result dot data. Then error is equals to results dot error. So let's return this. So I'll just say if error, we're going to return the error, and let's return this. So now the post request, the post API is complete. Now let's create the API to fetch. So try catch. So we're going to import, we're going to get the Insforge and the user ID. So yeah, we're going to fetch all the idea groups and the ideas. I'm going to use await process, so promise dot all, and then we're going to fetch, we say Insforge the database the from idea, select all where user ID is user ID, and I'm going to say the sort, sorry, dot order, we sort order where assign is equals to true, and then we're going to say dot order created as when assign is equals to false. So we're going to do the same thing. Let me add comma here. We're going to do the same thing to fetch all the idea group. So the idea group, we're going to pass in, remove the user ID. Then this is created as assigning false. So now we have this, we're going to say ideas, result, or response, and group response. So we can say if idea error or group error, we're going to just return 500, or let's say 400. Okay, let's leave it as 500 status. Then we are going to say constant ideas is equals to idea response dot data, empty array, then constant groups. So we're going to combine this. I'm going to say group response dot data or empty array dot map group, and I'm going to just return id, which is group id dot id, and then title group dot name, and ideas, which is going to be ideas, and we're going to filter dot filter where idea group is equals to group id, and I'm going to say map dot map. So let's say idea is equals to idea, title is equals to idea dot title, description, then idea dot image, sources to empty array, and then I'm going to say column ID is going to be, so on the client side we're going to refer the group ID as column, so I'm going to name it as column ID as idea dot group ID, and sort order is going to be idea dot sort order. So we're just going to return only the group. I say group, and there we can just draw 500. So now we are done with this. Now we can go ahead and use this endpoint inside the idea page. So let's go into dashboard, ideas, and page. So yeah, I'm just going to return only a single component. I'm going to call the component idea carbon board like this. So let's go ahead and create this component. So I'll go into component folder and let me create idea. And inside there, we're just going to say idea carbon.txx. So let's say RAFCE idea. So let me fix this too. Let's change this to use clients. And let's import this. So inside the Kanban board, we're going to install a package. So let's install this. I'm going to open my terminal and let me open this new terminal. Let me paste it here. So I'm going to install hello and DND. So 18.0.1. Then click on enter, and this should install this package. So this has installed. Now I'm going to, at the top here, I'm going to the idea type and also the column type. So I'm going to paste this here. So we're going to get ID, title, description, tag. Then for the image, we can create this. So this is going to be URL, string, and key string. So instead of all I'm going to do, I'm just going to create a type and add it here. So let me just create let's say idea dot type dot tx, and then I'm going to create the image, or let me put it inside this channel. Also, let me just put it inside post dot type dot tx. So I'm just going to put it here. So say type image object, and let's just return this. So now we can use this inside the component. So I'm going to place it with this, and let me import it. So now we have this. Now we're going to define a state. We're going to say constant columns, set columns. This is going to be equals to use states of type column, and it's going to be an array, and let's return array here. So we're going to have other states here. to a set for showing the idea to create idea dialog, selected idea and selected column ID. So now let's call the endpoint. So we say use query on stack create query, and let's say query key. This is going to be ideas, and query function. So let me remove this. So I'm going to add a sync here. So we're going to say API idea if this throw an error, and return the response or tracing. So here we're going to get data. So I will say data fetch idea or idea data. Let's do idea data, and it's pending. So what we're going to do, we're going to say use effect. I'm going to import use effect hook, and I'm going to return it. I'm going to say if idea, instead of saying idea data, I'm going to say, okay, let's leave it like this. If idea data dot dot groups, then we can say set column idea data dot groups, and let's use an empty array pass idea data. Yeah, so now we have this. So we're going to also have the hook to save. I'm going to say save idea mutation is equals to use mutation. The mutation function async, and we're going to pass in the idea, and this is going to be of type idea, and then I'm going to use return. So we're going to say constant response is equals to await fetch slash API slash idea, and we need to pass method post header. We can just say content type application slash JSON, and let's pass in the body JSON dot stringify, and let's pass in idea, which is going to be ID, which is going to be idea dot ID, and title dot idea dot title, description idea dot description, and group ID. This is going to be idea dot column ID. Images is going to be idea dot images. Then sort order is going to be idea dot sort order. So now we're going to say if response, if not response dot okay. So let's throw new error, failed to save idea, and let me return response dot JSON. So if this is successful, say on success, say query client. So let's import query client here. is equals to use query client. So query client like this. So then on error, so let's console.log error and then toast dot, let's import this from Sonar dot error failed to save idea. So now we have this. Now let's go ahead and start working on this on the UI. So let's give this a class name, flex column overflow hidden. So let's add header here, and let's give this a class name as a flex item center justify between border b padding x6 and padding y4. So here we're going to have a div. So I'm going to say h1 ideas, and let's give this a class name text to Excel font semi-bold, and then the paragraph, let's give it a class name text small, text muted foreground. And there we're going to say, and then below the div we are going to have, so let me import button components. So now we're going to pass and handle click here. I'll just say on click, and I'm going to name the function handle idea. Sorry, handle add idea, and then I'm going to pass a column index 0 dot id empty string. So let's copy this, and let's say constant handle idea, and I'm going to just pass in column string, and there we just pass in, sorry, column id, and there we just pass in set selected idea to null, selected column id to this id, and then we're going to say set show idea dialog to true. So now we have this now. So later on we are going to implement the generate idea that popover. So let me just comment it out. So we're going to implement that later on. So below the header now, we're going to have a div and give this height of 100 VH minus 120 pixel. And there inside this div, so we can say class name, and I'm going to say this is going to be the Kanban board. And let's give this flex 1 height full overflow hidden. Then let me also add relative here and padding y6. So here we're going to say if is pending. So let's say div, and let's close the div, and let's give it a class name. I'll say flex gap 4. Then we're going to say width full, height full, and I'll say item starts. So yeah, I'm going to paste this here. So this is going to be a skeleton. So I'm going to just import the UI skeleton. So let me just add this here. So the error stop. So if you look at this, we have so this is going to represent the column 1, 2, 3, 4, the 4 column, and then we have a div. So this is just to show this when loading shrink width with 280 pixel flex column, rounded large, background and dark for dark mode, then border PG3, pattern 3, and then we also have this flex items to justify between at the top, and then this is the content side. So now we have done with the loading state. Now let's just say class name, height full, overflow, X auto. Now we need to import the components we just installed. So this is going to be drag drop. So let me just import it, drag drop context. So let me import it here. Let's move this to the top. And then I'm going to paste it here. So let's use this. So the drag drop context, we are going to say on drag and so let's define the function undo drag and I'm going to close this here. I'm going to say div and let's give this style height 100%, class name flex gap 4, width 4. And here we can look through the columns here. Columns dot map, and we're going to say column, and let's return this. So we're going to have a div, and then let's pass in key column dot id, and then we're going to give it a class name, and it's similar to what I have here. So I'm just going to copy this and I'm going to paste it here. So here we're going to have a div. So this div is going to have flex item center justified between px3, repeat pattern top 3, pattern bottom 2, and there we're going to have a div again, and let's give it a class name flex item center gap 2, and this is going to hold h3 the column title. So give this a class name, and we say font bold and text small, and there we say column dot title. So yeah, let's import badge from UI badge, and let's set variance to secondary, and let's say column dot ideas dot length. So now we have this. Now we can say div let's no need to add div here. Let's just add them button, and I'm going to set this to size to icon, and let's import plus icon, and I'm going to give it a class name width 4, height 4, and let's give it variant ghost and class size 7. And then we're going to say on click add handle add idea, and we're going to pass in the column.id. So now we have this. So we're going to use a droppable, and let's pass in droppable id, and this is going to be column.id. And let's see, this is showing an error. Okay, so I know I made a mistake. I should move this inside there. And now we're going to get the provider and snapshot. We're going to provide the provided and snapshots. And let's return. So I'm going to return this. I have a div. So I'll pass in ref, and this is going to be provided in our ref. And we're going to do structure provided the droppable props, and we're going to pass in a class name. So let me format this. Let me import cn. Then I'm going to say flex1 overflow y auto overflow x hidden p2 and padding 2 padding x3 generation color minimum height 0. So it's not sure to over dragging. Then we're going to set background and bg background 20 0.2 border 2 border dash dash and then border primary else border transparent. So I'm going to then come here and let's say div, and we're going to give this a class name of space y2, and we're going to look through the ideas as a column dot ideas dot map. I'm going to remove this, and let's say index here. So I'm going to say draggable. So let me remove this. So for the draggable, I'm going to pass in key, and for this key, I'm going to say else idea index. So let's do it like this. And we're going to have, so we have the key, the draggable ID, which is idea.id or idea index. Then we have the index, pass the index. Now we're going to get the provided and snapshot, and we're going to pass in the provided inner reference. So inner ref, the provided draggable props, the provided drag handle props. And here we're going to give this a class name. So I'm going to remove this and let me paste in a class name. So we're going to have group cursor pointer shadow small rounded small active cursor grabbing transform transition all a snapshot dot dragging, then scale 95 rotate 1, then shadow large. So I'm going to also add an on click. So once you click on this div, this is, we're going to say handle edit idea. So make sure we change, let's change this div to card notes, and let me import it. So let me import it, and we're going to pass in the column ID. So column.id. So now we have this. I'm going to scroll back up. Here we have a handle add idea. So I'm going to say handle edit idea, and we pass in the idea and the column ID, and we set the set selected idea, and then set selected column ID, and set show idea dialog to true. So let's scroll back up, scroll back down, and now we have this. So let me format this, and I'm just going to scroll back up, and I'm just going to drag it like this to the right. So it's easy to see, and likewise this too. So now let's continue. So we have the handle edits, we have the card. So inside the card, let's import card content. And then the card header. So at the top, I'm going to be showing the images the users add. So I'm going to say idea.images and idea.images images.length is greater than 0. Yeah, it's greater than 0. Then we can say, and let's have a div here. Let's give it a class name. I'll say grid column 4 gap 1 imb2. And then we're going to loop through this. So I'm just going to collapse this and just drag this like this, so it's visible. And then we can just drag this. So now you can see it clearly. So now we have the idea images slide 04 map image. We're going to map the images, get the image and then the index, and they will pass in the key as index image URL and then the auth. We can just change this into idea.title. And then we're going to give this a class name of width, full height, rounded, object, cover, and then border. So inside the header, I'm just going to give this class name, and there's a margin button 1, then padding 0. Then we're going to give this, so let me remove this. And I'm going to say div class name flex item start, and I'm going to say justify between, and there we're going to have a div, then h4. I'm going to say font semibold text small, then the idea title, and then below here we're going to import drop down menu, then drop down menu trigger. So let me import that. I'm going to remove this, and I'm going to say button. So I'm going to just paste it here, and I'm going to import this icon. So it's going to have size icon, variance goes class name height 6 with 6 opacity 0, group over opacity 100, and then we are going to use the icon of this more horizontal. Now let's import the drop content like this. So let me import this. Then we're going to import the drop menu item. And the error should stop. So I'm going to remove this on click for the delete. And let's just pass in class name here. And we're going to say on select. We're going to have handle delete idea. So we're going to pass in the column dot id idea.id. So we can go ahead and create this function. So constant, and let's just return get column id and idea id. And let's see, and the error should stop. So we have this now. Let's just so let's add this, close the header, and then below you we're going to say if idea dot description, then I'm going to say I'm going to create a p tag here, and like this. So we are done with this. So let me just format this properly now. And then I can scroll up where we have this, yeah. And there we're going to have a button below here. I'm going to pass in this button. And let me just format everything now. So everything is looking good. So now let's go ahead and work on the handle drag end. So let me create the method here. So I'll say constant handle drag end results. So the result is going to be drop results. So the first thing we're going to say constant source destination from the result. Then I'm going to say if not destination, then return. Then we're going to say if source the droppable ID is equals to droppable, sorry, destination dot droppable ID, and source dot index is equals to destination index. We're going to generate return. So let me just add this. Like this. So now let's get the column, say constant source column is equals to find column dot id dot droppable ID. Then destination column is columns dot find column dot id is equals to destination dot drop ID. Then we're going to say if not source column destination column, we're going to just return. Then we're going to say if source column, if source dot droppable ID is equals to destination dot droppable ID, then we're going to say constant new ideas. So I'm going to just like this. So new ideas is going to be source column dot ideas. Then we're going to say move ideas. So ideas plus source index 1. So we're going to move this idea. Now we're going to say new idea displays destination index 0, and then the move idea. So here we are going to also say move idea dot sort order is equals to and destination index. Now let me remove this. So once we have this now, we can then say constant new columns is equals to map column.id is equals to source column. Sorry, let me copy this. It's going to be equals to source column dot id. Then we're going to say the structure column ideas equals to ideas, new ideas, then column, else column. Then we're going to set column to the new column. Why this? Once we set this, we're going to then save the changes. We're going to say save idea mutation dot mutate. I'm going to say the structure move idea, and then I'm going to say sort order is going to be destination index here. Then we're going to say else constant source ideas is equals to we're going to so we're going to also get the destination. So I'm going to say constant destination ideas is equals to um, destination dot ideas, and then we're going to say move source idea dot supply source indexed one. Then we're going to also move idea dot source sort order is equals to destination index, and then we're going to also say move idea dot column id is equals to destination dot droppable id. Now we have the destination dot splice destination dot index. So we have moved this to this position. Now we can then map these columns now. So I'm going to say map column is going to be column. Let me just remove this for now. And I'm going to say if column id is equals to source column dot id, then return the structure of the column and the ideas of sort ideas. If column dot id is equals to destination column dot id, then return the destructured column and update the ideas to the destination ideas here. So let me just format this, and I think, and then we're going to set the columns, and then we're going to save this. So I'm going to also pass in the column id here, which is going to be a destination dot droppable id. So now this is complete. So I can collapse this now. So we're going to also create the handle save function, which we're going to use in the dialog which we're going to create. So let's handle this here. So I'm going to say constant handle save idea, and this is going to take in the idea, which is of type idea, and let's return this. So we're going to say if idea dot id, then we know we want to update the existing idea. So we're going to say constant new column is equals to columns dot map column, and let's return this. So let's say the structure column, and we're going to say ideas column dot ideas dot map. I'll say idea column, and this is going to be equals to I'm going to say idea column dot id is equals to idea dot id. So we're going to say if this is true, then we are going to say the structure idea column, and then the structure idea. then else idea column. Then we're going to say set column, which is going to be the new column. So I'm still going to copy this inside. Let's copy this from the handle drag. And let me close this. So this is just to update the state. So below here, I'm going to paste this here. And I'm just going to remove all of this. And I'm going to pass in the idea. Then I'm going to say on success, set selected idea to null, and then set show dialog to false. So here we're going to say else. If there's no ID, that means we want to create a new one. So we're going to say constant new idea is equals to, we're going to destructure idea, and we're going to give this a temporary ID. So I'll say temp, I'll say dates dot now, and we're going to say constant new column is going to be equals to columns dot map column. I'll say column dot id is equals to idea dot column dot column id. Then we are going to say the structure column and ideas is going to be new idea, and the structure column dot ideas. Then we're going to say else, we're going to return the columns. So the error should stop, and there we're going to just say set column new column. So this is complete. So later on we're going to work on the delay. So let's go ahead and work on the dialog. So for this dialog, I'm going to implement it below. Yeah. So let me just wrap this inside a fragment. So I'll move this inside there, and let's call the components idea dialog, and then we're going to pass in open is going to be show idea dialog, then open change is going to be equals to, we're going to pass in open, and I'm going to say set show idea dialog. We're going to pass in the open, and then we're going to pass in the selected idea. As a selected idea or undefined, and then is loading or is pending, or let's change it to is saving, and I'm going to say save idea mutation dot is pending, and then we're going to pass in selected column ID. It's going to be selected column ID. We can just pick in the first column, so column dot dot ID or empty string. Sorry guys, it should be or empty string. Then the unsave is going to be equals to handle handle save idea. Then we need to pass in the columns, and the columns is going to be column. I'm going to map to the columns here, dot map column, and let's return object. We say id is going to be column dot id, title is going to be column dot title. So that's the only thing we need. So let me set this to boolean. So now let's go ahead and create this dialog. So I'm going to create it inside there. So let's say idea dialog.txx. So let's do RAFCE and the dialog. So let's pass in the props. So I'm going to remove this and I'm going to pass the props like this. So we need to get the idea and type. So let me also import this too. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to copy this. I'm going to go into the idea type I created. I'm going to paste this here and I'm going to export it. And for the image object, we need to import it too. So let me import this. So I'll just change it to idea type. And let's go back to this. I'm just going to change this to idea type and let's import it. So I'm done changing all these to idea type and I've removed the one that was here. So I've changed everything. Then below here, so I've changed this to open on open change. Now I can go into idea dialog and I've passed it here. So everything is good. So now since we're going to be using this idea dialog for both the creating new idea, also editing, we are going to pass in constant. I'll say constant is edit is equals to idea dot id. So if we have id, we're going to know we know that this is edit. So we're going to create the states for the title and description, and we're going to also populate the states with the idea we're passing from the idea Kanban board. So I'm going to paste this here. So let me import React there, and I'm going to also import the images, the image object. So then we're going to also import the use hook. The use effect hook, and let me import this. So far, I'm going to leave this here. So now we're going to set the title, description, set image, and set selected column. Then here we're going to say constant handle save is going to be equals to on save, and I'm going to pass in id idea dot id, and we're going to say title description images column id. This is going to be selected column id, and then sort order is going to be idea the sort order like this. Then we're going to also have constant function handle open change. I'm going to just say on open change open. So I'm going to pass in open here. like this. So now let's import dialog from use UI dialog. So let's also pass open, and then on open change, we're going to say handle on open change. So let me set this, let me add this state too, I forgot. So constant show AI, set show AI is equals to use state offside boolean pause, and then we're going to also do that here as a set show AI pause. So now we have this. Now let's import the dialog content. And for the dialog content, I'm going to give this a class name. As a class name, let's import cn. And I'm going to just paste in this class. So we have flex caps, repeat and padding 0, overflow hidden. On small screen we have width 95%, small medium width 550 pixel height auto. Then if we show the AI, we're going to just say maximum width 900. So now here we're going to have a div, and I'm going to give this a class name of flex 1, and then let's also give this a div. So I'll say class name, so let's give this flex 1, and then I'm going to say flex column and width full. So here we're going to let's get the dialog header, and I'm going to give it a class name of flex row item center, and then justify between then padding x5 and padding y4. So we're going to then say dialog title. So let me make sure everything is imported from UI dialog, and then we're going to give this I'll say if is edit, then I'm going to say edit idea, else create idea. So let me just give this a class name, and I'm going to just increase the size to text space and then font semi-bold. And then on the left side, we're going to have a div. And what we're going to do here, we're going to get the select component. So the select component. So yeah, we're going to loop through the columns. So I already have it. I'm just going to paste it here. So let me import the select trigger, the select value, and the select contents. So I've imported everything. We can see we pass in the selected column. Then for the on value change, we pass in the set selected column, and then the select trigger we give this a width of minimum width of 100 pixel, maximum width of 135. We imported this icon shape icons, then selected value, and then we have the selected content where we loop through the columns. We're using the select item to display them. Now once we are done with this, so we're going to have a div. So this is going to be the body, and I'm going to give it a class name of flex one flex column gap, px overflow y, px5, padding x5, and padding y2. And then we're going to have the title, and this is going to be, we're going to use the inputs component, and then I'm going to pass in value, which is going to be the title, and we're going to say placeholder. I'll just say give your idea a title, and then we're going to also give this unchanged. We'll get the event, and I'm going to say set title event.target.value, and then we're going to give it a class name. So I'm going to pass in the class name, border 0, padding x0, text extra large font, semi bold, and shadows non placeholder font, semi bold, background transparent, and then ring 0. So, and then we're going to create a component which is we're going to call it content text area. So we're going to also use this inside the dialog to create a post. So we're going to make this, and then it's going to also be able to handle the uploading of images too. So we're going to pass in value description, and then we're going to have on change, which is we're going to pass in a set description. Then it's going to also pass in accept the placeholder. So I'll say everything begins with with an idea. And then I'm going to pass in it's going to take in a prop. I'm going to say show AI assistant. So it's going to have a button where we can toggle the AI assistant um container, which we're going to do here. So I'm going to say true, and we're going to also say on AI assistant click. So we're going to use to set show AI, and I'm going to say value is going to be equals to not value. So let me see. Okay, I made a mistake here, and the error should stop. So we need to also pass in images here. We say images is going to be images, and then this is also going to take in on images change, and we're going to set images. So we're going to go ahead and create this component, but let's complete this first. So below here we're going to have the filter. I'm going to say div. Sorry, let me. And let's import button component. Let's give this a class name, and let's say save idea. And for the button, we're going to make this large size large, and disabled. I'm going to say is 7 or not title dot trim. Then we're going to say on click. We're going to pass in the handle save, and then I'm going to say if is saving, then we're going to display the spinner component. Then after the save, And there we're going to display the AI container. So I'll say show AI. Then I'm going to say div. Let's close this div. I'll give this a class name. I'll say width 340 pixel, shrink 0, border left, border, border. And I'm going to give this PG muted, opacity 3.0, so 0.3, sorry. And there I'm just going to give this a div again with the class name of pattern 4. And we're going to create the AI assistance component. And then we're just going to pass in, it's going to accept content, and the content is going to be we're going to merge the title. I'll set this new line and then description, and it's going to also accept a function on generate, which is going to return content, and we can just set description content. So for now I'm just going to comment it out. We're going to do that later on. Let's just focus on implementing the content test area. So we are going to also create a generate idea popover, which we are going to create on a separate file for that. So let's create content. I'll call it content text area .txx, then RAFCE. I'm going to paste it here, so you can copy this from the GitHub. So I'm going to paste it here, and let's just go through it. So I'm going to have to install this component. So this component is for the emoji picker. So I have emoji there. So I'm going to say npm install. So I'm going to install this. So I'm going to show you the version once it's installed. So this is already installed. Now we can save this, and let me go into the package JSON so we can see. So I've installed 0.0.48. So we can go through this now. You can see that we can remove this here. So I'm going to just import the image object here from post type. Then we can see we have the props here. Now we fetch all the requests of the props. Now we have the file input ref, text area input ref is uploading, emoji open and set open. Then this is a function to insert the emoji in the content. So we have, if it's disabled, just return this, then text area ref, and then if not, we're just going to say on change value and the emoji and set emoji open. Then we have this to just placing it where we want to add it in between the text, and then we have the on change and set open. Now we have a method to upload image, so we're going to go ahead and work on the API. So we're going to get the files. We are going to check if the length is 0, return. Then if there's a file, we're going to set is uploaded to true, and we're going to destructure the images. Then we're going to say file of array dot from file. We're going to look through the arrays, and then we're going to upload each of the file. And then once we upload, we're going to push it to these images and to the new images array. And then we're going to pass in the on image change, which we pass as a prop. Then for this, we just have handle remove image. We just filter out the images and then return the one that is left So let me just remove these classes that I added in. Here we have the div, we have text area. This is coming from Shadcn UI. Text area ref, value on chain placeholder disable. We have the class name just to make it transparent so we don't see any of the border and the resize added to the end of the text area. Then we have content class, and then we have the style here which I've passed minimum height and maximum height. Then this is for the upload session. So we're going to have a button, so add image and button. So this is going to act as the button to select image, and then this is where we're going to display the uploaded images. So we're going to loop through the images and the button to remove image. Then we have the toolbar. This is where we're going to show the popover for the emoji, and then we have um, a button to show AI assistance. And then we also have right toolbar, render toolbar, right? So if you want to add additional stuff at the end of the content test area, and this is just to add, if you want to add more content below the content test area. So that's pretty much everything. So let's go ahead and implement the API upload image. So copy this and let me import this first. Inside the dialog, let me import it. And the error has stopped. So let me see. Show text area. Something is missing. Okay, show AI assistant. Does not exist. Show AI assistance. Okay, I made the wrong spelling here. And the error has stopped. So let's go, let me clear everything. And let me go into app API. Let's create a folder. I'll paste it here. And let's create routes.cx. So this is going to be a post request. And then we're going to say try catch here. And we're going to get let's get the user. So say user ID. We're going to say this is going to be equals to await. We're going to import this from Next, Clerk Next. So what we're going to do, we're going to be using, so inside the this file, the Insforge server file, if you look at it, we created a separate client for the upload. So this is using the project API key. So we are going to be using, so we're not going to be able to get the user ID with it. So that's why we're getting the user ID from Clerk Next.js/server like this. So now we're going to say if not user ID, then return next response like this. So now we can get the let's get Insforge. So Insforge is equals to get Insforge upload client, and we're going to say constant form data is equals to await request dot form data. Now we're going to get a file. So file is equals to form data dot get file, and I'm going to say if not file. So we're going to return an error. If not file instance. Okay, let's just do if not file. I wanted to do instance of file, and I'm going to just wrap this inside there. This is okay. And then we're going to also say if not file type, sorry, if not file type that starts with image, then I'm going to say file must be image. And now we're going to create key. So the key is going to be images slash user ID dot date now. So for the file, we're going to sanitize the name. So I'm going to create a method. So I'm going to paste a method here. So this is going to clean up the name. I'm going to just replace this with it and pass in the file name. And then we're going to say constant data error is equals to await Insforge dot storage dot from. So I'm going to give this the bucket name. So I named it lemon. So let me go to the browser. We can see that I created a new bucket called lemon. So just give it the name you provided. So let me head back, and then I'm going to say upload key and file. Then we say if error, I'll say fail to upload image. So you can also add videos if you want to handle videos. I just want to leave it to you for only images. Then we're just going to return response. So I'm going to just remove this, and I'm going to return this. So we're going to return the key and the data.url. Now here we're going to search for an error. We're going to return 500 error, sorry. So now we have handled the upload now. It should be working now. So let's go back into the components idea dialog. So we are done with this. So the idea dialog. So I'm going to create the last file, which is going to be to generate ideas. So this is going to be a popover. So let's create the API route first. So inside the idea, we're going to create generate ideas routes.tx, and we're going to also create a single route. So this is just to handle delete idea. So let's first of all work on the generate ideas. So for this, we're going to say export async function post request of type next request. So let's say try catcher, and we can get the user ID. So I'm going to get this from, I'll say await auth from next server. Okay. So there's a reason why I'm getting the user ID from here, because we're going to handle billing. So generating using AI for free user. So using AI is only for pro users. So we're going to later use this to get the has later on to check if, since we're going to be using Clerk for billing and to handle the billing, so we're going to do the check here. So I'm going to skip this now till when the chapter comes for us to handle billing. We are going to update the API route. So let's get Insforge here. And so this is equals to await get Insforge server client. I'll just say Insforge. And then I'm going to constant results is equals to await Insforge dot AI dot chart dot completion, and then like this. So for the message, I'm going to set this to system, and I'm going to change the content. For now, I'm just going to leave the empty string. Then I'm going to pass in another object, and this is going to be row user and then content too. So we're going to accept some body from the user. So I'm going to accept business type and target audience. So I'm going to say if not, there's going to return an error. Now we're going to use this here. I'm going to say business type, and then target audience. And I'm going to pass in the system. So I'll paste it now. So say you generate. I can say you are a social or generate social ideas. Okay, your social media content idea, addition assistance, return a valid. Just saying the response must be an object with idea array. Each must have title and description. Generate 3 ideas. Keep title catchy. Keep description practical and specific. Do not use markdown formatting like asterisk or batikes, and then return plain text only inside a JSON string. So this is what we are going to pass the AI, and I'm going to train the AI model to use Google 2.5 flashlight. So we need to also enable this in the Insforge dashboard. So I'll go to model gateway. I'll wait for this to load. And so it has loaded. So I'm going to click on Google and I'm going to enable this 2.5 flashlight like this. Then make sure you enable this, and let's go back to the code. And now we have this. So let's come over here. So we're going to then get the text. So result choice index, where we get the message and the content. Now we're going to pierce the text as idea. I'm just going to give the type above. I'm coming for that. So ideas is array. Pierce idea is equals is also pierce idea. Then we're going to return pierce idea just slice so and 3 or empty array. So for the generate idea, I can just give the type here, or let me just give it here. So this is just title and description. So let's give error. Let's return error here. Status 500. So I think we are done with this API route. So let's also create the delete so we can complete everything at once. So we're going to say export async function delete, and let me import the next request. So we're going to get the params, and the params promise which we're going to pass in the ID of the idea we are going to delete. So we can say try catch here, and then we can get the Insforge await get Insforge server client, and I'm going to also get the user ID, and they say if let's say if not user ID, then we're going to return next response. So let me import it, and then we're going to get in the ID, we're going to say await params, and if there's no ID, we're just going to return missing ID and ID. And now we are going to implement it. So we're going to say constant error. This is going to be await Insforge the database the from ideas delete where ID is equals to this and user ID is equals to this. So if there's any error, it's just going to fail to delete idea. And if this is successful, we can just say status 200. And this is it. So we are done with this endpoint. So before we go ahead and work on the generate idea popover, let's go into the common board and let's implement the delete mutation. So remember we have the handle delete here. So I'll scroll up to where we have the save idea mutation. So I'll say constant delete idea mutation is equals to mutation function async. We're going to pass in the id api slash idea slash id method delete. If there's any error, if this is not go through, we're going to then throw an error. Then we're going to invalidate the query, the ideas query, and then we're going to toast an error if there's any error. Now we can scroll down to where we have this handle and delete idea. So I'm going to just remove this, and we're going to handle this on the front end side first. We are going to say if not ID return, then we're going to look through the column, and then we're going to filter out the idea that matches. Then we're going to set the columns, and then we're going to then delete this. So I'm going to say delete mutation ID dot mutate idea. So I also want to make sure we don't delete, we don't pass in, say idea sorry, not like this, idea dot start with. So we're not going to delete any we're not going to call the endpoint for delete for any idea that has an ID starting with temp. So this is it. So I think we've already plugged in the handle delete idea. So let me confirm this. So it should be here. Yeah, we can see handle delete is passed here. So what I can do, I can say disable. I'll say disable if delete mutation dot is pending. So this is fine. So now let's go ahead and create the file for this. So let's create the components. So I'll create inside here, I'll say generate ideas.txx. So I'll just say idea popover.txx, and I'm going to just paste it here. So this is just pretty simple. So basically what we're doing, we are going to get the props, which is the generated function that's going to be passed. We are going to return the title and description like we saw in the route. So you can see title and description. Then we are going to we have the state for the business type, target audience, and this is just for the generated ideas. Then we are going to have so I'm going to paste it here, and if I scroll to the top, basically what we are doing, we are going to pass in the the popover and props, and we're going to import states. We're going to have a state for to toggle the popover. We're going to have step and the state for business and the target audience, and a state to get all the generated ideas. Now we're going to also have the selected state. So yeah, this is the function the API generate mutation to call to generate the ideas. And let's confirm that this matches with the API. So ideas generates ideas. So this is exactly what it is. Then we're going to pass in the business type and the target audience. Then if it's successful, we are just going to then set the generated idea state with the data.ideas. Then we have the handle generate method. So this is going to call this get mutation.mutate and pass in the payload. Then we have handle use idea. So once you select a particular idea from the list, remember in the route we said in the system route told the AI to generate 3 ideas. So once you pick one, we're going to set it, we're going to pass it to the ungenerated method, and then we're going to reset the state. So now we can see we've imported this we've imported the pop offer at the top. You saw that. And then this is the first step. The first step is the form field where you're going to type in the business type, the target audience, and then the button to generate the ideas. Then this is where we're going to display the generated ideas. We are going to map through the ideas, and then we're going to determine which one you've selected. And then you can see we are going to like show a border around it and a check icon. Then we're going to display the text here and description. Then we have button to go back or use the idea. So basically this is it. So now we are going to use this generate idea popover inside the idea Kanban board. I'm going to do that at the top. So yeah, I'm going to just import it. So let me import this. So let's create a method for this. So let me collapse this. So I'm going to say constant handle generates idea, and we get a title which is of type string and description which is also of type string. And then we can pass it here. I'll just say on generated. I'll just say handle generated ideas. Now what we're going to do, we're going to get the first column. So I'll say constant target column. Target column ID is going to be equals to columns index 0, and we're going to get the ID. So if does not we don't have the ID, we're just going to return. Then I'm going to just say new column. Okay, this is great. New column, and we're going to map through the column, and we're going to say if column.id is equals to the target column. Then we're going to destructure the column, and then we're going to have the ideas, and this is the new idea. So I'm going to remove created at and updated at, and we're going to have the ID, title, description, and then the column ID. And then we're going to then set, we're going to set this. Then what I'm going to do, I'm then going to call the save idea mutation, and I'm going to just pass this here, but I'm not going to pass it directly like that. I'm just going to pass in title, description, description, and I'm going to pass in the column ID, which is going to be the target ID, and I'm going to say sort order, which is going to be placed at the first place in the array, like you see here. So basically this is it, we are done with it. So everything's working fine. So let's go ahead and see this. So I'm going to go to the browser, and let's go to localhost 3000. So let's go to ideas. So let's wait for it. So now we can see it now. You can see generate ideas, a new idea button. Now we can see the Kanban board. So let's try and generate and create a new ID. Let's see if this will work. So I'll click on plus here now, and I'm just going to give this, and let's say this is a new idea, title of a new idea. So let's click on save. So now we can see the idea. So let me try and move this. So I'm going to, okay, we can see the error field. So let me open developer 2. I'll go to network. And let me drag this again. So it went through. So I didn't know the reason why it failed the first time, but we can see that it returned a response here. So this is working fine. So let's try this generate ideas. So I've pasted it now. I've pasted my business type and the target audience. So the target audience. So I'm going to click on generate ideas. And let's wait for it. So it will take a while. So now you can see that it has generated 3 ideas for us. So we can pick any one we want. Let's say I want to pick on unlock optimize secrets or debug with your AI body. And I'm going to just pick this and click on use. And then this is going to add it here. And I think we've saved this to DB. So if I go to Insforge, database, and then let's wait. Now we can see that it has added this second post idea I created, and there's no image. So let's test with the images. So I'll click on this now. This should open. I'm going to select an image. So I'm going to select the image now, and we can see uploading. And once it upload, so let's wait for it. Now it has uploaded. We can see the image now, and if I click on save, so this is going to update, and we can see the image is showing up here. So if I go to Insforge now, I can go to storage, and we can see that this image was uploaded. So this is working fine. So I'll just go ahead and fix it. So this does not take the full weight. So this is working fine. You can go ahead and create more ideas, whatever, anyhow you want. And we can move this and everything is working. So look, also the count too. So let me move it back. And that is it. So we're going to go ahead and work on the schedule page in the API route. In this chapter, we're going to be working on the schedule post. So in the previous chapter, we looked at the ideas. So there are some changes that we need us to make. So inside the app folder, the API, idea, and then go to route. So where we have images, image URLs, yeah. So change it to images, and also in the post changes to images and then images. So this is not going to omit the image when we pass it into this endpoint. So that's the only thing we need to do. I think that is it. Okay, and inside the route, so no, inside the component ideas, and then if we go to the idea Kanban board, then where we have the save idea, so make sure you pass images here. So that is it. So let's go ahead and create the post route. So I'll go into API. I'm going to create a folder. I'm going to say post, and then let's say route.tx. So we're going to create the post endpoint. So I'll paste this like this and let me import next. And let me duplicate this so we can also, we're going to also work on the get endpoint too. So in the post endpoint, I'm going to use try catch here. And this I'm going to be using this auth from So let's say await. I'm going to be using auth from Clerk server, and I'm going to say user ID. So if not user ID, then it's going to return next response. So now we have this. I'm going to say constant Insforge. This is going to be equals to await get Insforge server client. So the reason why I'm not retrieving the user from here is because we're going to later on modify this endpoint. We're going to use this for the subscription. So I'm going to be able to get the hash from here. So that's the reason why I'm using the user ID. You can skip it, you can get the user ID from here, doesn't matter. So it is fine. So let's just do it. I'll just get the user ID from here. And let me move it down here. And I'm just going to remove this. So later on, I'm going to use it. So let me just comment it out. So we are going to get the data from the client. So I'm going to say constant. So let me move this to the top here. So constant is equals to await request.json. And what I'm going to retrieve from the client, we're going to get the post. So this is an array. We're going to get schedule at and then status. So let's create a file inside the lib folder, and this is going to hold the status. So I think it should be inside the constant folder. So we can go into, let me just create post.txt here. And then I'm just going to, so this is going to be the post, and we have the type and the post status. So we have draft, queue, publish, and field. So I'm going to cancel this, and I'm going to go back to route. Now we have this. So let me just move this down. Now we have this. So we are going to check. So let's check if post status. So let's import post status from this dot include, dot include post status dot include status. And I'm going to say or status is not equals to post status dot draft. So only draft status will be passed here. If any other status is passed, this is going to return invalid status. Now we are going to check for the post. I'm going to say if post is array like this. So say if not post is array and post length is equal to 0, then we're going to return invalid post. So now we're going to normalize the post. So I'm going to say constant normalize. So normalize posts is equals to, so we're going to loop through the post. We're going to filter out any invalid post. So I'm going to say post. I'll say if not post. Then we're going to map through this. So I'm going to say dot map. And we're going to say post. And here I'm going to say, so we're going to return. We're going to remove this. We're going to say channel type ID. And this is going to be post dot. So let me add in the type here. So I'll paste in the type and let me import this image object. So we're going to get the channel type ID, content, and the images that's going to be passed from the client side. So we have the channel type ID, contents, and then the images. Then we are going to then check if normalize post dot length is equals to 0, and then we're going to say we're going to return an invalid post, or we can say post not post is empty. Let's just leave it as invalid post. Then we can change this to no post, no valid post pass. So it's a no valid post pass. And we can also say post field post that could require and cannot be empty. This is fine. Then we're going to check if content is empty. Then we're going to return post content is required. So after we've done this now, we can then say constant channel type IDs. This is going to be equals to, we are going to destructure this and pass it in set. So this is going to help us to get unique channel type IDs from the post, and we're going to use this to check if the user has a connected channel. So we've passed in the normalize dot map post or channel type ID. Now we can then say constant is equals to await Insforge dot database. We are going to from user channel type, so user channels, and we're going to just select ID and channel underscore type underscore ID, and then we're going to say this is going to be equals to user ID, and I want to only filter from where is active is true and is connected is true. Then we're going to say in channel type ID, and we're going to pass in the unique set of channel type IDs. Then we're going to get data. I'm going to say data, which is going to be user. I'm going to change this to user channels, and then we're going to have error here. So let's change this to user channel error, and then we're going to say if user channel error. I'm just going to error here. We're going to return an error, and then if not user channel and user channel dot length is equals to 0. The next thing we're going to do is to create a map of connected channel type ID. So we're going to say constant connected channels is going to be equals to new map, and we're going to loop through the user channel connected channels, and then we're going to return the user channel dot channel type ID, and then the user channel dot ID. So now this is the connected channels. So we're going to then check for any missing, for the first missing channel, so that we can throw an error. So I'll say missing channel is going to be equals to, we're going to loop through, we're going to find channel type ID dot find, dot find, and I'm going to just say like this. So we're going to say channel type ID. So if this is not in, does not have the channel type ID in this map, then we are going to throw an error. So you can use filter if you want. So I'm using find to just get the first one, and if the first one is missing or anyone is missing, then we are just going to return no active channel found for this channel type. So this is fine. Now we are done with this. So we are going to then get the schedule type, schedule at. So change this to schedule at, add the D at the front of the E. So I will copy this. Now I'm going to do check on this. I'm going to say let's say final schedule at. So we want to confirm if this is type of, as a type of schedule at is string, then we can then return, let me just return the schedule at here. I'm going to also add and schedule ads. Then we're going to schedule ads. Else we're just going to say new. Or we can just throw an error. So what I'm going to do, instead of doing this, let me just remove this. I'm going to say if not schedule ads, then we're just going to return this is required. Now we have this, so let's create the payload. So I'm going to say payload is going to be equals to normalize post dot map post like this. Then we're going to pass in the user ID underscore ID, which is going to be user ID. Then I'm going to say user channel ID connected channel dot get. We're going to get the user channel ID, which is going to be from these connected channels. Then we're going to pass in the content, the images, the schedule ads, and we need to also pass in the status here. So I'll pass in status. So status like this. Now we have this, we can then save this. So I'll say constant is equals to await Inforge dot insert this. So this is it. So I'm going to bring this down and then I'm going to say payload. So instead of post, let's say created post is fine, or let's just leave it as data, and this is fine. So let me change this to error, and then we're going to return the post. So I'll just say post. Now we're going to return. So let's go ahead and work on the get request. So we're done with the post. So inside there, I'm going to use try catch, and I'm going to get Inforge. So constant is forge and user ID, which is equals to await, and we're going to return unauthorized if user ID is invalid. So for this get request API, we are going to be using it to we're going to pass in some search params like the status, so user can filter by status and also filter by channels. So we're going to let's come down here and let's say constant search param is equals to request dot next URL search param. Then status is going to be search param get status, then search param get all, and then we're going to map this. So let's also add let's use filter boolean. So we have this now. Now we are going to use this filter inside the post table. So I'm going to say constant post query. So let's build the query. So say equals to Inforge dot database dot from schedule post, and then we're going to select, let's select user ID is equals to user ID, and then we're going to say order by schedule at ascending order to, I'm going to set this to false. So it's descending order. So yeah, I'm going to also add in, so let me change this. So I'm going to paste it here. So what we are doing, we're trying to get all from the schedule post, then we're going to add in the user channel. We're going to get the ID, handle, profile image, channel type. Then inside the user channel, we're going to get the channel type, the channel, all in the channel types, and that belongs in the user channel that has this channel type ID in the table. So we are going to have this. Now we are going to just say if status is passed, we're just going to say post query dot equals status equals to status, and then we're going to do if channel IDs dot length is greater than 0, then we're going to use post query in channel type ID, and we're passing in the channel type IDs here. So now after we're done with this, we're just going to say constant data post, and I'm going to say error is equals to await post query, and then if there's any error, let's just throw error, and then let's return post. So this is fine. Let me just do post empty array. So this is fine. So we are done with this to import. Now let's go ahead and create the component. So we are going to be working on the create post dialog. So we're going to be using this endpoint. So let's go into the route and let's create the page first. So inside dashboard, inside the schedule, inside page.txt, we're going to install a package so that we're going to handle the, like I said earlier on, we are going to have the list view and the calendar view. So we want this to be managed using the search bar and the URL. So I'm going to install a package. So let me cancel my server, clear the terminal. I'll do npm install Nox. So I'm going to install this package. And with this package, we can use this to manage, instead of using the use state hook, we are going to be using Nox to manage it using the URL. So I'm going to wait for this to install. So the package is already installed. So what we're going to do now, we're going to convert this page to use client. So I'll say use client. And then below here, I'm going to set the type. I say view type is equals to calendar or list. Then I'm going to use the Nox package which I just installed. So I'm going to paste it here. I'm going to import this use query state. So let me import it here. So import from Nox. So I'm going to import the use query state from the package. So now we have the active view and the set active view. So now let's go there below here. And we're going to give this div a class name. So let me give this a class name. So I'm going to say flex height full. So flex column height full, and then let me remove this. We're going to have the header component of the header element. I'm going to give the header a class name. There's a flex item center, justify between padding x 6, padding top 4, and I'm going to give the padding bottom 2. So we're going to let's have a div here and give it h1, and I'm going to say all channels. So I'm going to give this a class name. So not this, let me not give this, I'll give this here a class name. And I'm going to make this Excel font semi-bold. And then below this div, I'm going to have below this header. So I'm going to have a div. I'll give this a class name. I'll say flex item center and gap 4. So we're going to have a toggle button to switch between the list view and the calendar view. So I'm going to have to install a component from Shadcn UI. So let me clear this. So I'm going to say npx Shadcn Shadcn add. So I think it's toggle group. So let me check this. I'm going to click on enter. And here is this toggle group. So I'm going to select it and click on enter. So it's going to add this component into the component list. So it has done it. Now I'm going to import it. I'm going to say toggle group from UI Shanty. So you can see it here. So let me import it. UI toggle group. So I'm going to give this a type of single, and I'm going to say value. So value is going to be active view, then value changes with value, and we're going to set this as view type. Then I'm going to give this a class name. So I'm going to say border rounded large mpx, sorry, ppx. So let's import toggle group item like this. So let me import it, and we're going to have the value. So I'm going to have list here and have calendar here like this. So let's give this a class name here. So say flex. So now flex, I'm just going to give this gap 2 and margin ypx. So we're going to pass, let me import the icon I'm going to put here. So I'll call the layout icon or layout list icon, yeah. So I'm going to say size 4 and I'll close this. Then I'm going to remove the list and I'm going to put it inside a span tag, span element. I'm going to give this a class name. So I'll say text small. So I'm going to do the same thing for the calendar. So let me import the icon, calendar icon, size 4. So I'm going to import it from Lucy React. And then after the toggle, we are going to have a button. And I'm going to say, so let me import it from UI components, or from component UI button. Then I'm going to pass plus icon here, and you say add post. So I don't need to pass in span element here. So I'm going to give this an on-click. So we're going to create a state that's going to open the create post dialog. So I'm going to do that here. I'll say constant. I'm going to say this is okay. Or let me give it as create post model open. This is fine. And I'm going to import. So then I'm going to use this set create post model open. I'm going to pass it here and I'm going to set it to true. So below the header, we're going to have a div, and I'm going to give it a class name flex1 and overflow hidden. I'm going to then, we're going to say active. If active is equals to list, then we're going to list view and calendar view. And then outside this, we're going to create a dialog. So create post dialog. And we're going to pass in open and on open change. So let's create the component. Let's create the list view, the list component, and also the calendar component. So I'm going to change this instead of calendar, say calendar view. And also let's change this to list view too. So let's go ahead and create all of them. So inside the component folder, we are going to create the schedule. So I'm going to or create a folder as a schedule. And then inside here, we're going to have the list view .cxx resa list view. Then I'm going to also have the calendar view .cxx resa, and then I'm going to change this to calendar view. And lastly, we're going to have a create post dialog.cxx. So create post dialog. So let's go ahead and import all of them. So I'm going to go into schedule page, and I'm going to import the list. I'm going to also import the calendar view, and then we're going to import the create post dialog. So we're going to start working on the create post, and later on we are going to work on listing the listing all the posts in the calendar view and list view. So let's go into the post dialog. So before we go over here, we need to go. Let me go back to the page. So since we're using Nox here, this is using the use search param. We need to wrap this with suspense. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to change this from schedule page. I'm going to change this to schedule page content. And then below here, I'm going to say constant schedule page. Then I'm going to wrap this with suspense like this. And let me import it. And then I need to also import this Nox provider too. So I'm going to import it too. So let me import it there. So not provider, this is adapter. Yeah, adapter. So let me see the import should work. Okay, I'm just going to import it here. So Nox adapter. And this is fine. So let's give this a fallback. So class name fallback loading. So now let me confirm this. There's no error. Okay, let's go into the create post dialog now. So we're going to write the props type. So I'm going to do it here. It's a type props type is equals to open boolean and open change boolean. So the error has stopped. Now we are going to fetch all the channels. So like we did in the app sidebar, we fetch all the channels here. So we're going to copy this API, this whole stuff, and we're going to use them inside. We're going to use it inside the create post, and we're going to get the connected count and the channel. So let's just go back here, and I'm going to paste it here. And let me import the use query from Tanstack create query. Now we have the chat data, the channel data, and has channel connected. So I'm going to say constant channel. So I'm going to map through the channels, the channel data, so I can attach the icon for each channel. So I'm going to use the use memo. Then I'm going to say if is pending, just return empty data. And then let me just wrap this. So I'm going to loop through it, say dot map. And then I'm going to import this get channel icon. And let's say as channel type. So let's import it. Now we have this. So the next thing I'm going to do, I'm going to create a state for each channel. So this is going to be a state that will have an object, and each channel will have their initial data. So since we're going to be creating posts for multiple social media So each of them is going to have the text field, and also the list of images. So I'm going to do that here. So I'm going to paste it here. And then I'm going to also have this global content. So this global content is when the user has not selected any channel. So the user can write on the global input field. So we don't leave the dialog blank. So we're going to have the content text area. The user can type, and when they select any of the channel, you're going to copy the content from the global content into the respective channel content. So let me come over here and write a type. I'll say channel type is just, so let me import image objects. So let's import use states. And let me not forget to add use client here. So now we have this now. So we're going to use effects to populate this with the channels. So I'm going to, below here, I'm going to say, use effects. Let's import it. And then we can do it like this. So we can say channel dot length greater than 0. So initial content, we are going to loop through the channels for each channels. Then initial content, we're going to pass in channel ID and the text and images array. We can also check the channel if the channel if this is greater than 0 and this already has, let's say, channel content already has data, so we don't update this again. So I'm going to just to and object, and let's say key, yes, object key channel content length is equals to 0. So like this is fine. So now let's go ahead and create the dialog. So say dialog, import it from UI dialog. So let's give this open, and we're going to pass in open and open change. So for the open change, I'm going to say constant handle open change, and we're going to pass in the boolean open, and let's return on open change like this. So we can then set, let's set global content text empty and image array, and then the set channel content to empty object. So now we're going to then, let's import dialog content. Let me import this. So I'm going to give this a class, and let's import cn. So I'm going to set this width full. So minimum we're going to have minimum width 7. Let's give it 700 pixel. Gap 0, padding x 0, padding top 0, and then padding base 6. So below here we're going to have a side selected right tab. So we're going to have some tab like to show the preview of each of the selected channel. We're going to show the AI assistant preview, AI assistant, and then we're going to show the list of ideas. So we're going to create that. So let's create a state for it. So before we create a state, let me paste the list of the tabs. So I'm going to paste it here. So let me import the icons, and then so you can see action tab type. We have ideas, idea, and preview. So we have this array right tabs. We have the idea, AI, and preview. So we're going to loop through this. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to have a state here. So I'm going to say constant selected right tab, and then we're going to set default to null. So this is not going to, I'll set this to null. And let's put else here now, like this. So now I'm going to copy this now, and I'm going to scroll down here, and if selected in selected tab, if the tab is selected, we are going to increase we're going to add maximum width. So I'm going to increase this or reduce this, sorry. I'm going to say 1050. This is okay. And then here we're going to have a div, and let's import dialog header, and let's give this a class name. So I'll say padding x8 and padding y4, and I'm going to say border b. Then I'm going to give this a div, and let's import dialog title, and let's give this a class name. So I'm going to increase the size, should we increase it to large, or let's just set it to font semi bold, and let's give this a class name. It's a flex item center justify between. Then below here we can look through the right tab. So I'm going to give this class flex item center and gap px. So let's look through the right tab. I'll say dot map tab, and let's import the button component from UI button. Let's give this the key tab dot id, and I'm going to say variant. So this is going to be equal to selected tab right tab is equals to like this, so default or ghost. Then I'm going to give this a class name. So I'm going to use cn. I'll say if not selected right tab, I'm going to say size 8, and then I'm going to set this to empty, yeah, or let's just leave it like this. Then you're going to set an onClick. For now I'm just going to leave this empty like this. I'm going to let's create a method of say handle selected right tab, and we're going to pass in the let's select right tab dot id. Now I'm going to cut this out. I'll pass this inside a span element, and I'm going to say tab dot icon. I'm going to say size 4, and let's give this a class name. So let's say cn. So I'm going to say if not selected tab, we're going to hide this. So let's go ahead and create this method here. So I'll say constant right tab. So I'm going to use the previous test, so let me close this. So if previous equals to tab, then we're going to set to null, else the tab. So we're going to use this for, I'm going to be able to double click that, we're going to double click the button. So if we click it again, we're going to just set the selected right tab to null. So let me collapse this. So let me enable this. I'm just going to collapse this from here. Now let's have a div, and I'm going to give this a class name. So I'm going to say width flex on flex 1, minimum width 0, overflow hidden, height 600 pixel, and then we're going to have the left side of the container of the content. We are going to list the channels here. So before I do that, we're going to just have a div, and let's give this a class name first. And we're going to say flex x1 flex column, and I'm going to give this a minimum width. So let's give this width, not minimum width, 300 pixel, and I'm going to give this padding button 5, and there we are going to have a div, and I'm going to call this the channel selector. So I'm going to give this a class name. I'll call this channel selector, padding y5 and padding x. So we are going to loop through the button. Yeah, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to say div here, and I'm going to give this a class name, flex wrap and gap 4. So I'm going to say is pending, then I'm going to say array sys.fill, or let's use array.from like this. So I'm going to use the skeleton here. So I'm going to import skeleton, and let's give this key, and let's give this a class name. So I'm going to say size, let's do 50 pixel and rounded XL. So at the top here, we are going to have a button to select all channels. So I'm going to say, let's loop through it. We are going to say channels. So if channels.length is greater than 0 and it's not is pending, then let's say button, and I'm going to say, so let's create a set to hold all selected. Let's do it here. So we're going to create a set to select to hold the selected channels. So I'm going to say if selected channels is equals to channels.length then I'm going to set it to unselect, else we're going to say select all like this. So this is fine. So let's give this, I'll say disable. So we're not disabled. Let's give this a class name. And I'm going to say margin button 4 text 13 pixel, and we're going to say font medium and cursor pointer. And then like this is okay. So let's create the method. I'm going to say on click, and this is going to call this handle select all, and I'm going to copy this, and let's create the method there. So say constant handle select all, then I'm going to say set selected channels, and I'm going to say previous state. I'll say if previous.length is equals channel length, we're going to just return empty array. And here I'm going to also update the let me just leave it, let me like this. So I'm going to then update the so I'm going to copy the content from the global into the channel content. So once you select any content that is in the global content state, it's going to be added to all of the channels. So let's go down to the handle, to the handle select. So I made a mistake here. We should point to the all the channels. So some channels might not be connected. So we need to filter, we need to only select only the connected channel. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to come at the top here, I'm going to filter it. So I'm going to say connected channels dot filter, the filter channel, then I'm going to then say connected channel. Yeah, and I'm going to supplement this here. Let me change this to channel. So likewise here, I'm going to say we're going to also filter this. Oh, we can just do it at the top here if you want. Yeah, I think yeah, it's okay. We can just say constant connected channels is equals to, so we get all the connected channels. Then I can come over here and say selected channel dot connected channel dot length. So like this is fine. So now let's go ahead and copy the content from the global state if it exists inside each of the channel contents. So I'm going to scroll down here and I'm going to say set channel content. So I'm going to say previous, and I'm going to say constant update is equals to, I'm going to destructure the previous content, and I'm going to say connected channels dot for each channel, and let's return this. So I'm going to say if not update channel id, channel dot id dot text, and global content dot text. Then we're going to get the limits for each channel. So say number is a channel dot character limit. So we're going to say update channel like this. Then we're going to pass in the text and the images. So I'm going to just say global content dot images. So we're going to say else if, I'll just say if not updates channel dot id, then we just set it empty like this. So we can still use the all the channels here, since we're just going to update this to empty text and images. So this is fine. So let me remove this. So there's one more state I'm going to have. I'm going to create a state for since we have the selected right tab here, I'm going to create a state for constant. So I'm going to call this active preview. So let me remove this React. Then I'm going to use this. So this is going to store the ID of the channel. So we're going to use this when a user select a select a channel. We are going to then set this. We're going to set the ID to active state to the active preview, and with this we're going to filter the channel and preview the we're going to preview the content on the channel custom preview components we're going to create. So let's just copy this. So I want to pass it here too. So if this is this and we are returning empty state, I'm going to also set this to empty string. Yeah. So we can remove this now since we have connected channels here. We can, let me just cut this out and bring it here. So now we have this. So let me collapse this. And now the next thing we're going to do to list is to loop through the channels, and we're going to have the button for each channel. So I'm going to remove this. I'm going to return. So let's import tooltip like this. So let me import the tooltip. And I'm going to also import tooltip. Let me remove all of this. And let me import it again. So yeah, I'm going to get the selected channel. So it says constant selected channel, and we're going to also get if this channel is connected. We're going to say is connected here. So let's add as child here, and let's remove this. So let me quickly collapse this first, and I'm going to drag this so we can see it clearly. So here I'm going to have a button, and we're going to pass in the key, channel ID, and I'm going to also give this, let's give this a class name. So I'm going to say relative. So let me import CM first. So I'm going to say relative shrink 0. I'll give it rounded Excel padding 0. And let's say transition all. And yeah, I'm going to say if it's connected. So if it's not connected, I'm going to say cursor not allowed. Cursor not allowed. So I'm not going to reduce the opacity, maybe like this. And then I'm going to say selected. So if it's selected, we're going to say ring 2, and we're going to say ring offset 1, then else we're going to say grayscale. So I want to also add in the color, there is a channel color. So since we can pass in ring and the channel color here, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to come over here at the top, and I'm going to say style. This is equals to, I'm going to set a variable. I'm going to say channel color, and this is going to be channel dot color, and I'm going to say as react dot css property, and the error should stop. Now I can just say ring, and then I'm going to point to that variable. So I'm going to say channel color, and now we have this. Now we can just say on click here, on click, and we say if not is connected, then I'm going to say toast dot error as a place connect channel host. I'll connect the channel first, and then we're going to just return. And here we're going to create a method. For now, I'm just going to comment it out. Let's call it toggle let's call it toggle channel, and we're going to pass a channel.id. So let me comment it out for now. So let me close this, and now we're going to import the channel avatar. So I'll say channel avatar. Let's pass in class name. Let's pass in type, channel type, and channel color, and profile image. I'm going to say channel dot profile underscore image. Or I think we pass in default value here. So no need. I'll just like this. So this is fine. So we're going to then have inside the tooltip content. I'm going to remove that. I'm going to say preview and channel dot name. And I'm going to say if not connected, I'm going to say connect channel. So now we are done with this with the button. So I can collapse this. And so let's collapse it from here, where we have the channel selector. And then below here, we're going to have a div where we're going to display the content, the content text area. So let's give this a class name here. So let me move this. So I'm going to give this a class name of relative flex column padding x8, minimum height 300 pixel, height full, and overflow y02. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to say if selected channels dot length is equals to 0, then we're going to have the content text area. So this is going to be for the global state. So let's give this a div, and I'm going to give it a class name. I'll say border rounded excel and padding 4. So let's import content text area, and let's pass in the value, which is going to be global content dot text. And I'm going to say images. So this is going to be global content dot images, and we're going to pass in placeholder. So I'll paste it here. So I'm going to also have minimum height. So I'm going to say this is going to be 270, and we're going to say content class. And I'm going to give this text 15, or let's see with text small. Then placeholder opacity 50, and I'm going to also say padding top 0. So yeah, on change, we're going to get the text, and I'm going to say handle. Let's create a method, handle global content change. So let me just create the method here. Constant handle global change. I'm going to just say text string. So let me come down here. So say else. So below this on change, we are going to have we're going to have on image change. and this is going to return the images. And so I'm going to also pass in, I'm going to use this global content. So let me change this to global. Okay, global content changes. Okay, so I'm going to just pass it here too. So this time I'm going to say global content dot text, and I'm going to pass in the images. And then we're going to go, let me go to this. I'm going to pass in images, which is going to be of type, is optional. So it's going to be of type image, object, and array. And then here I'm going to say set global content. We're going to structure the previous, passing the text, images, and the images we've passed here. So now we are done with this global state, the global content. We are going to start working on the text content, the content text area for, or the content for each of the channels. So I'm going to be using the accordion component, and let's import it from UI. So here I'm going to set type to single. I'm going to set it to collapsible, and now for the value, I'm going to create a state here. So below here, so I'll paste it here, and this is going to be active accordion. So I'm going to scroll down here, and I'm going to pass it here. I say active accordion. Then I'm going to say on value change. Then we're going to get in the value, and let's just return. So I'm going to create a method. I'm going to call this handle accordion change, and I'm going to pass in the value. Now I'm going to go ahead and create the method here. So I'm going to say constant handle accordion change. We pass in the value. So what I want to do now, I want to copy this handle open change and then bring it down here. Then I'm going to set active accordion to empty string, and then we're going to set active selected right tab to null, and I'm going to also set active preview to empty string. Let's also set active preview to the value. So once we select any of the active accordion, the preview will display immediately. So let's go back to here. So then let's give this a class name. So I'm going to come over on the top here. I'm going to say widthful space y3. So I forgot to add disable here. So let me add it here. So disable if not connected, if not has connected channel. So let's collapse this now. And there we've passed the class name. So inside here, we're going to look through the selected channels list. So what I'm going to say selected channel dot, okay, sorry, I made a mistake. Selected channel is just an empty as an array of string, so we need the actual channel data. So what we can do here, we can come over here and let's call this selected channels, let's say list is equals to we are going to filter this. I'm going to say channel filter channels filter channel, and if this is included in the selected channels, we are going to get the actual data from the channels. So I'm going to scroll down, and instead of this, I'm going to replace it with this. I'm going to say dot map we're going to say item, let's return this, or let's change this to channel, and I'm going to return, and let's import the accordion item from UI accordion, and let's pass in the key, which is going to be channel ID. Yeah, channel ID. And we are going to also pass in the value, which is going to be channel ID2. And let's give this a class name. So I'm going to say border rounded Excel. So let's get the content here. So I'll say constant content is equals to channel content. And I'm going to say like this, channel content and channel.id, or we have text, empty text and images array. Then let's also get this, a constant is expanded, and this is going to be equals to active accordion is equals to channel ID. And we can also get the icon. So say icon is equals to get channel icon, and we can pass in channel type. So yeah, we're going to say if not is expanded, then I'm going to say accordion trigger, and let's import it. So I'm going to give this a class name. So let me collapse this, and I'm going to drag this to the left, and let's give this a class name. I'm going to say padding x3 and cursor pointer, and I'm going to hide the drop. The accordion trigger is going to have like an SVG, then that shows when you click on it. So I'm going to hide the SVG. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to use this pass a SVG, and I'm going to set it to hidden. So I'm going to also pass is a hover, So once we hover over the accordion trigger, we're going to say PG muted. And I'm going to also hide in the underline on the text. So I'll say no underline and justify starts. And I'm going to give this gap tree. And so let's say width full here. So I'm going to say span, and let's import huge icon from React. From huge icon React, and we're going to pass in the icon. And let's also pass in style. As a style is equals to background color. Background is going to be channel dot color. So let me remove this size, and let's give this a class name. So I'm going to say shrink text white, then size 5, then padding 3 pixel, and then rounded small. So now we have the icon. So below here we're going to have content dot text, and I'm going to say let's use the peak tag, and let's pass in content.text here. And else, if there's no content, we're just going to say, I'm going to define a p tag, and I'm going to say what would you let's say like to share, and I need to give this a class name. So let's give it a class, and then I'm going to also give this a class here. So this is just going to be text small, text muted foreground, And that is all for it. So now below here we are going to say if this is not expanded, it's just going to show this. Then but if it's expanded, if expanded is true, then we can just have the accordion, only the accordion content here. And then inside the content, let me import this component. So inside the contents, we're going to have a div. I'm going to give this a class name. I'm going to say flex padding 3, then padding x 3. Then I'm going to give this gap 3. So there we're going to have, I'm going to say is expanded. Let's have span tag here, and let's copy the icon. So I'll copy this, I'll bring it here, and I'm going to paste it here. So then below here we're going to have a div here, and I'm going to give this flex 1. So I'm going to say let's say if not content dot text, then I'm just going to show, let's just have a div here, and I'm going to say please include at least some text, and let's import this icon, and we can just give this a class name here. So I'll paste in the class name. So let me drag this to the right. So now after this, below this check, we are going to have the content and text area, and now we're going to say value, and this is going to be content dot text empty string, and then I'm going to say images content dot images or empty array, and then we're going to have a placeholder. I'll just say start writing or get or use AI. Okay, let's say or get inspired by AI. So let's give this a minimum height. I'm going to say 260, and let's give this a content class name. Content class. So it's going to be the same thing, text small, and then placeholder. Sorry, text small, placeholder, opacity 50. So this is similar to what we did in the global content text area. So let's also add padding top 02. So I'm going to do it here. So padding top 0. Then I'm going to say show AI assistant true, and I'm going to say on AI assistant click, we are going to set selected right AI, and now we're going to say on change, we're going to say text handle text change, and we're going to pass in the channel dot id text, and then we're going to pass in channel dot type. So let's copy this and let's do it here. So I'm going to say constant handle change text change, and let's just return this like this. So I'm going to change this to use channel type, So I also want to pass in the character limit here. So I'm going to collapse all of this, and I'm going to just pass in character limit. So I'm going to set this to number. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to say constant limit, and we can just say, let's make sure this is number first. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to, so let me use this like this. I'll say number character limit, and then what I'm going to do, I'm going to say if text dot length is less than equals to a limited text, and then we can just set this. So why is it showing error? So this is fine. So what I'm going to change this to limit instead of limited text. So I'm going to remove this channel type. I'm going to go and I'm going to pass in channel character limit here. So let me go scroll to the top. Let me collapse this. So then we're going to get the images. So I'm going to say images sets channel content, and we can get a previous state and let's destructure the previous state, and we say channel dot id, and we can destructure the contents, and let's pass images. So I'm going to also add in disable here. Let me do it here. Disabled, and I'll say if channel dot is not connected. So we have the, let me collapse this. And now I'm going to render the toolbar, right? So I want to show the character limit. So I'm going to pass it inside this props here. So I'm going to just return. So I'm going to pass it here. So it's just going to have a div, and we're going to just have a span element, and this is just going to have this class, and we're going to say if content text length is less than equals to the character limit, we are going to be showing this color, else we're just going to show this background color and text color. So we're just going to we're going to show the length of the text and over the channel character limit here. So that is it. So I think we are done with this. So let me collapse this. So I think there's an error. Okay, I didn't close this. So now we're going to have the, okay, I think this should not be this. So yeah, we're going to, let me label this. So this is the left for the channel list. Then below here, we're going to have, let me just change this to, I'll say right preview. Okay, channel preview. So let's have a div here, and let's give this a class name, and we're going to give this width. I'll say the width is 380 pixel, and I'm going to say shrink 0, and I'm going to say border left and border. So let's also give this a color. So I'm going to say BG muted, and let's give this opacity of 0.3, height full, and let's come here and add in flex and then flex color. So let me drag this to the left, and let's have a div. Let's give this a class name, padding y4, and flex 1 height full. Let's also give this flex and flex column. Now I'm going to say selected, right tab. If it's equals to AI, we are going to just say padding. So this is going to padding 6, and we're going to create the component. I'm going to remove this. So I'm going to comment it out. So we're going to pass in content, and this content we're going to pass in the channel content. And so we're going to use channel content. We're going to say active accordion dot text, or if we have a global text, we can just say global content dot text empty string. So this is going to also have on generate. We're going to have the content. So let me set this to any for now, and we are going to first of all check if global content dot text. So if we have global content dot text, we are going to update the global content. So I'm going to set global content, and we're going to pass in the text with the content. Then we can also have this active accordion, then preview previous. Let me do this down. So I'm going to also pass in channel ID, which is going to be the active accordion. So let's comment it out. We're going to later create the component. So I'm going to comment it out for now, and let's collapse this. Then here we're going to also have, then here we're going to say if selected right tab is equals to ideas, then we're going to also create the idea list. I'll say ideas list, and I'm just going to comment this for now. And lastly, we're going to have the preview. So we're going to say selected right tab if it's equals to preview, then and we're going to create the preview component. Say preview, and it's going to take in the channel. So we're going to get the preview the channel. So we can just do channel find channel ID is equals to active accordion, and then for the content, content is going to be equals to channel content Let me remove this accordion and text. So we can just take this out. So I'm going to cut this out and I can scroll up here and I'm just going to say constant preview channel is equals to this. So let me go back and I'm going to say preview channel. So let me change this to panel. Preview panel is okay. So let's also uncomment this. And here we're going to say on, let's say on select is okay. And if we select any of the idea, we are going to have handle select handle idea select is okay. So I can copy this and let me come over here and say constant handle idea select, and let's just return empty string from, let's just return it like this. So let's go ahead and create these two components. So let's go into the schedule here, this folder. We're going to say idea ideas list .txx, and I'm going to say preview and panel, or the preview. I'm going to change this to folder. So I'll say preview, and inside here I'm going to say index.txt. So REFCE. So I'll say preview panel. So we can go ahead and import both of them. So let me import the idea list. Okay, I've not created the component. So say REFCE idea list. So let's import it. And let's import the preview panel. So let's go into the idea list. So here I'm going to fetch the list of ideas. So you can copy this component from the GitHub. I'm just going to paste this component. So this is just similar to what the endpoint we use in the idea and chapter. So I'm just going to paste it here. So we can go through it. So let me remove this and let me import this. So we're going to have we're getting the props here. We've set the props here, and we have the on select. We are going to pass in the idea. Then we have the idea group. So remember, we fetch the idea, and this idea is going to give us the groups, and we're going to map to the group to get all the ideas. And here is just to filter, because we're adding filter here. We can see all selected group ID. And there is just to, once we select an idea, we set it to, we pass it to the onSelect method. So we have this select components which handles the filter selection. So we can select different group title. Here is just to show a loading to the loading state. And this is exactly where we have the card for each idea. We have the content, the header, and then the filter, and sorry, the idea description here. And if there's no idea, we're just going to say no idea yet. So this is it. So now the error should stop for idea list. Then for the preview panel, so the preview panel, the reason why I create a folder here is because we're going to have different components for all the channel. So each channel is going to have its own component, preview component. So I'm going to copy and paste it here, and I'm going to paste all of the components here. So you can get all of these in the GitHub repo. So let me quickly do that. So I've pasted all of it, and there is all the components. You can see Blue Sky preview, Facebook preview, LinkedIn preview, Thread, Twitter, and all of them. So now inside the index, we can see that I got the channel, and channel content. Then we have the label, the images. So we just filter the images to get the URLs and pass it to each of the preview components. So there is where we render the preview and define the label here. So let's go back here, and I think I made the mistake here. So let me scroll to the top. So instead of active, let me use think active preview. And let me also say if I'll just say no. Let me see the error stop. Okay, now it's remaining the content. So for the content, I'm going to use constant review content is equals to channel channel content active preview. And let's see. So this is still showing an error. Okay, so let me remove all of this. So text and imaging. Okay, so let me pass this in. Preview content. So I'm just going to do like this. Now we have the, let's see if it's an error, sorry. And I think everything is fine now. And I've made some changes. So here I've changed this to 950 pixel. Then if you scroll down to the left and channel list, we're going to have flex one here. And I'm going to set this to minimum with 0 with 300 pixel. And lastly, let me scroll down to the bottom where we have the right tab. If you look at this now, we've placed this here under this div properly, and they have reduced the size to width to 350 pixel. So this is fine. Then in the header component, so in the dialog header, previously this div was outside this flex item, so just move it inside there. Sorry. So we are done with this part. Let's go ahead and work on the footer. So I'm going to import dialog footer. And we're going to give this a class name. So I'm going to say class name padding x8 and padding 12.5. So here I'm going to let's have a div here. And we can give this class as a class name waitful and flex item center justify between, and we say gap 2. So in this, if we're going to have a button, so I'll say button, and this is going to be save draft. So save to draft. And then let's give this size large. And we're going to say variant ghost. And then below here, we're going to have button group here. So let's import button group. And this is going to have, let's give it a class name of padding 0. So I'm going to create a component. So I'm going to call this schedule. Let's call this scheduler. Let's say schedule date picker. Let's do date picker like this. And there we're going to pass in the dates. So for now, we're going to have a state for the dates and time. Then we're going to also pass set dates and also set time. So I'm going to also pass render button. So this component is going to return if the date we select as pass. So let me just let me do it like this. So we are going to get a state pass and its time not available. So the time slot is not available. Sorry, available. Then we are going to then return let's see. We're going to have the button component, and this button component we're going to have, okay, inside here we're going to say schedule post. So with this, so we're going to make the button large, and we're going to give it this class border pixel wide 4.5, then pixel px4. So we're going to set on click here. So I'm going to say if is date pass or is time not available, then we're just going to return, we're going to say return like this, and we can just say we can toast, so say toast dot error. I'll say please select a valid date and time. Then for the disable, I say disable, say if not date or not time or is date pass and I'm going to say is time not available. So let me quickly create a state because I've not created a state. So I'm going to create a state here. I'll say constant date set date is equals to use state hook, and this is going to be of type date undefined. So let's just use new date here, new dates, and let's say constant time set time. This is going to be equals to use state. Let's give it string. So the time slot, or we can change this to time slot instead of time, since it's going to be string. So we can scroll down to the bottom here, and let's change this to time slot. And we can pass in dates, set dates, and let's say time slot, and set time slot. And then here we're going to have a method which is responsible for creating the post. So I'll say create post, and here we're going to say post. So I'm going to remove it here. So this is going to be, we are going to also add it here to on click, and I'm going to say handle create post, and we're going to pass in post status, sorry, status dot draft. So let's create the component. So let's create the method. I'm going to scroll up here, and I'll say constant handle create post, and this is going to take in status, which is optional, and let's return this. Let's set the type to post. Sorry, let me get the type. So I've imported the type, post status. So now we are done with this. So we are going to go ahead and create this component. So let's go ahead and create it. So I'm going to come inside the schedule, and I'm going to say, dates picker.txx. So I'm also going to paste this component. I'm going to paste it here, and let me scroll to the top so we can review it. So we have the props which we've passed, and date, set time class. The class name is optional. Then also align. Then we have the render button here. So we have this method to generate the time slot. So this is going to give us the 15-minute interval time slot. Then we have this the option here. So here we're going to disable post time option. So if the selected date is today, it's going to return the time if the current time is now, it's going to give us it's going to start from, let's say, 9:15 and 9:30 and above. So that's the reason we have this available time option. Then this use effect is going to check if the selected time is no longer available in the slot in the available time option. It's going to just pick the one that is available, the first one in the list, and set the time to it. Else is just going to pass the time to the set time. Here we're just going to get the if date passed and if is time not available. Then we are going to pass it. We are going to pass it to this render button. See here. So this is just going to show the calendar component, which is got it from the UI calendar function to UI. So basically this is it. So we can save this. So this is throwing an error. So I'm going to comment all of this out. I think this is normal. These class names are now more available. So let me see. So I'm going to comment it out. And let's see this if it's going to show properly without all of these classes. So let's go back and let's import these components now. So now we are done with this but so what we are going to do, we want to only show these buttons when the user has a connected channel. So we're going to show another button here. It's going to be below here, which is going to show connect channel. So I'm going to go ahead and let's go scroll to the top, and I'm going to do a check. So I'm going to say, can the user schedule? So this is going to equals to has connected channels. So I think we can use has connected channel. So let me just use has connected channel instead. So let me just use this instead. So I'll remove this and I'll scroll back to the bottom, and not outside this div. So I'm going to say has connected channel. Then we're going to show. So let me close this, and I'm going to move this inside the if check, and I'm going to say else. Let's import button. So I'm going to say connect channel to post, and I'm going to wrap this inside a link. So let's import it for next link and pass this here, and I'm going to say ref And this is going to navigate the user to the settings page. So let's give it a class name. So let's give it size first, size large. And I'm going to say as child. So let me increase the button, or let's just leave it. So now we are done with the create post dialog. So we're going to go ahead and work on we're going to use the post endpoint. So as we've plugged it here, the handle create post and also the toggle channel. So before we go ahead and view this on the browser, let's add some classes here. So I'm going to add padding button 4 margin 0, and let's reduce this to 0. And I'm going to reduce the height. Let me say 580. I think this is fine. So let's see. So I think everything is fine. So let's go ahead and preview this. So I'll go to the browser and we can see the schedule page. So we can click list and calendar view. So let's click on post, add post. We should see how it look. So you can see my connected accounts are showing here. So we have not yet implemented the toggle method or function we're supposed to work on. And I also need to enable AI assistant button here. So we can see the draft button, and here you can select. So this is working fine, even when we commented some of the classes in the calendar. So we can see if you select May 13, we can see May 13, and we can see the available time slots. So since we selected May 13, see the time is available. But if I select 12, May 12, we can see the time is currently it started from 10, 10, 10, 15, 10, 30, so 15-minute interval, and this is fine. So everything looks good. So if I click on this icon now, we can see select a channel to preview. So for me, this is not working. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to click on select all, and we can see that it has selected the channel, and we can see the preview. We can scroll down to the bottom and select this, and we can see the LinkedIn preview. So this is working fine. So we can reduce the height of this more, so or increase it so that we can see. It's easy for us to click the channel. So this is working. So let's go ahead and implement the toggle button, and then we're going to make this functional and the schedule post functional. So let's go ahead and do it. So I'll go back to the code. So before we do the toggle, let's first of all let's work on the handle ID and select. So let's see. So I'll scroll up here, and there handle idea select is good. We're going to pass in idea, and we set this to any. So I'm going to say if not has connected channel, and we can just say return, and we can do the same thing. We just say toast dot error. I'll say connect at least one channel to add idea. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to say if selected channels or length is equals to 0, then we are going to set the global content. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to say text, and since the idea has title and description, I'm going to combine them here. I'm going to say idea dot title plus, I'm going to let's use new line mode, and I'm going to say plus item dot description else empty Now let's just do like this. Then I'm going to pass images, ideas. So this should be idea. Idea dot images or empty array. So I'm going to say return. So if there is selected channels, then we can add it here. We can say set selected, set channel content. So we're going to get the previous state, and let's return the previous state and active accordion. And we're going to pass in text. So I'm going to say idea. So let's do the same thing here. Let's copy the title and description, pass it here, and also the images. So now we are done with this method. So let's go to where we look through this channel selected. So the channels. Oh, I think it's here. The buttons, yes. So we need to add. Let me enable this. So let's copy the toggle channel. And let's go ahead and create a state. So I'll do that here. I'll say constant toggle channel. And I'm going to say channel of type string, channel ID. And let's return. Then inside this, we're going to say set selected channels. We're going to get a previous state. And we're going to check if previous dot include channel ID, and I'm going to say and active preview is equals to channel ID. I'm just going to say set active preview empty string. Then I'm going to say constant is selected is equals to previous dot include channel ID. So now I'm going to say constant new channels is equals to is selected previous to filter channel, and I'm going to say channel not equals to channel ID. So let me change this to ID instead. So it's not equals to channel ID. Sorry, I'll say else, then previous, and I'm going to pass in channel ID. So we're going to return the new channel. So inside there, we're going to then say, so we're going to say if not selected, if not is selected, then we're going to try to copy the content from the global state if there's content into the selected channel. So I'm going to say if, so let's say if we're going to check if global content.text and not channel content channel ID dot text, then I'm going to say constant channel is equals to channels. Oh, there's no need for me to pass this here. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to go back to where we pass this. So I'm going to also pass in the character limit. So I'll say channel dot character limit. So let's scroll up back and scroll up here, and let's accept this. Get this. We say let's say limits. I'll set this to string. No, I'm going to set this to number. So we're going to do the same thing we did for the all selected. So we're going to do the same thing here. So let me just copy this. So let me just change this to character underscore limits. So yeah, I'm going to pass this here. So I'm going to just remove this. And then I'm going to say set channel content. Sorry, channel content. We're going to get the previous. And let me return. And I'm going to destructure the previous state. And let's say channel ID. And let's say previous channel ID. And we're going to pass in the text and the images. So that's what I did here. So we are going to say else. So if this is not selected, let's say else, we are going to say set channel content. Or we can leave the, let's just use previous states. So I'm thinking there's no need to do the else. So if this is not selected, we already have okay, let me just return it like for now. So I'm going to say previous and channel ID text empty string and images empty string. So yeah, I'm going to say if not selected channel or includes channel ID, I'm going to say set active accordion to ID to channel ID and then active preview to channel ID. So I think we are done with the toggle channel. So we need to add other states here. We need to set. So what I'm going to do is just say set date, new dates, and I'm going to say set time slot, empty string, and we've set active preview, set active, and I think that set selected channels empty array. So now let's implement the handle create post. So I'm going to go at the top and let's collapse this to effect. And I think I can do it here. So I want to implement the mutation function. You use mutation to create the post. So let's just do constant create post mutation is equals to use mutation, and we're going to pass in this So let me format this properly. We are going to pass in the post, schedule at, and status. So this is just to type the post, schedule out, and status. Then we are going to we're going to call the emp API post. We're going to pass in the JSON posts, schedule out, and status. And then if the response, if there's any error, let me just remove this and just fail to create posts. And then we're going to return the response. Now we're going to have our success. And this is going to give us, I'm going to get the data and variables. And let me return this. So the variables is coming from the dance create query. So we're going to use this to say toast success, and I want to say data the post length created successfully. So instead of saying so I'll just remove this post, or we can leave it like this, post created successfully, or let's just do it like this. So I'm going to say variable the status if it's equals to post underscore status dot draft. Then we can say save to, let me say, okay, we can say number of posts created successfully. No, I want to do it like this, so I'll say post here, sorry, post, and I'm going to say save to draft successfully, like this is okay. So now let's import query client at the top. So say constant query client is equals to use query client, and let's import it. So I'm going to say query client. So we've not yet implemented the endpoint to fetch or post, but I'm just going to handle the invalidate query here. And I'm going to do it for two. So I'm going to say for post, and sorry, I'm also going to say total. So we're going to create an endpoint to get the total. This is going to be for the list view. So this is for all posts. And we are going to say handle so there's it handle open change. So let's call it here. And let's pass false. So we can say if error, say on error, I'm going to return this. So let's say console.log let's just say error failed to create post, and let's just to toast the error. I'll say failed to create or save post. And this is fine. So now let's go to where we have the handle create post. So I'm going to say if selected channel dot length is equals to 0, then let's return it, and let's say toast dot error, and also select at least one channel. So yeah, we're going to say constant post to be created, or let's say post to create is equals to selected channel. So no, selected channel list. Dot map. So let me see, selected channel lists. Okay. Dot map, and we are going to get a channel. So this is not channel ID, channel. And what we're going to do, we're going to say constant content. So to get the content, we're going to say channel content, channel dot ID, or I'm just going to say text, images, empty array. So let's return. I'm going to remove this. I'm going to say channel type ID is channel dot ID, then content. I'll say content dot text, then images, sorry, the images is going to be content dot images, and this image has a type of image object, the URL and key. So now we have post to create. So now let's make sure that the post to create has all of them has content. I'll say post to create dot sum post and not post dot content. Let's return, and let's set toast dot error. I'll say each selected channel must have content. So let's say create post mutation dot mutate. We're going to so we need to get the date. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to combine the date and time, which is going to give us the schedule. So I'm going to be using date function. So what I'm going to say constant past time is equals to, I'm going to import this from date function. So let me import it here. So import it, yes, and set, and let me scroll back to, so I'm going to say PS time slot, and I'm going to say so like this, and I'm going to say constant schedule at is going to be equals to set date and I'm going to say hours PS time sorry, PS time dot get hours, then minutes, PS time dot get minutes, then I'm going to say seconds 0 and milliseconds 0. So now we can pass the schedule at, and I'm going to say to ISO string, and let's pass in the status. So I'm going to say on new date. So the status is undefined. So if it's draft, we're going to send it. So let's go straight to this. I'm just going to make this optional here and the error should stop. So let's go to route post where we have post. We are going to where we are saving the status. So I'm going to say constant post status is equals to, I'll say status. So status is equals to post draft. Then we're going to set post draft else post status dot cube. So let's change this to use post status instead. So now let's go back to the page. Now this is going to work now. So we are done implementing this. So I'm just going to copy create post mutation, and let's go down to where we had let's go down to the bottom to the date picker. We need to show we say if create post mutation dot is pending. I'm going to say so let's import spinner. So let me say I made a mistake. So let's also add this create mutation is pending. So I'm going to add it here too. So I'm going to also add I'm going to say and create mutation. So instead of pending, I'm going to use variable. So if variable dot status is equals to undefined, then I'm going to show the spinner. So this is going to help us so that the spinner is not going to show up when we are saving for draft. So I'm going to copy the same thing. Sorry, let's copy this and let's go straight to draft, and I'm going to pass it here. So I'm going to say status is equals to post status dot draft. Then we're going to show the spinner. Then we need to also add a disable here. So I'll say disable is equals to create post mutation dot is pending. So I think we are done. So we are done with this. So we can go ahead and test it out. So let's go to the browser and test it. So I'll go to the browser. So let's click on, let me open the dev tool, and I'm going to click on the post, new post, and let's just select from the ideas. So let me pick this, and we can see this as set. So we can try and save. Sorry. Let me try it again. I'm going to see, I think we've made a mistake here. We need to have disabled this button so that unless the user selects a channel. So I'm going to fix that later on. So let's just pick this, and I'm going to click on schedule post. Okay, so pick a valid time. So let me do that. So let me see. Let me pick. So let me just pick the next day, and let's just reduce the time. I'll click on done. I'll click on schedule post. So something is wrong. So let me go ahead and look at it. So let's go back to the code and let's go to where I have this. So I've seen the problem here. I use this. So save this and let's head back to the browser. And now this should work now. So I'm going to click on schedule post. Okay, you can see that this is working. We didn't select a channel. So let's click on a channel. Let's pick this. And let's click on save. Schedule post. And let's see. So invalid status. So let's see the payload. Oh, we didn't pass in any status here. So this is throwing an error. So let's go back and fix it. So so let's go to the API. To the API post route. And I think it's because of this check here. So I think I may remove this check. Let's remove it. So since we're going to handle it, we're going to handle it here. We say if post is true, then we're going to set it as queue. So let me go ahead and instead of doing this checklist, I'm going to enable if status is undefined. So I'm going to change this to this. So I'll say if status is not undefined and status is not equals to post draft, then we're going to throw an error. So only invalid status, or we can say only draft, only draft status, only draft is allowed like this. So this should work now. So let's go ahead and test it again. So let's go to the browser and let me try and save this. I'll clear this. And I'm going to click on, let's click on schedule. And let's see. So it failed again. So let's go ahead and check the, so I notice, okay, image has been passed and content has been passed. So fail to create post. Let me go and check the terminal. So 500. We then we console the error. So 500. So I think I know where the problem. So the problem is coming from this failed to create post. It's coming from this error. So let me console.log it. Errors. So I think I found the issue. So let me remove this comment. This console.log. So I made a mistake. This is not the right table. So we are using schedule post. So that is what we have here inside. Let me scroll up to the get endpoint. You can see that we are fetching it from schedule post. So I made a mistake. So now let's hope that this works. So let's go ahead and test it out. So I'll go to the browser. And let me clear this. So let's click on schedule post. Hopefully this should work. So now we can see that it went through. So we have the posts saved in the DB. So let's go to Insforge and let me reload this. So we can see the post status queue, and we can see that this is great. And we can see the user channel type. This is for Twitter. So this is it. So we are going to go ahead and work on the calendar view and the list view. So we're going to go ahead and work on the calendar view. So I'm going to collapse this, and inside the components, we've already created the calendar view component. So inside there, I'm just going to change this to use clients, or I'm going to leave it like this. So what I'm going to do next is, since we are going to have the calendar is going to have the monthly and the weekly, we are going to have a state that we're going to use to manage the view, and we're going to also have a state to store or to manage the channel selected. So we can filter by the channels of the user. So I'm going to go ahead and use Nox. So I'll say constant view, and this I'm going to say set view. This is equals to use query state. Yes, I'm going to set this to month. So we can just set type here, and view type is equals to month and week. Then we're going to have channels IDs, set channel IDs, and this is going to, default value is going to be array, and I'm going to say pairs query and query dot split and serialize value value dot join. So we're going to have this. Now we are going to also filter by status. So I'm going to say constant selected status. Yeah, so I'm going to just bring this down like this. So the default value is going to be empty string. So we are going to also have the current date. So I'm going to import use state from React, and I'm going to say constant. So we're going to have a state to manage the opening of the create post dialog. So I'll say creates let's say dialog open, and set creates dialog open. So now let's go ahead and fetch the post. I'll say use query from task create query, and the query key, this is going to be post selected status and channel IDs. Then I'm going to pass in the query function async, and here I'm going to then, let's say constant params is equals to new URL search param. So if there is a value in the selected status state, we are going to pass it, and if channel ID's length is greater than 0, we're going to append it to the params, and there we can then fetch this. So let me remove this. So now we fetch this. Let me get the data and it's pending. So I can just loop through the post, and it's going to be use memo I'll pass in data, and I'm going to say constant post data dot post. So since this is showing any, I'm going to write the type. So I've already passed the type here. You can see post type, and this is, we're going to have the user channel ID, the user channels with the channel types here. So I can just import this type here, and I'm going to just say as post type, and let me grab this. So we can just return. So I'm just going to say return post type map post, and I'll say ID like this. So I'm just going to remove some stuff. I'm going to remove this, and I'm going to leave this like this. User channel, so not user channel. We're going to just pass channel types. So I'm going to say post user channel type. Uh, channel type is not an array. So I think this is it. So let's hover over the post. We can see the post here. So let's go ahead and work on the um the the component. So I'm just going to give this a class name, and then inside there we're going to have a div. I'll give this class name. Let's give this height 100 VH minus 400 pixel, and we're going to have a div. Let's give this a class name flex padding 6, and then padding top 4, height 4, overflow y02. So we're going to go ahead and create a custom calendar view. So I'll call this post calendar. This is going to take in the post, and we're going to pass in is pending. I'll pass in current dates, and I'm going to also pass in view. I'm going to say as view type, and I'm going to say on view change, I'm going to set view, and on date change, you're going to set the current date. Then I'm going to also have on post click, and let's create the state here as a constant handle post click. So I'm going to find the post. So I'm going to say constant so I'm not going to use post. I'm going to say use the post data. So I'm going to say post is equals to data the post the find post post the id is equals to, so I'm going to say post here. Let me change this to let's change this to, so let me make this underscore post and underscore id. So then I'm going to say if post, then we're going to create a state that hold the post. So I'm going to call this selected post for edit. So this is it, and I'm going to use this here, and I'm going to pass in the post. So I'm going to also create a state. So currently we have only create dialog post. We've not implemented edit. So I'm just going to change this to is edit dialog post. So this is going to open the edit dialog. So let's pass it here and say true. So this is wrong. So this is not supposed to be post type. So I'm going to go ahead and I've created a type for the calendar. So I'm going to say calendar post type. So this is what's going to be returned back. Or let me just remove it. Let's just use data post like this. And let me just set this to as post type. So this will just be passed to this post calendar. And I can just pass post type here. So this is fine. So let me just copy this. And I'm going to pass it here. So no need for mapping. Then also I'm going to remove data. I'm just going to use post here. So now we're going to also have on create post. We are going to open the dialog. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to come over here. I'm going to create a method. I'll say handle and create post. And let me replace this with it. And I'm going to just say selected set selected date, set selected. So let me see. So I don't have selected dates here. So let me create it. So I'm going to paste this here and I'm going to change this to selected dates. So this is going to be null. So I'm going to set this type to dates or no. And I can use now this set selected dates. Yeah. So I'm going to I'm going to set the dates that was so we're going to so pass in the dates, and this is going to be of type date. So the dates that the user select from the calendar is going to be passed here, and we're going to add it to the state. So we can use the dates and display it inside the calendar inside the create dialog component. So now I'm going to also give this. I'm going to have a prop I'm going to call write action. So the reason why I'm going to add this prop is because I want to create a component that is going to have the filters, and this filters is a filter for post status, and I'm going to use this in the list view. So instead of creating them repeating them, I'm going to just create one component and I'm going to pass them. I'm going to use them for both calendar view and list view. So that's the reason I'm passing. I'm just going to just set this to empty to fragment. So now let's go ahead and create this post calendar. So I'm going to create a folder as a post calendar. So the reason why I'm creating a folder is because I'm going to, and the package I'm going to use I'm going to write some CSS. So I have some CSS I'm going to pass to the components. So I just want to group them here. So I'm going to say index.txx. And inside there, I'm just going to say post calendar.css. So the next thing I'm going to do, we're going to go ahead and install the package. So let's open the terminal and let me paste it here. So we're going to install npm react b calendar. 1.19.4, and let's wait for this to install. So the package has already installed. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to paste the components. You can copy these components from the GitHub. So I'll paste it here, and I need to import. So let me remove this, and I'm going to import this component properly. Don't worry, we're going to look at the components together. So let me just quickly import this, and also the post type. So I can go ahead and import this now, and let's see if there's any error. So for now, there's no error. So there's error here. So I need to also get the CSS too. So I'm going to go into post the CSS. I'm going to paste it here. So I've pasted the CSS, and now I can go ahead and import it. So I have imported the CSS here. So this is great. So now if you look at here, we have the post calendar props, all the props you need, and yeah, let me change it. So this should be shadow at. So we're going to get the, if we're trying to map through this post, so we're going to have the title, starts, and then end, and you can see we are passing the post here. So we're going to format the dates for weekly, and then for and day format. So if it's weekly, week is equals to week, and then we have the custom and toolbar. So let me see if there's any error. So now we have passed in the localizer events, current date, format. If is view, you're going to use type of 15 and 60 times 1000, and minimum and maximum. Then on navigate, we are going to have on dates change. We're passing this here. So for view, if view is equals to much, we're going to import view from React B calendar, and we're going to set it. So on view, we are going to get the on view change, pass in the view. Then on select events, this is where we're going to have the on post click, and we're going to pass in the post here. So this is to disable the time. So the pass time, we're going to disable it, and we're going to give this a background color. You can see I'm using muted here, and I'm going to set pointer event none. So for the date, for the month view, we are going to also do the same thing. We're going to disable it. You can see for past day, we are going to set previous event none, and we're just going to set the background color to muted. So let me change this. So this is going to be event user channel dot channel type. So with this, we can get the channel. Then we're going to pass in the channel type, get the icon, and if icon, we're going to display if. So this is just going to show the channel icon. So let me also fix this to shadow art, and this is just to display the month and date header. So I have the, so this is the plus button. Once you click, it's going to, you're going to pass in the date. So we're going to display, we're going to open the dialog, and I think that is all. So that is all. So we didn't look at the custom toolbar. So the custom toolbar is just having the left button, right button for navigation, the date, a button to navigate to today's date, and the select option for month. And so let me change this to month and week. And this is where we're going to display the right actions. So now we have the calendar view. So let's go ahead and work on the so let's call the component schedule toolbar. So we're going to say schedule toolbar. And for this component, we're going to pass in the channels IDs, and we are going to also pass in selected status, and let me just pass in set selected status. We are going to also pass in we are going to also pass in a method. So I'm going to call this toggle channels. So let's create the method there. So I can say constant toggle channel is equals to, so we're going to pass in the channel ID. So I'm going to say, so let me remove this. I'm going to set channel IDs previous, and I'm going to say if not previous, then return channel ID. Then I'm going to say if not if previous include channel ID, then instead of returning this, I'm going to, first of all, let me cut this out. I'm just going to say filter constant filter is equals to this, and then I'm going to say filter length equals to 0, null filter, and this is how we are going to implement it. So now we have this. So I'm going to change this to channel IDs here. So let me also fix this. So it should be flex 1. And let me remove this overflow. So let's go ahead and create this component. So I'm going to open this. I'm going to create, let me create a file as a schedule toolbar.txx. So I'm also going to paste this component inside here. So this is the component. So we have the schedule toolbar props, which is taking the view type. And I think we didn't pass in the view type here. So let me, okay, since the default here is calendar, so that's the reason we didn't pass it. We didn't pass any view type here. So we have the channel IDs, toggle channel, the selected status and set selected status, and this is the status options here. Then we are going to fetch the channel. So I'm going to say channel connected. So I'm using filter is equals to connected. So this is really going to give me the connected channels, and we have the connected channels here. So this is only going to show for calendar mode. So this is just a drop down to and filter by status. So for the list view, we are going to have these tabs. So there's no point showing this again, where we are going to have status in the tab way. So we're going to have channel filters, and this we're going to list the filter. So if channel ID length and include all, so that's if we're using all. So maybe I will just to, let me remove this. We don't have all. So I'll say if channel dot length is greater than 0, or let's just say if channel ID IDs and channel length is greater than 0, then we're going to channel dot length, channel IDs dot length. And we have this command component from Shadcn UI, which we're going to list the channel. So we just only get the channel avatar and this checkbox. Yeah, so this is it. So let's go ahead and then import this component inside the calendar view, and let me import it. So now below here we're going to then let's call the create post dialog, and let's pass it. So let me import it. So let's say selected date. So let's go into this component and let me pass it here as a selected date, and then we're going to also pass it here like this. So I think the error should stop. Okay, we need to pass now here. The error stopped. So let me save this. So let's go to the front end, to the client side, or to the browser, and let's check this out. So I'll go into schedule, and then we can see the calendar. We can see the post. So we've now worked on the edit dialog. So this is not clickable. So we can filter by, let's say filter by Q, and this should fetch. Let's filter by draft, and we should see no post here. And we can see that this is showing on the URL. So let me go back to all posts. So I think I need to set this to null. So I'm going to go ahead and fix it. So let me remove it and just reload the page. So you can see it. So I'm going to click on channels, and let's try and filter by and LinkedIn. So this should not return any post. So we can see channel ID. So we can see that it didn't return any post. So I'm going to uncheck it, and I'm going to check Twitter. So I didn't return any data when I filter by this user channel. So let's go back to the code and fix this. So let me go to the endpoint. So we are passing these channel IDs. So passing the channel IDs here. So this is not channels type IDs, but this is the user channels IDs. So I'm going to go to the endpoint now. Route API post, and yeah, okay, I think we're making a mistake here. So instead of channel type ID, let's filter by user channel ID. So remember, we are getting only the connected this, we are filtering by the user channel ID. So let me confirm this. So inside status bar, if I scroll down to where we click, so you can see we are saying channel dot user channel ID. So let's save this and let's head back to the browser again. So let's confirm this will work. So let me remove this, and now we can see that it's work. So once we select this, you see that it is working. We can see the post, and if I try to click on this, so, and if I uncheck this, you can see nothing showing again. So this is good. Let me uncheck this too, and now we can see the post is showing. So let's go and fix this post from showing all. If I click on all, it is supposed to show all the status, but for some reason we are not seeing the post. So let me go back to the code, and I think is this place. So selected status, maybe we can say selected status, and then selected status is not all. So let's see. Let me go into this select toolbar, and let me go to the filters. So I'm looking for where I passed all. Okay, let me see. So I'm not able to see where I set the default value to empty string. So I've seen the problem. The problem is because of the loop. So I have this ID of all. So I think if I set this to not equals to, it's going to work. So let me try it out. So let me go back to the browser and let's see. Now we can see the post. We can see the post. So this is working fine. So we can go ahead now and work on the list view. So let's go back to the code. So before we go ahead and work on the list view, I noticed some issue. So let's go to the browser. So if we go to the browser and try to click on the plus button, we can see that this is going to be taking May 13. Even when I click on this date, so for some reason we are not seeing the date. So what I'm going to do, let's go back to the code and let's go into create inside the create dialog. So the selected date, so we're going to just use effect to handle that. So I'm just going to say use effect if selected date, just then pass in the selected date. So we're going to save this and let's go to the browser and let's look at it now. So if this is 14, if I click on 14 now, we can see May 14. So it is showing 12 a.m. So if I click on 22, okay, it's showing 2 a.m. So if I click on this, we can see May 23. So this is working. You can go ahead and change the time if you want. So we can click here and then the user can change the time, whichever one it wants. So this is working fine. So now let's go ahead and work on the list view. So I'm going to close this and let's open this and let's go into, let me collapse everything and let's go into list view. So what I'm going to do first, I'm going to define the types here for the tab. So the tab is going to be draft, queue, publish, and field. So I'm going to define the type. Then I'm going to then create a state for the tab. So I'm going to say constant active tab. And I'm going to say active tab, then set active tab. And this is going to be equals to new state. And we can set a type here. Or let's use query from use query state from Nox, and we can set status the key to status, and then let's set default value to empty, or let's use draft as a default value. So we're going to do the same thing we did in the calendar view. So I'm going to go to the calendar view and I'm going to copy some of these states here. So we have so I'm going to copy, let me just copy all of this like this. And let's go back to the list view. And I'm going to paste it here. So I'm going to remove the current state, the selected state. Then I'm going to remove this is create open dialog. And I'm going to leave the is open dialog. So let me import this post. So I'm going to also pass in so we're going to have a button to open the create dialog. So since inside the page, let's go to schedule page. The schedule page, we have this state here. So I'm going to pass it inside the list view. So let me pass it here. I'll say set like this. So inside the list view now, I can just get it here. And I'm going to say set, I'll say open boolean and void, return void. So this is going to open the dialog. So let me import it. Then we're going to go into the calendar view and I'm going to copy this. So let me copy this use query book. So let's go to list. So let me also save this. And I'm going to paste it here. So I'm going to import use query hook from stack. So instead of selected status, I'm going to say active tab. And here I'm going to say active tab. Change this to active tab. Active tab. And I'm going to just pass it here. So if channel ID was 0, we're going to pass in the channel IDs and the endpoint and everything is fine. So we are going to also create another endpoint to get the total. So we are going to do that now, but let me first of all implement the component first. So let's give this a class name. I'll say, class name, flex column, height full, padding top 3. And we're going to have a div here. And I'm going to give this class name, flex item center, justify between, border bottom, and padding axis. And now we can import tabs from UI tab. And we're going to pass in value as active tab. And then we are going to have on value change, we are going to get the value and we are going to say set active tab value. And now let's import tab list. And let's give this variant of line and give it a class name space x4. And then let's import tab trigger. And let's give this value is equals to draft. And let's say draft. And I'm going to say we're going to calculate we're going to create an import to get the total. So I'm going to say badge and let me import it from UI badge. So I'm going to just give this 0 for now. So let's give this variant secondary. So I'll copy this. I'll paste it here. Paste it here to, I'll change this to Q. I'll change this to publish. So let's change this to Q and publish. So for the last one, we're going to have field. So I'll say field. So now after the tab, we are going to then import the schedule toolbar. Like I mentioned earlier on, that we are going to use this component we created for the calendar view. We are going to use it also in the list view. So I'm going to, this time we're going to pass in the view type. So it hide this, let me go into the component. So it hide this popover. So I'm going to say view type is equals to list. And we can pass in channel IDs. and selected status, you say active tab. Then set and selected status, we can see set active tab, and it's remaining the toggle channel. It's a toggle channel, and let's go to the calendar view and copy it. So I'll go to calendar view, and I'm going to copy this. So let's go to calendar view. So list view and paste this here. Now we can pass in the toggle channel. We are also going to copy. So let me see. Okay. Okay, let's just go ahead and continue. Oh, so I've remembered it's going to be this post here. So let's copy this post. And let's go back to the list view and let's scroll up here. So I'm just going to paste it here. So now we are going to go ahead and let's come down here and let's have a div where we're going to list all the posts. So give this a class name flex1 and overflow. Let's give it overflow y auto padding 6. Or let's remove the overflow. So here we're going to also have a div, and I'm going to give this a class name. I'll say maximum width, let's say 900 pixel, and mx auto, and let's say width 4, and give this space y2. So we are going to say is pending. Then I'm going to paste this here. So let me import the skeleton component. So we're going to say else. So the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and modify this API route. So I'm going to also pass in, we're going to pass in some another query params. So enable us to fetch post group by the date. So I'm going to go over to the route and let's go ahead and implement this. So I'm going to scroll down here where we have channels. I'm going to also say constant group by. So I'm going to say, okay, let's say group by date instead. And this is going to say search param dot get, and I'm going to pass this here. So I'm say group by date, and if this is true, then we are going to then return the post group by the date. So I'm going to just say so let's just equals to true here like this. So let's scroll down to where we have this post. So below here, I'm going to, instead of returning this like this, so I'm going to say if not group by date, then we are going to return this post. So let me just set this to empty array here. So now what we are going to do, we are going to set a map. So I'm going to say constant group map is equals to new map, and this is going to just have type string, and we're going to say label string and post. So I'll just say type of post. So the way we are going to return this, we're going to return this as the dates. So the date is going to be, we're going to have, so we're going to have the dates. Let me comment this out. We're going to have the date, and we're going to have label and post. It's going to be an array. So we're going to have date, label, and post. So now we're going to loop through the post now. We're going to say post the for each post, and let's return this. So now we're going to pass the date, so the schedule date. So this is going to be equals to new date post the schedule date, the schedule at. So now I'm going to then build the date so it matches the local date. So I'm just going to say constant key is equals to, I'll set an array, and I'm going to say date dot get full year, get full year, like this. So for the month, I'm going to cut this out, and I'm going to say string, and I'm going to say +1, like this. So this is, since month is a 0 index, we are going to use this +1 to fix it. So it's instead of starting with 0, we're going to start with 1. So we are going to have 12 months, and we're going to pad this we're going to pad the month so it ensure 2 digits is returned. So instead of returning third month, so it's going to be 03, like this. So for this one, we are not going to, so we're going to do the same thing for the day of the month, which is this. So now we have this. We are going to, okay, we are going to get the key. So let me, instead of doing this, let me do it like this. I'm going to say if not group map as key, then we're going to set this. So instead of the format string, I'm going to create a method below here. So let me create a method here. So say function format day label. So we are going to get today, tomorrow, if from the date, and if not, if it's not today or tomorrow, then we're going to just return the actual date. So I'm going to say pass in the date, and I'm going to say type of date, and this is going to, sorry, we're going to return. So I'll say constant today is equals to new date, and I'll say constant tomorrow is going to be equals to new date. So new date today. Then I'm going to say tomorrow set date tomorrow dot get date +1. Then if date dot date to string is equals to today dot this is going to return today, else we're going to then return, if this we're going to return tomorrow, then we're going to then return date to date string. No, I'll say to local the string, and this is fine. So we can use this here. So let's copy this and let's use it here. So I'm just going to paste it here, and we can pass in the date. So this is fine. Then after the loop, we are going to then convert this into an array. I'll say like this. So instead of value, I'll say entry dot map value. So instead of, I'm going to use key instead of date. Oh, let's use the date and date and key, and let's return next response group, or let me just leave the key there. This is fine. So we have this already. Now let's go ahead and use this inside the list view. So I'm going to come over here. So let me just come here and just say params dot append and we set this to true like this. So let me close this so this. So everything is clean and like this. So now we have this. So instead of post type, I'm going to define the type here. I'm going to say type group post. We're going to say key, which is of type string, and label type string. Post is going to be post type with an array. So group post type. So I'll come down here and I'm going to pass it here. So instead of post, I'm going to say group. So that's what I did there. Say group. So let me change this to group post. So I'll copy this, save this, and I'll copy this. I'll change this to group post and this to group post. So let me just wrap this like this. So if I hover this now, we can see group post type. So let's scroll down to where we have this. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to say group post dot length is equals to 0. We are going to then have a div, and I'm going to give this a class name, flex height full, flex column item center, justify center, and then let's also have a div. Sorry, let's have a div here. I'm going to give this a class name of maximum width small and space y, sorry, and space y4. So let me close the div. And there, I'm going to then paste this here. So let me import this icon from LucyBears. So this is the empty state. Then there we're going to have a button. Let's set the size to large. And we can say on click. And we can say set create post model open to true. And there we're going to say create post. So let's also import icon from LucyBears size 4. So I'm going to then move this to the top. And there we are going to then loop through the group post. So I'll say div constant, sorry, class name widthful, and I'm also going to say space y5. So let's loop through the group post dot map. So let's say group. I'm going to have a div let's say key is equals to group dot key. So I didn't use date here, I used key. Let me use the key, it's fine. So for the let's use h2, yeah. So for this state, I'm going to change this to label, and let me set this to medium. And I think this is fine. So here we're going to have, let's increase this to 6, and here we're going to loop through the post. So let me remove this, So I'll say constant schedule date. So schedule is equals to, we're going to say PS ISO post.schedule at. So let me import it from this function, and this is going to be schedule underscore at, and we're going to return. So let's give this a div. I'm going to say key, and this is post.id, and let's give this a class name, and we're going to use grade gap2. I'm going to say large, we're going to say grade dot column 2. I'm going to also let me bring this down here. So I'll say 120 pixel underscore minimax 01 fr. So yeah, we're going to also get the channel and the image. So there we're going to have a div inside this parent div. So let me give this a class name. I'll say space, class name. I'll say space y, oh, let me just remove this class name, and let me close this. So I'm going to, so I'll say h, let's say h5, and we're going to format this schedule date. So we're going to import format from let's import it from date function, and this is schedule date. So I'm going to import this. So we're going to have a div here, and I'm going to give this a class name of flex item center and gap 2. So I'm going to import this pin icon from Lucy React and give this size, let's give class name size 4, and I'm going to span. So I'm going to say if post dot status is equals to draft. So I'm just going to say draft else custom. So let's give this text muted foreground. So we are done with this. So let's import the card component from UI card, and I'm going to give this a class name of py0 gap0, and let's import card content, and let's give this a class name grid gap6 as a medium on screen grid colon. So we're going to say colons minimum min max, and I'm going to give this 01 fr, and we're going to say underscore 250 pixel. So here we're going to have, I'm going to say div class name space y5, and let's import, I'm going to say channel, if channel, let's import channel avatar, and let's pass in the type, channel color, profile image. So now profile image is going to be channel, post dot, we have post dot channel, user channel dot profile image, and we're going to pass in the name. So name is going to be post dot user and channels dot handle, or channel dot name. So yeah, I'm going to have a div. I'll give this so let me remove this div. Let me just use Peter again. And let's say class name white. So white space rewrap. And we can give the class name the font size to text small. And I'll say leading 6. And we're going to give this line clamp 4. And let's say post content. Then yeah, I'm going to display the image. So the post image, one of the post image. So I'm just going to pass this here. So we're going to say width, class name, maximum height 165 overflow, hidden, rounded to Excel border, BG muted 0.4. Then if preview image, we're just going to show this image, else we're just going to show a placeholder like this. So I think I can, let me just remove the height, maximum height, and also the background. So we are done with this. So now let's create the footer. So I'll say card footer, and I'm going to give this a class name. And say flex column gap for border and top, padding x6, padding y3, and for medium we are going to say flex row, and then medium item center, and justify between. So now I'm going to say if, so let me create a paragraph here, and let's give this a class name first. As a text small, text muted foreground, and let's say post dot status. If post dot status is equals to publish, then I'm going to have, let's open a fragment here. I'm going to say publish via, let's have a span tag here, and this is going to have the channel name. So channel dot name. I'll just set it to channel, and I'm going to give this a class name of font medium and text foreground. Then below here we are going to say, I'll just say this. So you created this, so let me cut this out and add the fragment here, and let me import this from date function. So now we have this p type. Now we're going to have a div again. We're going to give this a class name like item center gap 3, and we're going to say post dot publish URL. So if the post has a publish URL and post dot status is equals to publish, then we're going to have a button. Let's import button, and I'm going to paste in this a tag. So I'm going to save as tried here. I'm going to say variant to outline. That's fine. Then this is okay. Text. So let me just remove the color. We don't need it. So I'll just say view posts, and then let me import this external link icon from Lucy React. So I'm going to remove this and use this, and I'm going to say else. We are going to have a fragment here. So I'm going to have a button to reschedule. So this is going to open the edit and dialog, edit post dialog. So let me just create, say, on click handle edit post, and we're going to pass in the post. So let me create the method here. So I'll say constant handle edit post is equals to post, which is post type. Then we're going to also have another button. So this button is only going to show when it's in draft. So I'm going to say post dot status is equals to draft. Then I'm going to show this button here. So instead of should I say publish now, and I'm going to change the icon to send from Lucy React. So instead of handle edit post, I'll say handle publish now. So let me copy this and let's go up. And it's a constant handle publish now, and post with post type, with the type of post type. So let's go and fix the error. So I think I've made a mistake here. So let me collapse this. So I think I found the issue. Okay, the error has stopped. So now what we are going to do, we're going to go ahead and work on the edits. Before we work on the edits, we have not implemented the total posts for drafts, queue, publish, and field. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. So let's first of all go ahead and create the endpoint for that. And we're going to also create the endpoint to edit post. So I'm going to my app folder, API, and inside post, we're going to create two folder. I'm going to say idea, and let's create a route.txt, and I'm going to also create another folder. I'll say totals, and let's say route.txt. So let's create the total routes first. So I can say export async function get request. So route, so request is going to be type of next request, and let's say try catch, and we're going to get the Insforge and user ID. So this is going to be equals to await get Insforge server client, and we can get Insforge and user ID. So I'm going to say if not user ID, then let's return the response. So we'll change this to nice response and let's import it. So we're going to get the search param. So this endpoint is similar to the previous endpoint we created for to fetch all posts. So I'm going to also do the same thing. So let me come over into this route and I'm going to scroll up where we have the search params. So we can get the filter by, let's use only channel IDs. So I'll go back, I'll paste this, I'll remove the status. So filter by total IDs. And then we can say, let's query, and we're going to build. So say query dot, Inforge dot from, database dot from schedule post dot select. So let's select ID and status. Then we're going to say if channel ID is greater than 0, we can pass in. So this is going to be user underscore channel ID. So then below here we're going to say constant data error is equals to await query, and we say if error, we can throw the error. So now we can say constant total draft is equals to we can say data the filter equals to equals to draft, and then let's return the response. So we have, so this should be queue, not schedule. Queue, I'll say total queue. Then let me replace this with total queue, and we're going to also copy this. So I'll say total field, and the status is going to be filled. So now for the rest, for the catch, we're going to return 500 internal server error 500 status. So now we have the endpoint to fetch all totals. So I'm going to also create the endpoint. So let's quickly create the endpoint for updating the post. So I'll say export async function patch, and we're going to get the request, which is of type next request. So let's say try catching, and we're going to also get the params. So as a params is type params, and this is going to be of promise, and we're going to get ID of type string. So we can get the ID from the params, and then we're going to also fetch this info server client, and if the user ID is not found, it's going to return unauthorized. So we can get the body as a constant is equals to await request dot JSON. So we are going to get contents, images, schedule at, and status. So yeah, we can say constant update data. I'll set this to equals to empty object, and I'm going to set the type to any. So now we're going to say if content, we are going to say update content is equals to content. Then if images, and I'm going to say if is array dot array. So I'm going to wrap this. Sorry, if is array dot is array images. So updated data images is equals to images. Then we have the schedule as. So we're going to say if status and status is is equals to post. So let's say post underscore status dot draft. So now we have the data. So we're going to update the post. So I'll say constant data error, and this is going to be equal to await Insforge dot database dot from schedule post dot update. So sorry, update data, and we're going to say equals to ID, and user ID is user ID. So if error, we're just going to fail to update post. So I'm just going to change this to object a post, and we're going to pass in data. So we are done with the endpoint. So let's go back to the list view, and we're going to use the total endpoints. Then we're going to create the components for the edit dialog. So let's go to list view, and I'm going to scroll down. I'm going to copy this. I'll paste it here. So instead of, I'll say post, and let me remove is pending. I'll say total posts. This is fine. So we're saying post. I'm going to change this to total and channel IDs. Then I'm going to remove group by. We don't need this. We don't need status. So we only pass in a channel. So this is going to be post slash totals. So let me confirm the endpoint is total, yes. And fail to fetch post. So now we can get all the posts. So I'm going to collapse this. Yeah. And let me do it below here. So I'm going to get constant total draft like this. So I'm going to change this to total Q. And let me update this too. And we're going to get constant total field. So now we have this. I'm going to go ahead and change this. And let's update this, update it, and then update this. So now we have this. So now we're going to create the edit dialog. So I'll scroll down to the bottom. And let me scroll back up, and I'm going to add fragments here. So I'll move this in. Yeah, so I'm going to say edit post dialog. And there I'm going to pass open. So let's check if we write a state for edit. So yes, we have the is edit dialog open. So I'm going to say is edit dialog open. And for on open change, we're going to pass this. So for select, so let me see if we add, okay, we need to let's set this. If we click on undo edit post, we need to set the post. So I'll say set selected post, and I'm going to pass in the post. So something is wrong. For edit. Sorry. Selected post for edit. So I'm going to say if selected post for edit, then we're going to say ID selected post for edit dot ID content. So we're going to pass in content. I'm going to remove all of this. So we're going to say ID content schedule at let me change this to schedule dates, and we are going to also pass in, I'm going to remove publish URL, then I'm going to also pass in images here. Selected for edit dot images, and we can pass in user channel ID, and this is going to be selected post for edit dot user channel ID. And lastly, I'm going to set the channel type. Channel types, this is going to be selected post for edit dot user channel type. So sorry, this should be user channels dot channel type. I'll say else no. So let's create the component. So I'll go back into this folder, schedule folder, and I'm going to click edit post dialog.txx. So I'm going to paste the components I've already I'm going to paste it here. So we can go through the component here. So you can get this from GitHub. So let me remove all of this, import. So I'm going to import them. So let me import image objects. And this is the props. So we have the ID content images, channel ID, schedule dates, and channel types. So this is just similar to the create post dialog. So we have the right and then action tab type. Then let me import status, post status. So we pass this. Then this is the endpoint, the edit endpoint. So you can see we're passing in the content images, schedule out and status. And then let me import these two and save to draft, just the same thing what we have in the create post dialog. So the only thing here, we are using user first to populate the data, and I'm going to import this channel icon. So channel type, channel, if channel, then we're going to get the icon, and we have the handle updates. So this is just similar to what we have in create post. So let me scroll to the bottom. We have in the content text area too. Yeah. So also we're going to also have the right toolbar, the render toolbar, right, to display the character limit. And I'm going to also, so we've not created this assistant, so I'm going to comment it out for now. So this is going to be post channel type.id. So I'm going to comment this out. You're going to import the ideal list and also the preview panel. So let me import it. So I'll change this to onSelect, and the error should stop. So I can go back into my list view and I'm going to open it. And now we are done. Let's confirm this. So we are done with this. Okay, I didn't use the selected status. So let me remove it. We didn't use it again inside the list view. So let's confirm where this error is coming from. So status. So let me just say as post status. something's wrong. So let me see. Okay, we didn't pass in the status here. So let me scroll down. So handle updates. Okay. So let me so I can just remove it since we are not using it inside the edit. So let me just comment it out. Sorry guys, let me confirm this. There's no status here and this is showing error. Okay, so I found the issue. This should not be array. So I think I found the issue is because of this. So let me just say channel user channel ID empty string. So for that step, I'm still going to pass in the status, but I'm going to comment it out. So let me just comment it out. So we're going to copy this now. And let's head over to the calendar view. And let's scroll down to the bottom where we have this. So I'm going to paste it here. And let me import edit dialog too. So we are done with this. So let's go ahead and check it out. So I'm going to go to the browser and let's see. So I'm going to click on this event. So let's click on it. So now we can see that this is shown properly. So I can click here and everything is working fine. So if I click on the preview, I notice that we are not seeing the user channel logo, the profile image, sorry, and the handle. So we are going to go ahead and fix it. But everything is working fine. We can make changes here and save this. So let's look at it. We can fetch all the ideas. So if I go to list view, let's look at it. So currently we're not seeing any posts. Okay, we can see the post here. We can see today and we can see the post which we scheduled under the status queue. So this is working fine. So I noticed that this should have moved by the right. Yes, I'm going to go ahead and fix it. And there's no space in this card. So I'm going to fix it. So let me go and fix this one first. Let me go and fix this. The preview. So it shows the logo, the profile image. So I'll go back to the code. And what I'm going to do, so I'm going to change this from channel type to channel. Because I noticed that this does not contain the profile image. So I'm going to copy this channel. And I'm going to say, or let me put it back. I'm going to say, if this, then I'm going to destructure this channel dot channel type, and we can pass in profile underscore images. So underscore image. So underscore image, not image URL, image, and handle. This is selected profile image dot channel dot handle. So this is fine. So we can just copy this channel. Then let's go into edit and change this back to channel. And you can scroll down here. So I'm going to pass it here. Now this is going to go through, we're going to pass in channel. This is going to be passed into the preview panel. and then the preview panel can get the preview panel can get the profile image and the handle. So we're going to do the same thing for. So let me save this. Let me go. Let's copy this and go to the list view and fix it too. So I'll go to the list view and I'm going to update this. So I've saved it. And if I go back to the browser, so this is going to load. So let's wait for it to load. So I'm going to click on it now. And if I click on preview, we can see the profile image and the handle. So this is great. So we are done with this. We're done with the list view, the calendar view. So the loading state is not working. It should have showed the loading state. So let me go and look at it. So I'll go back to the code and let's go into the list view. So for some reason, the loading state is pending. So if it's pending, so I don't know why the loading state is not showing up. So let me try and reload and see. So I'll reload the in list view. Okay, we can see the loading state. Okay, so it's working. So I'll go ahead and fix this list and add some space here. So we are done with it. We can go and start working on the AI assistant. So in this chapter, we're going to be working on the generation of posts, the AI assistant. So I'm going to go into app and inside API and inside posts, I'm going to create a folder. I'll say generate posts. So inside here, we're going to create route here. So say route.tx. So to generate posts, we're going to have 3 actions, or let's say 4 actions. We're going to have in the UI, we're going to have a text area where user can type in prompt to generate post. We are going to have some buttons so where user click on the button like rephrase, shorten, or expand. So I'm going to have the actions here. So I'm going to say constant actions. Constant actions is equals to generate, rephrase. We're going to shorten and expand. I'll just set it as constant. So we can just define the type here. I'll just say posts. Let's just say posts action or action type. Let's change to action type is going to be equals to type of actions. And let me wrap this and use number here. So now we're going to say export async export async function post, and let's get a request of type next request. So let's try catch here, and then we can first of all say constant. Let's get the body, say await request .json. So the body is going to accept. We're going to get the action. We're also going to get a content if it's available. We are going. I'll just set default to empty string, and we're going to get prompt. So default here is empty string, and we can also get the channel ID if passed. So channel ID. So we're going to say constant. Sorry, not constant. If not actions. dot include action as action type. We are just going to we're going to return next response invalid action. So likewise, we're going to do if action is equals to generate and not prompt, then we're going to return a response here. So we're going to say let's channel type, which is going to be type string or undefined, and we're going to also say let's character. So we want to get character limit number or undefined. Now we can get Insforge. Say is equals to await get Insforge server client, and we can say Insforge. Yeah. Now we're going to say if channel ID was passed, then we can say constant is equals to await Insforge dot database dot form channel types, and we're going to set the select type and character limit, and we're going to pass in the ID, and if there's any error, we're just going to return this. It's an invalid channel ID. And if let's go down here, okay, this is okay. Let's say if channel data, say channel not found, then we're going to set the type and the character limit. So then what we're going to do, we are going to use Insforge AI router. We're going to say result is equals to await Insforge dot AI dot completion, like this. AI charts dot completion dot create, and we're going to use the same model we use for generate ideas. Sorry, not popover. Routes generate ideas. So let's copy this, and let me paste it here too. So we're going to set this to system prompt system row, and what we're going to do, we're going to create a method to build the system prompt. This is going to be based on the type, the channel type, and we're going to also pass the character limit. I'm going to say build system prompt, and let's pass in channel type and character limit. So I can do this below here. I'll say function build system prompt. Then we're going to accept the channel type, string, and character limit. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to cut this, I'm going to paste this here. So this is going to be system prompt. So I'm going to say system prompt dot push. If channel type is here, we're going to push this. So instead of this right up, I'm going to pass the one I want. So I've pasted it now. So let me fix this right. And we're going to remove this prompt, and we're going to say system prompt dot join. So like this, and the error should stop. So I'm going to also create another method. Say function build user prompt, and this will take in the action, and this is going to be action type and content of type string and prompt. So I'm going to return this. So I'm going to say if action is equals to generate, then I'm going to return. I've pasted it now. You can see if action is equals to generate twice one clean social media post based on this request, and if there's no content, we're just going to throw an error. We say action is equals to rephrase. We say rephrase the social media post. We pass in the content. Action is equals to shorten. Then we pass in the content. Then return expand. So the last one is for the expand. So expand this content, this social media post with more helpful detail. So this is exactly what we're going to do. So I'm going to add comma here, and I'm going to pass this. So row is equals to user, and we're going to use the build prop. So let's then say constant text is equals to result dot choices index 0, and we're going to get message dot content, and we're going to return next response dot json content text. So let's return next response dot json error. I'm going to set error is going to be failed to generate posts, and let's pass in status 500. So now we are done with this. Now we can go ahead and work on the component. So I will go back into, I'll go to this component folder. Inside, we can do it inside schedule, and we can create the component AI assistance.cxx. So I'm going to paste the component here. You can copy it from GitHub too. So I've pasted the component here, and so we can see this the same thing: the quick action, the props, the state for storing the prompt, and this is the endpoint. We're passing the action and the prompt. So the content and the channel ID which we got from the dialog. So we are going to set on generate, which is passed here in the prop. And if you scroll down, this is where we loop through the quick action buttons, and until this action button will not show until this content, and there's content before the action buttons are going to be visible. So this is it. So now let's go straight to the create dialog, and let's scroll down to the bottom where we have the right side tab, and let me uncomment it out. Let me uncomment it, and now I can import this now. So let's select this, and let's go to edit post dialog, and let me go and enable this. So I'm going to uncomment this too. So let me import it. So I'll change this from channel type to channel. Let me remove this comment. So I think that is all. So let me go into idea dialog and see if this was passed to. Okay, we can uncomment it too. So let me import it. So now we are done with this. We can go ahead and test it out. So let me make sure my server is running. So now let's go to the browser. So now let's go ahead and click on Add Post. Click on AI Assistance. So this is not showing. Okay, it's working. Let me try it again. So I need to go and fix this. This is not clicking. So let me click on Twitter. If I click on it, it's not clicking. And this one. So that's fine. So let me go to Twitter and I'm going to say write a tweet or write a post on AI agents versus, let's say AI agent versus also let me use so AI LLM versus AI agent and examples. So let's click on generate. So let's wait for it. So it has generated it. You can see AI element is powerful, but AI agent takes it a step further. So because this is going to, so and it has taken more than the size of the length of the character limit. So I'm still going to go ahead and fix this later on. So if it's more than the character limit, the typing will stop. Even to cancel will not work. So, but this is working. So we have this is working. So we can click on, let's say, expand. And this is going to expand the content. So now you can see that expand and you can see the character limit has increased. So let's also test shorten. Now you can see that it has shortened the text. In this chapter, we're going to be working on implementing the cron job. We're going to be using Inngest. So Inngest is going to be used for running the cron job. Inngest can also be used for running background job. So we're going to go ahead. So make sure you sign up. So I already signed up. And then let's head over to the documentation with Next.js. So you can see ingest.com doc get started Next.js quick start. So we're going to scroll down and we're going to install ingest. So this is the first thing we're going to do. We're also going to copy this command, this ingest dev, which is necessary to since we are running this locally first. So I'm going to copy this too, and let's head over to the code editor. So I'm going to open my terminal and let me cancel my server. So let me clear. Sorry, let me clear. And I'm going to paste it here and I'm going to click on install. So I'm going to show you the version I'm using once this install. So the ingest has already installed. So I'm going to go over to the browser again to the documentation. And so we're going to run the dev server, but we're going to do that later on. So let's first of all create the ingest client.txt. So I'll copy this. We're going to copy this and I'm going to copy this too. And let's go back to the code. And also don't forget to add inside the env this ingest dev one. So I've added it. So I'm going to go ahead and create a folder. I'll call this ingest. And inside it, we're going to have client.txt. And I'm going to paste what we copied. And we can give this a name. So I'm just going to change this. I'm just going to say lemon AI. Something like this is fine. Okay, lemon AI social scheduling is okay. So now let's head over to the documentation again. And we are going to go ahead and create an API route. So ingest route, and then we're going to copy this inside there. So I'm going to go back to the code editor, and let's go to API. So app API, and let's create a folder, ingest, and inside here we can create route.tx, and we're going to paste this here. So we're going to get the ingest from, let me change this to, so let me use this. So we're going to go ahead later on and create the functions which we're going to register here. So let's head over to the documentation again. And the next thing we are going to do is to write our function. So we're going to create a folder. I'm going to create a folder. I'm going to call a function, and then we can write all the function we want. And this is just to run events. So we are going to look at, and then we can register the function in the API route. Then we can then run this npx ingest client CLI and dev server. So let's look at how to implement the function for cron job. So I'll go to trigger. So I'm going to add a link to description. So cron, you can see cron. So this is how to implement cron job in Inngest. So we're going to say inside the function we're going to create, you can see Inngest create function and the ID, and we're going to define the trigger, and then we're going to say cron job. So this is going to run every day at midnight using UTC. So if we're going to use time zone, let's say you want to add time zone, Inngest also support that, so we can add time zone here. You can see the example here, and you can also add jitters. So you can add delay for so a delay after the schedule boundary. So this is exactly how to add this. So we can see example here. This is a basic implementation of cron job with time zone. We can see this then with jitters, and you can combine it with events like the example we saw here for implementing events. We're going to also implement events and also the cron job too. So now let's copy the server, and let's go to copy npx CLI at latest, and let's go back to the code, and we're going to create, open a new terminal for it. So I'm going to paste it here, and we can click on enter, and this is going to install the Inngest CLI, and then it's going to run the server. So while this is running, let's go ahead and create a function. So I'm going to go into the Inngest folder, not the route. So let me collapse all of this. Inngest folder, and then let's create a folder. It's a function, and inside the, so I'm going to say publish schedule post.tx. So we're going to implement the cron job first. So I'm going to say export publish, I'll say constant publish scheduled posts. I'll call this cron. So cron job, this is equals to ingest. So let's import ingest.create function, and then let's open this, and let's say ID. Let's give this an ID. So let's also call it publish scheduled posts cron, and then we can give this a name too. This is not compulsory, so just say publish posts scheduled post, and now we have the name. So let's also, let me cancel this. Let's say trigger, and we're going to say an array, and we're going to define cron. So we are going to give this, let's say 10 minutes. Every 10 minutes this is going to run. So I'm going to say asterisk here, and now this error should stop. Now we can get, or we can get the step, and we can get logger here. So we're going to also create another function. This is just the event one. So we are going to be able to so the reason why I'm going to create that is I'm going to, once this run, it's going to trigger that event and that event will run. And inside the list view, if I scroll down, remember we have a button. So I think it's here. Okay, yeah, we have a button that says publish now. So we're going to create an endpoint for that. Once you click on this button, this is going to run the event function. So let's just write it here. Just a constant publish schedule post, single post. I'm going to say ingest dot create function like this there, and then we're going to give this trigger. I'll say event, and we can give this an event, say post publish request dot requested. So this can be a unique name you can just give it. So once we create the endpoint, we're going to trigger this event function, and this is going to run. So this is going to be used even inside this cron job too. So now let's go ahead and implement the cron job first. So the first thing we are going to do is to fetch, we're going to load the posts, all the posts are under queue. So we're going to say constant post, post is equals to await. We're going to use the step dot run, and let me say load scheduled. Okay, yeah, let's do load scheduled post, and we are going to say async, and so now we are going to import Insforge. So inside the Insforge server tx, we are going to use this Insforge admin client, which we are passing the API key. So we are not going to use this one that is connected with Clerk or using this. So I'm going to use the admin one. So let's say get Insforge admin client, and then I'm going to use this here. So I'm going to say constant Insforge is equals to await Insforge admin client, and let's import it. And now we can get the post. So I'll say this is equals to await Insforge dot database dot from scheduled post, and we can say dot select. So we can select the columns. So say id user underscore id. We can also get content, images, status, and we are going to say publish user underscore channel underscore id. Let's also just get publish publish URL, not at. So we say status. Let's first of all set. So this is going to be queue, not schedule queue. So for this, let me remove this. Instead, let me just say status, or we can just select all scheduled at. So this is what I need here, and this is going to be scheduled at, and like less than schedule at less than the current the time, the date. So I'm going to move this to top. I'll just say constant now is equals to this, and let's just pass now here. And we're going to say dot order by schedule at ascending to true. So let's get data and error. So we can use logger to log to make sure that this fetch, to be sure that this fetch. So I'll say logger.info. I'll say due load schedule post. So let's set this to due schedule post. Loaded due schedule post. Okay, let's also say if error, we can throw error here, and I'm just going to say logger dot error. I'll pass in the error, and now we can return data. So now we have this. I'll change this to due post instead. So let's collapse the step, and I'm going to say if not, or let's say if due post dot length is equals to 0, or if due post length, you can just say return q 0 like this. So then we are going to go ahead and send the event. So we're going to call this. So I'm going to just set a logger.info. I'll say send event, or I'll say send out the post for publish. So now let's call this event. So I'll say await step the send event. So let's give this, so due post due post dot map dot post. Then the ID, sorry, this ID is going to be not ID. You can say name of the event is going to be, let's copy this, post publish requested. So let's pass it here, and the error should stop. So say post.id. So there's an error here. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to set the type here. So let me scroll up and just say a type due post id string. So copy it. I'll come over here and say as due post. Let me wrap this, and the you can see the error has stopped. So we're going to give this an ID. Let me say let's just give it send out posts for publish. So this is trying an error. So let me try and add this. Okay, the error stopped. So now we are done with the cron job. Now we're going to go ahead and run. So let me complete this. I'll just say return. I'll say due post dot length You can return a message here too. Let me see message. Sent for publishing. Center post for publishing. So this is fine. So we're going to get the event here. We say events, and now we're going to load the post. So I'm going to say constant post is equals to await step dot run load post, and we are going to, let me remove this. So I'm going to say schedule post. We're going to get all the posts, and we are going to also still, inside, we are still also going to get the user channel. We say user underscore channel, and the user channel, we are going to also get channel type underscore type, and this we're going to return ID type name. So we're going to pass in the ID of event.data.post ID we passed. Then we can just log the post. If error we throw this, then we can return post. We can return the data. Now if we have the data, we can say if not post. We can skip this. I'll just say let's say logger, and I'm not going to throw an error. I'm just going to say return. I'll just say skip post, skip through. Reason we just say post not found. This is fine. Then we can get the user channel is equals to post dot user channel, and let me just say return skipped through, and then we can just say reason user channel not found. We can do the same thing for channel type. This is fine. So I'm going to remove this. So now we have the post, we have the user channel, and we have the channel type. Now we can extract the provider from the user channel. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to say constant provider type is equals to post.user underscore channel, underscore channel dot channel, dot channel type underscore type. So let me give this a type. This is showing any. So what I'm going to do, let me check post type if this has everything. Okay, we can use this. This is fine. User channels, and so I'm going to I need to update this. So this has set the ID of string, and we have the handle. We have the user channels. So for accessing everything, access token, refresh token, token expired at. So I'll just copy this post type, and let's go back to the event function. Then I'm going to scroll down here. Let me set as post type. Let me import it. So there's no error. So this is channel types. Channel type. Okay, it's channel type, and so yeah, this is channel type dot user dot channel types there. So I'm going to get the access token. So no, dot type, sorry, dot type. And we have the provider type. So let's look at it. So I'm going to set this. I'm going to say constant access token is equals to post dot user channel dot access token. So I can just I'm going to import the crypt from lib encryption file, and I'm going to pass it here. I'm also going to get the refresh token, and this is going to be equals to decrypt, then post dot user channels dot refresh token. Then I can get constant token expired at expires at is equals to expired at. So I'm going to say if this, then I'm going to say new date post dot user channels dot token expired, and I'm going to say dot get time, like this. So now let's define the callback. I'll say constant callback URL is equals to, so let me scroll up. So I'm going to define it here. So I'll say constant app underscore URL is equals to post, so process dot next public app URL. So I'll save this, and I'm going to use it here. So I'll say like this. So instead of API webhook here, I'm just going to change this to API channel slash callback, and we're going to say constant should refresh token should refresh before, let's get before publish. So this is going to check if we are going to have to call the refresh token. So I'll say equals to, I'm going to confirm if we have refresh token first, and we are going to say and token expired at is not equals to null. Then we are going to also check token expired at is less than now, less than equals to now. So I'm going to say if not provider type or not access token, then let's just return skip. So now I'm going to say let current access token is equals to access token. Now I'm going to say if should refresh token before publish, and there is refresh token. I think we've already done boolean. Oh, let me just set this to if refresh token. So I'm going to say constant is equals to await step dot run. So I'm going to say result here. So let me refresh token, and let me remove this. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to implement the token refresh. I'm going to implement the refresh token. So, but I'm going to do it not here. So I will go ahead and do it inside the Insforge server. So no, not Insforge server, sorry, inside the social.index.tx. So I'm going to do it below here. I'm going to say export async function refresh auth token, and we are going to pass in the type, which is of channel in type enum. We are going to pass in the refresh token, which is of type string, and we're going to pass in the redirect underscore or redirect URI, and this is of type string. So let's return say constant provider is equals to get OAuth provider, and we are going to say provider dot refresh token, and we are going to pass in the refresh token and redirect URI. So I'm going to also say if not provider dot refresh token, so we can just throw an error. So let me delete this. So now we have this. Now we can make use of this. So I'll copy this and go back to the publish schedule post, and I'm going to remove this, and let's import this, and let's also import channel type enum. And now we're not going to return this here. Let me see, refresh token, the access token. Let's confirm this inside the index.tx. Let's go straight to the refresh token and see what it return. So it return access token. So I'm just going to go back, and I'm going to pass in access token here. So we're going to create a method to save the access token. So I'm going to say await save refresh token. We are going to pass in the post.userchannel.id. We are going to also pass in, we are going to pass in the refresh token. Let me change this to data instead. I'll change this to data. I'll also change this to data. So we are passing the data dot refresh token and also data dot expired. So I'm going to also say if this does not exist, we're just going to pass this refresh token. So let's quickly create this. So let me create this. I'm going to come over here and I'm going to say async function save refresh token, and I'm going to get the payload user ID, user channel ID, access token, refresh token, and expired at. So the expired at, I think this is string and error. So I'm going to set this to a string or undefined. And we have the refresh token and the expired at. Now we're going to say if not user channel ID, let's return this, or let's throw an error. Let's throw error like this. User channel ID is required or missing. Then I'm going to say constant Inforge is equals to get Insforge server admin client, and say constant error is equals to await Insforge dot database dot from user channel. And for the access token, we're going to say encrypt. So let's import encrypt, and we're going to pass in the expired at. So let me remove this, and I'm just going to throw the error instead of this. Say throw error. So we have this now. So now we have the current access token has been set. So I'm going to collapse this. So yeah, we are going to then define the publish URL. And what I'm going to say try catch. And we are going to run this. I'm going to say publish URL is equals to await step dot one publish to provider async. So I'll say if provider type is equals to channel type dot enum. So it's equals to dot. Let's do Twitter first. Twitter. And I'm going to, then I can also copy this again. And I'm going to paste this here. I'm going to change this to LinkedIn. So we have for LinkedIn and Twitter. So I'm going to implement the Twitter. So now what we're going to do, we're going to say return. And we're going to create a method to call the endpoint to publish and post to Twitter. So I'll say publish to Twitter. So I'm just going to comment this one now, and we can say publish Twitter. And for this, we're going to pass in, let me remove this. We're going to pass in access token, and this is going to be the current token. We're going to pass in the content, and this is going to be post.content. And we are going to also pass in the author, so not the author handle, and we're going to say post.user underscore channel dot handle. And I'm going to also pass in the images and post dot images, and I'll pass in logger too. So we have everything we need. So let me change this to objects. So let's create the method here. So below here, I'm going to say function, async function publish to Twitter or X, and there we can get access token, and we're going to say content handle images, and so for logger I'll just set this to any. So for these images we can import image object. So we have this handle images logger, and this is it. So we are going to later create a method to upload images, because to upload images in X has different endpoints. Likewise for LinkedIn. So I'm going to say constant medias. I'll say medias ID. So for Twitter, we are going to, for upload, we are going to get the IDs. And I'm going to say this is going to be equals to images dot length, and we are going to create a method. So for now, I'm just going to create the method here. Once we are done with this function, we're going to implement it. So I'm going to call this upload, let's say upload images. So let me add function here. Upload images to Twitter. So this is just going to take access token, images, and logger. So let me copy this, and I'm going to pass it here. And let me pass in image, let me add a weight. And if there's no images, this is just going to return empty array. So now we're going to call the API. Also, constant response is equals to await fetch https api.x.com slash 2 version 2 tweets, and the method is going to be post, and we're going to pass in header. So we're going to pass in the bearer token. You can see we're going to also say content to application JSON, and for the so this is going to be and for the media, we are going to say if media dot id dot length, let's say we can say is greater than 0, then we can pass in media and media ID, and we're going to pass in the media, else just gets an empty object. So now after this, now let me collapse this. We are going to say constant response. Let me say response text is equals to await response dot text. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to say let data, I'll say this to equals to null, and we can give this a type. Let me set this to any, and then we're going to pass the response text. And I also forgot to, okay, let's do it here. So let me do it, let's do it here. So I'm going to set this to, let's pull up, I'll say data is equals to null, like this. So I think we can do it to say if response, if not response dot okay, we can throw an error, say new error, fail to publish to Twitter, and below here we can get the post ID from the data. We can say constant post ID is equals to data dot ID. And now we're going to, so I'm going to say if not post ID, we can throw another error. So now we can return the publish URL. So I'll say return handle. Let's say handle. If we have handle, we can create the paths or the URL for the publish. So you can do it like this. We can say http://x.com handle status posts, and I'm just going to set this to null instead of this. So let's implement the method to upload the images. So we have the upload images Twitter. So here I'm going to loop through the images. So I'm going to say constant medias or media IDs is equals to, I'll set this to string array is equals to empty array. And we can say for constant image of images. So we're going to have to fetch the image from, so we're going to fetch the image file. So I'll say file response is equals to await fetch image dot URL. Then we're going to say if file response, if not file response, then we're going to throw file response dot OK. We are going to throw a new error. I'll say fail to fetch images. Then we are going to get the image byte as array buffer. So I'm going to say bytes is equals to file response dot array buffer. And now we're going to extract the content type from the response header. So we're going to say constant content type is equals to file response dot headers dot get content type. So I'm going to also split it dot split. We got the first index and then we're going to trim. So now we're going to get the extension. So I'm going to say constant path name is equals to new URL dot path name. We're going to set this to lowercase. So now we can then determine the media type. So say constant media type is equals to content type. If we have content type, then we can say if content type is not equals to binary and application, then we're going to say content type. Else we are going to say path name. Let's say path name dot end with dot png, and we're going to set this to image slash png. So if it's jpg, we are going to so no, let's not use jpg, let's use webp. And if it's webp, we are going to set this to image slash jpg or image slash webp, and else we're just going to say slash jp like this. So now we have the media type. So now we can create the form data. We can say constant form data is equals to new form data, and we're going to append the image file as blob. So what I'm going to, I will remove this. I will just say constant blob is equals to new blob, and like this. So this is fine. So we're going to pass in the media type, then form data dot append media, and we're going to pass in blob. So I'll remove this image here. And we need to also pass in form data dot media category tweet image. And the last one we're going to pass in form data dot append media type. So now we can upload email. Say upload response is equals to await page http https. So instead of upload x, I will remove this. I'll say apis.x.com slash media upload, and we're going to pass in the bearer, the token, body is going to be form data. So now we can get the response. So say constant response is equals to await upload response dot text, and we can just call the logger, and I'm going to say let data, I'll set this to any, and this is going to be equals to, we can say equals to null, and like this. So I'm going to also set data here equals to null, and I'm going to copy this from here. Okay, let me copy this. I'll scroll back. Let me pass it here. So response, I'm going to change this to this, and I'm going to remove this. So I'll say constant media ID is equals to data dot ID or data dot media underscore key, and if not media ID, we can throw error, then push this, then push the media ID. So we have this now, and I think we have passed in the media ID. So this is complete. So we are done with this now. What I'm going to do, I'm going to create another method. So we're going to create for LinkedIn and LinkedIn upload. But before we do that, let me first of all create a sync function. So I'll call this mark post as publish, and we're going to pass in post ID, which is of type string, and I'm going to pass in a publish URL, which is type string or no. And now I can copy this, and something is wrong here. So let me go back to Twitter, and I'll set this to or no, undefined or no, and images. So let me set this to undefined, and the error should stop. So now after this, so we're going to do it here. Yeah. So I'm going to say await step dot run, and I'm going to say mark as published. Then we're going to say await mark published, mark post published, then post ID and the public and the publish URL. And then let's return publish through and provider provider type. So I can also throw an error here. So if this, I say throw new error, I'll say unsupported provider type. So now we need to catch this error. So I'm going to say logger.error failed to publish post. We can get the message, or let's leave it. So we're going to create another method. I'm going to call this mark, let's say mark post failed. And this is going to take in the post.id and message. So let's define the message, right? So I'll just say let's say constant message is equals to your error message. So I'm going to set this to await to. So let me scroll down, and we're going to say async function mark as field. So let's implement both of them. So yeah, we are going to get the Insforge. So constant is equals to, sorry, Insforge is equals to get Insforge admin client, and I'm going to change this to schedule post, and we're going to say publish at this and publish URL. So we need to also change the status to publish here, and where post is equal to post ID, and if there's any error, show the error. Then for mark field, we are going to do the same thing. So I'm going to pass the status as field, and this is going to be scheduled post. And let's go scroll up here. So I'm going to remove this error. I'm just going to return this, and let's implement the publish to LinkedIn. So I'm going to remove this. I'm going to pass in access token, which is current access token. I'll pass in text post dot content and author ID. I'm going to say post dot user channel dot provider ID, provider account ID, and images post dot images, and I'm going to pass in the logger. So for the publish to LinkedIn, I'm going to scroll down here. So let me do it here. So I'm going to paste it. You can copy it from GitHub. So because of time, so I'm just going to paste it here. So I have the upload link in, LinkedIn to upload LinkedIn image, publish to LinkedIn. So we are passing in. I'll just set this to any, and we're going to get the author ID. So let's see, author ID is the provider account ID, and we're going to get the image. So if images is password, for this we're just uploading only one images. So that is what I implemented here. So you can go ahead and maybe we can look through the images and upload them like we did on Twitter. So for this now we have the body, and we have set the visibility, text, commentary text, and life cycle state publish. And if there's image, we just pass in the image media ID, and we're calling the endpoint to make the post passing the access token. And pretty much the same thing we did in the publish Twitter function. And here we return the publish URL. So we have the uploading the image, and this is where we upload the images. We pass in the image URL. So you can go ahead and loop through the images and upload them directly like that, like we did in the image, in the Twitter upload image. So this is pretty much everything. So we are done with this. We are done with these functions, ingest function, and we can register two of them inside. So I'll copy it and I'll go into the app API ingest, and I'm going to paste it here, and I'm going to import it, and I'm going to copy the second one, the second function, publish schedule post, and I'm going to also paste it here too and import it now. Now we have this, so we can go ahead and let's make sure the ingest server is running. So this is not running yet. So while this is installed, let's go and create this publish endpoint. So I'll say, so let's create the folder. So I'll call it publish. And I'm going to say route.tx. I'll say export insert function post. We're going to get a request and a parameter. So we can say try catch here, try catch, and let's get the ID. We say ID is equals to await params. And let's get Insforge and user ID. And this is going to be equals to await get Insforge by server client. And if not user ID, let's import next response. And I'm going to say constant is equals to await Insforge dot database dot from schedule post. And I'm going to just import, I'm going to select ID and status. And we can say data post and post error, and where user ID is user ID. And if post error, if there's post error and no post, we're going to just return the 404. And I'm going to say if post.status is equals to, or let's say not equals to Q. Okay, sorry, not Q. I'm going to say equals to publish, because the publish button is only showing where, let me go into the list view. It's only showing when we are in draft. So I'm just going to say if this is equals to publish. So I'll say post already published, and then we can then update the status to Q. So I'll say constant is equals to await Insforge dot database dot from schedule post, and we are going to change the status here. I'll set this to Q. And I'm going to set schedule at, and this is fine. So this, I'm going to say ID equals to ID and user ID equals to user ID. And if there's an error, so I'm going to get only error here, updates error. And we're going to say if error, if updates error, let's return then what we are going to do, we are going to call the ingest. We are going to trigger the ingest. I'll say await ingest. So sorry enough. Okay, yeah, from ingest/client, and we are going to say send name. We can get the name from inside. So it's a second function we're going to call. So I'll copy this name, and I'm going to straight here, and I'm going to pass it here. And we have passed in the post ID. So now this is good. So we can use this endpoint now inside the list. Let's go into the list view. So I'm going to scroll up to the top, and let me first of all implement it here. So I'll say constant, say publish post. is equals to use mutation. So let me import use mutation. So here from Tansa create query, and we're going to API post ID publish, and this is fine. So I'm going to get say on success. We are going to say toast sona dot success, and I'm going to say post processing. So, and we can just say query client invalidates query client invalidate query. So let me check if we import it. So let me import query client here. Query client is equals to use query client, and let's import it. And we're going to do the same thing for total like this. And let's pass in active and channel IDs. So that's fine. So we can use this now. We can say publish post, and we can use it here. But mutate, and let's say post.id. So we can also use this. So I'll scroll down to where we have the button, and we can just say if publish post mutation is pending, we are going to import, let's import spinner from UI spinner, and we can disable the button. And then we can also set if publish post mutation is pending, then we're going to just return. So now this is working. So let me run this ingest. So let's go to the browser and make sure you go to locals 8288. And for some reason, we cannot see the functions which we've written and register. So let's head back to the code. And what I will do now, let me go ahead. So let me go to Procy. So I'm going to add this part API/ingest, and let's see. So let me go to the browser again and load this. So it's not able to see the function. So I noticed the issue was I was not running my server. So let me try and run it, and let's see. So now we can see the API/ingest 200, and the endpoint is running. So let's go back to the browser, and let me try and reload this. Now we can see the two functions now. You can see the publish schedule post, and this is going to be running every 10 minutes. So let me go to my locals. So we have a post in the queue. So I'm going to go, and so this should start. It has not started to run. So let's try and invoke this. Let's see. Cron function without event trigger. Okay, it cannot trigger. So we have to wait for it to run, or we can create a new post, and then click on publish. So I also notice an issue. So if I go to Insforge and I go to user channel, I notice that the provider account ID, we don't have provider account ID in this LinkedIn, and without it we can't make a post. So I'm going to disconnect it and try to connect again to see if we can get the post provider account. Meanwhile, we're going to wait for for the ingest function to pick this this post. And I want to also have, if the dates are sparse, we can just show overdue here, so the user know that this is already overdue. Likewise, it's going to display. We're going to also do that for the draft too. So I'll go ahead and do that very soon. So let's wait for this to pick this up. Now we can see that this is already running. We can see the ingest function as run, and it is running the event. We have only one post, so let's see. So post before initialization. So there's an error. There's an error here. We can go ahead and look at it in the terminal. So let me see. So let me cancel this event. And then let's go back to code. And let me go into desktop. We can see it's a post. So let's go into the function. And it's post. Yeah, so this is where the issue is. So instead of post, I will say data. So I think this will fix it. So let's wait for it to pick it up again. So I'm going to go back to the browser, and we are going to wait for this, for the cron job to run again. So this is running now, and I can see there's an error. So let's go ahead and check this out. So I'll go to my code. So we can see the error here. The data is null, so that means it's empty. So there's an error. Search for foreign key and schedule post on user channel. So I think there's a mistake again. So if I go to publish schedule post, I think this should be S channels, user channels, and I think that's the issue. So let's go back to the browser and see if this is going to retry. So I'll go to Inngest, and let's see. So this is still on the third attempt. It's going to try. It's still running. Let me try and click on rerun. Let's see. So you can see that it has loaded the post now. It has loaded the post. So let's wait for it. So something is not yet refresh token. So token exchange failed, bad request. So let's go ahead and look at this. So let me cancel this and let's head back to the code. And look at the error. Token exchange failed. So let me go to publish post schedule, and where we have should refresh before publish, and say and refresh token. So let me check this again. Query refresh token. So grant refresh token, we pass in the refresh token, client ID, config.client ID. So I think this is where the error. So look at it. So I've changed this to header.authorization. This is it. Then, so we're fetching the token, config.token URL. And if response is okay, so let's go ahead and we're going to go ahead and test it again. So let me make sure everything is fine. So let's go to the browser. And this is running. So refresh token, invalid token. So let me rerun this now again and cancel this one. So it's still failing. So I'm going to console log this and see why the refresh token is failing. So we are passing the refresh token. Why is it failing? So after debugging, I think I found the issue. So when I console log this from this function, refresh token, let's scroll up here. Okay, we can see the refresh token, but the token is not being passed to your search param. So let's see, refresh token. And if I go to the refresh token, a method, this is passed here. But somehow I'm seeing undefined with client ID and client secrets. So I think what I'm going to do, I will remove this. And let's say if refresh token, and we're going to pass it like this. So let me see. Okay, guys, I just found the issue. So the issue was because I was doing it like this instead of an object. Oh, wow. So let me just pass it back. Let me pass it back, refresh token. So that was the issue. So let me remove all this console log. So let's go back to the browser and try to rerun this again. Let me click on rerun. And now we can see the refresh token is out. So now we have another error. The error is in publish to provider. So upload to media, fail to upload to media. So let me cancel this and let's go ahead and check the error. So go back to the code and now let me go into schedule post, and where I have upload images to, so images, upload images to Twitter. Let me see. It's a fail to upload media to Twitter. So let's see. Response. So I found the issue. The issue is that the endpoint was wrong. So I'm going to replace it. So apis.x.com to media. I forgot to add the two like we did for the post. So let's go ahead and run it again. So I'm going to go back to the browser and I'm going to click on rerun. And let's see. So we've loaded the post. And now we can see that publish to provider is going through. Now we have the URL. So this post is published. So it has been marked published. So guys, this is great. This is great. So I'll click here now, mark to publish, and this is great. So we can go to our app, and this should move to publish. Now you can see that this is moved to publish. You can click here to view the post. So let's go to X, and let me wait for it. And now we can see the post showing up on Twitter. This is great. This is great, guys. This is great. So to test for LinkedIn, let me close this Twitter handle. So if it is for LinkedIn, so the reason why in LinkedIn this let me close this. So why we're not seeing the provider account ID, so I made a mistake here. What happened was inside this social index, I combine this like this, so make sure you fix it. And I'm going to go back and I'm going to disconnect LinkedIn. And let's go to, I'm going to disconnect LinkedIn. So let me connect it again. So I'm going to log. So now you can see that's connected through. So let me check Insforge. Let me reload this. Hopefully this should. So something's still wrong. We can see it didn't insert. So I think I've gotten the issue. So if I go back to the code, so I have provider account return here. But if I go to my callback, I'm using provide without the I. So this is the correct. So we can see that this is showing error. Let me go and fix this inside the type. So I'll search for social type, and yeah, this should be provider account ID. So guys, this is the reason why this was failing. So let me try again. So I'll go back to the code browser and I'm going to try and disconnect again. So disconnect is an error. So let me try again. So now it has disconnect. So I'll click on login. I'm connect. So this has already connect. So let's wait for it. So now we can see connect. So let's go to Insforge. Now we can see the provider ID. So guys, this is great. So we can go ahead and create a post for LinkedIn. So I'll go to schedule. So we need to connect the create dialog. So once we click on new post, the create dialog is going to open. So let's wait for this. So I'm going to click on new post. And let me click on LinkedIn. Let me use AI to write the post. So I'll say draft a post for LinkedIn. So I've written it LinkedIn on roadmap from beginning to advanced for Next.js, for Node.js backend development. Release them. So let's click on generate. And let's wait for this. So now it is done. We can see it has listed all of them. So we can just click on submit. Let's click on saved as draft. So we can see the post. And let's select image to see this work too. So I've selected an image and let's wait for it. So the image has uploaded. I'm going to click on save. So I think the endpoint fulfilled to update the post. So let me go ahead and check it out. So it has already updated the post already. I don't know why it threw that error. But if we click on it now, we can see the image is there. So let's go to list view. And so we have this post, so we can publish this. This is not showing up. So let's click on publish now. So let's wait for it to finish. So now it has moved to queue. So let's look at Inngest. So we can see one is running. So it has loaded the post. So let me see publish. So now we can see the link URL. So let's go to publish now. We can see that two in publish. So you can click to view the post. And now we can see the post now. In this chapter, we're going to go ahead and work on the billing. So head over to Clerk dashboard and let's go to billing tab. And there we can enable billing. So click on enable billing and click on save. So we can go ahead and create the plan. So before we do that, let's go to the documentation. And we can see after enabling billing, we're going to go ahead and create plans. So let's go back to the doc and let's click on create plan. So here we're going to create plan. So by default, Clerk is going to create the free plan for us. So we're just going to create the pro plan and the premium plan. So I'll quickly do that. So I'm going to name this pro. So I'm filling this, you can see the basic information. So we have pro, we have description for growing businesses. And we have the monthly base fee, 29. Sorry, let me change it back, 29. And we have the annual fee, which is monthly equivalent. So I've saved the changes. Now we can go ahead and add the features. So I'm going to quickly add the features. So I finished creating the features. We can see I have here we have a limited schedule post, AI content suggestion, and the remaining ones here. So we are done with this plan. So we can go back. Let me go back to plans, and we can see by default Clerk has already created a free plan. So we have the pro plan. So we're going to go ahead and create the annual plan. I'm sorry, the premium plan. So I'll quickly do that too. So I've done with it. So we have the premium, the key, the description, and the monthly base fee. We have 99.00, and annual base fee we have 79.00, and this is monthly equivalent. So I'm going to click on save changes, and I'll also quickly add the features. So I'm going to create new ones here. Oh, let me pick the ones here. I'll pick this one, and this one. Let me apply to plan, and then I'm going to create I'm going to create another one here. So I've created, so you can see it here. So let me edit this. We can see unlimited social media account, and we're done with this. So we can go back to plans. So after we're done with this, we can go to the documentation now, and let's scroll down. You can see after adding features, now we can add the pricing table from Clerk Next.js. So let's head back to the code, and then we can then use this hash coming from Clerk, and we can just pass in the plan and the plan name. Then we can know if you can use this to check if the user which plan the user has. Then we can block the user from accessing that feature. So let's go back to the code, and then let's go to app route, dashboard, and billing. So inside page here. So here we're going to have class name. I'm going to say maximum width 6XL, and I'm going to say padding X6 and padding Y6, and let's say MX auto, and I'm going to also give this width full. So yeah, I'm going to paste this here. So we have the title, the heading, and we have the description. So below this div, we can then import pricing table from Clerk, and then I can just say for user. So let's see if this will work. So I'm going to say Clerk, or let's leave it out. So I wanted to try if Clerk loaded will work, moving this inside Clerk loaded, and then I'm just going to say Clerk loading. So let's see if this will work. So we have the billing page now. So let's go ahead and see it. So I'll go to the browser now and let's look at it. So we can see the billing is showing up here. We can see active, and this is in this is for monthly, and if we toggle this is for annual. Then we can click here to subscribe. So before we click here to subscribe, let's go ahead and implement this. So we're going to go to the ideas in the API route and also in the UI, and we are going to disable the AI features. So this is only for available for pro user, likewise for the schedule for the annual post. And then we're going to go ahead and fix this. So let's go back to the code. And the first one we're going to do, let's quickly go into the API route first. Let's go to ideas, generate ideas, and let's go into generate idea API. So like I said earlier on, we are importing the auth from Clerk, and then we can get has from here. Then below here, we can just say constant can use AI. So we're going to say if has plan is pro or has plan is premium. So has plan. So if not can use AI, then we are going to just throw this. I'm going to say I'll say AI idea feature, idea generation requires pro or premium plan. Yeah, premium plan. So this is fine. So we can copy this now and let's go to the posts, generate post, and we're going to do the same thing here. So scroll up, and there we can just get, so I'm going to say constant, and this is going to be equals to like this. So I'm going to import this. Sorry, this should be from the server. And let's paste this here. So the next thing we are going to do is we are going to go to the post route, and let's scroll down to the post. So I'm going to enable this so we can get the has, and then so we're going to count the post. So let's get user ID from here. Sorry. So let me get user ID from here. I'll remove it from here. of this up. So now we have the post. So we are going to go to where we have the post, I think here. And we're going to say constant is paid plan is equals to has plan pro or has plan premium. So we're going to say if not is paid plan, then we are going to say we're going to check. So if not, we're going to say constant can create posts, and this is going to equal. So we're going to create a function. I'll say check creates post limit, and we're going to pass in Insforge and user ID. Then we say if cannot create post, then we're going to say you have reached your post limit. So I'll just say comma upgrade. So we can scroll down to the bottom here, and I'm just going to paste it here. So basically what I do, you just pass in the info user ID, then we're going to count the post, the shadow post. So you can see we got the count. We're going to only count, select only ID, then count as that and head through. Then user equals to user ID, and we're going to pass in the user ID here. If there's any error, we're going to throw the error, and then we are going to count. I think free user only have 4, less than 4 posts. I think total of 4. So you can just scroll back up, and I think we are done with this. So now we're going to go to the UI now and start implementing it inside there. So I'll go, let me collapse all of this, and inside the component, inside schedule, no ideas first, we're going to go to generate idea popover. So we're going to import use and subscription. Let's import it from, so let me import it here directly. So import it from Clerk, Next.js experimental, and we have the use subscription. So I'm going to say constant can use AI, and this is going to be equals to subscription dot, we have subscription items, and I'm going to say dot sum, and let me remove this, and I'm going to say item, I'll say constant plan slug is equals to item dot plan. You can see plan dot slug, and I'm going to say return if plan slug is equals to pro, and then plan slug is equals to business. So now we have this can use AI. So what we are going to do, I'm going to close this, and I'm going to scroll down to where we have this popover content. So I'm going to say if not can use AI, and not is loading, then I'm going to paste in a component here. So this code, I'm going to paste it here. So I'm going to import this link from Next link. So this is just going to link to the billing page. So I'll save it. Then I'm going to copy this can use AI, and I'm going to scroll down to where we have this. So I'm going to pass disabled. I'll do the same thing for this. So I'm going to also do the same thing for this. Let me pass it here. So we are done with this. So let's go to Let me save this and let's go to AI assistance under schedule, and we're going to do the same thing here. So let me collapse this here. So I'm going to paste in the use subscription. So I'm going to import it from Clerk, and then we can use it again. So I'm going to generate idea popover. So I'm going to copy these two. I'll go back to AI assistance and I'm going to paste it here. So let me do it here. And let me import link from next link. So we can copy this, can use AI, and let's go down to where we have, we can say disabled, and let's pass it here. So we'll copy this, scroll down to, okay, where we have button to, we can pass it here too. And for quick action, we can also say disabled and pass it here too. And I think that is all. So let's go to the app sidebar and implement. So let's go into route dashboard underscore common app sidebar, and we're going to create a state here. So let me create a state here. So say constant use state, I'm going to call it is create. So it's create open, then set is create is create posts open, and is create set is create posts open, and we say equals to use state, and this will have a type of boolean and false. So let's scroll down here where we have that button. So this is the button. I'll just say on click set is create posts to true, and below here, so let me set fragments here. I'll move this inside here, and I'm going to go ahead and import the create post dialog. So let me import it. So now we can go ahead and check this. So let's look at this. So if I click on generate ideas now, we can see add AI generation required an upgrade. And we can see all of this is disabled. So if I go to schedule and I click on new posts, then click on AI features, so we can see this is also shown here. So what we are going to do now, let's try an upgrade. So I'll go to billing, and I'm going to remove it from annual and click on subscribe. And let's wait for this. So it has opened. So I'm going to pay with test card. And this payment was successful. So let's click on continue. And now let me go back to the ideas page. Now we can click on generate ideas. Now you can see we can generate ideas now. And if we click on new post, we click on assistance, see the alert has been removed. This upgrade, the upgrade alert has been removed. It's hidden now, so we can type and ask the AI to generate post. So guys, this is it. So we are done with the billing section, the billing chapter. So we're going to go ahead and deploy this app. So let's go ahead and do that. In this chapter, we're going to go ahead and deploy the app. So I'm going to go into my env, and I'm going to pass in this key. So we're going to get this key from the Insforge cloud dashboard, and we're going to hide this ingest def. So I'm going to do that inside my env. So let me quickly do that. Inside there, I'm going to disable this, and this too will be. So let's go to the browser. So make sure you log into your Inngest app account, and let's click and let's go to event key. So instead of going to this key, let's go back to app. So let's go back to the app, manage apps, and let's click on get started there. And let's go ahead and copy the event key and secret sign-in key. So I'll copy both of them and add it in the env. So let me go to the env, and I'm going to add it here. So let me enable this. So I think the first one I copied was for the env event key. And I'll go ahead and copy the sign-in key. So let me go back to the code and let me paste it here too. So I'll go back to the browser and we're going to click next. So okay, it's a sync your app to Inngest. So we're going to enter the URL of your application serve the endpoint to register your function with Inngest. So we are going to go ahead and paste this, but let's first of all deploy the app, then we can sync the URL with Inngest. So I'll go back to the code. So let's go back to the browser and let's go to Insforge. So in the dashboard, I notice we have two critical issues. So we can scroll down below here and see some of the issue, security issue and performance issue. So we can click on this and see, so we can copy this. And once we copy it, we'll go ahead and paste it in an AI agent, and it's going to run this policy. Is going to alter the table and force row level security. So it can go ahead. So I'll go back to my code and let's go ahead and paste it here. So I'll paste this and I'm going to click on send, and I'm going to wait for the agent to finish. So now we can see, so it has created a task. So I'm going to click on run. So it is done with it. So it has implemented, so I've created the files, I've enabled this. So we can just keep on doing this. So I'll go back to the browser and we can copy for the second one and the remaining parts, or we can just copy this SQL and then replace it inside the SQL editor. So I'm just going to go ahead and deploy the app. So let's click on deployment and let me copy this. So let's go back to the code. So we have everything now. So in the app route landing page, so I've pasted the landing page code. You can copy from the GitHub too, and make sure you build this app. So let me cancel this. So I'm going to cancel my server. Let me cancel it. And let's run npm build. So I'm going to click on enter. So this is going to build the application, and to make sure that there is no issue. So let's wait for it. And we can see that this has built successfully. So I'm pasting the deploy my app to Insforge and update the next public URL and redeploy. So let's click on enter and let's wait for this to run. So you can see deploy app to Insforge, get deployment URL, update next public environment variable, and we deploy with update URL. So let's wait for it to. So I noticed that the rest of the editor I'm using have window path issue. So it's asking me to run this. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to change this. I'm going to use a different agent. So I'm going to open my terminal. I'm going to run codex here. And let's wait for it. So now I'm going to just drag this inside this editor. I'll close this. So let me copy, I'll copy this So I'm going to say deploy my app, check the .inforge skills. So let's wait. Let me close this. So I'm going to close this and let's see this to run. So let me click on enter. So get current. And let's wait for it. So you want to build the app, so let's click enter. So it does, so let's see. So it has run the build. It's run the build. Now you want to copy the env values into the info deployment event variable. So it has write a command here. I'm going to click enter. So it's going to copy those envs inside info development env variables. So now it's asking me to, it wants to deploy, make a deployment. So it has added all the envs. So I'll click on yes, proceed. And this is going to go ahead and deploy the app. So let's wait for it. So it's keep the next public app URL. So ask it to redeploy it with the, to update, to make sure it add the next public app URL. So let's wait for this to deploy. Then on the dashboard, you can see if you go to deployment log, we can see that we have deployments already. So it's currently initializing. And if you go to the environment variable, you can see all the env has been added inside the env variables. So let's go back to the code and let's wait for it to finish. So now you can see it has deployed, it has it has deployed the project already. Now it wants to set the next public URL to the deployed URL. So I'm going to say yes. And let's wait for it. So now it wants to deploy, so it has set the next public URL in the env. So let's click on yes. So this proceed. So it's going to deploy the app again. And on the dashboard, info dashboard, you should see one of the deployment ready, and this is currently uploaded. So let's go to the environment variable, and we should see, okay, we can see the next public app URL. So this is great. So let's go over to the code and let's wait for this to run. So it is done. It is done, I think so. So it has redeployed to the live URL. So we can head over to the browser. So to the info dashboard, let's go to overview and we should see the app. So let's click on this link, domain, and this should open the app. So remember, inside the Insforge, we need to add in the API slash ingest. Sorry, I'm going to just go ahead and copy this URL, and I'm going to go to ingest. So I'm going to paste this. I'm going to slash API slash ingest. So this should be the path to the route. So inside the code, if I go to app API, so this should be the part, and this is correct. So I'm going to go back to the browser and I'm going to click on sync app. And now we can see that app has synced successfully. So we can click next and we can select the function. So you can do a test invoke here, but I'm just going to skip it, skip to dashboard. And now you should see that this is active. So you can make a post now. You can make a post in the app. So let me try and log into my app. So I've logged in. So let me go to the, now we can see the post and the channel. So everything is working fine. And I think also the ideas, we can see all the ideas. So I would like to mention in the info dashboard. So head over to info dashboard. So if you run the policy mentioned by the backend advisor, which we saw here, the critical issues, and this is inside which we run, and inside the database studio, we saw this project admin policy. So if you run that policy in your code editor or SQL editor, this is going to block the stable, the channel type and idea group. So these two and table does not have the user ID. So we are trying to fetch all, and this is going to be blocked. So what you're going to do is you're going to go, let me go to the code and make sure to run this. Just tell the AI agent to run this SQL. So it's going to enable row level security and enable public read. So you can see this is going to be added. This policy is going to be added, and I've already added it. So that's why you can see it. That's why you can see it here. You can see channel type public read and idea group public read, and that's why you can see I have these channels are showing up, and the idea groups are also showing up. So guys, this is great. This is great. So this is the end of the video. So make sure to like and subscribe, share this video